Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I'm sorry that the world's a bit silly for you, Miss Positive, but I promise that we're here for you, and no matter what, I got your back. I just realized I didn't connect any of my face tracking. Neither is my iPhone on. It's very smart of me. I hope everyone's having a good day, outside of the oopedness of the world. We're gonna do something. I don't know if I want to edit a clip or if I want to... Oh, actually, you know what? I need to check the analytics of the clip, because if it doesn't matter, I think I'm just going to stick with what I did with this one. View analytics. Watched full video 8.9. Average watch time is 4.5 seconds of a 12-second video. Gotta check the other one. This one says more people watched the full video than this one. It's very interesting. I think for this week I'll just do a singular one again. Just so that way... Just so I have extra clips, I guess. Well, the reason I said it's being silly is just because there's a lot of bad happening today. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, if you need anything from us, we're here to help you feel better or just vibe and be here for you. If you need a vent, feel free to. We're here for you. I might be a silly little goober, but that doesn't mean I can't be here for y'all. Okay? We're sending lots of loves and hugs. Good job, people are switching to their friends tab to get rid of notifications that affects analytics. Wait, I'm curious how people switching to their friends tab get rid of notifications affects their... What do you mean by that, Kiwi? I'm confused. What does that mean? What do you mean? I can talk about analytics. It's just kind of like... Just kind of curious how this... Hi, Mew! Forgot to fix this. Oh, my soul's leaving melted. Please. Like, if things don't go well with what we're doing. Okay, my Wi-Fi no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I can assure you at least one thing, that no matter what, we're all of us here at the Milk Club, I can guarantee you, are sending you good vibes and hoping that it goes well. And that I'm sorry that it's a rough time. I can understand. I lost my job last year and I'm still pretty much jobless, you know? So I get the stress of it. But hopefully maybe in the meantime, if you guys can take on commissions for anything or anything like that, hopefully that can work out. But again, I'm really sorry that you're having to go through that. But we're here for you. We're here to hear you out, listen to you. You have a friend. Our roommates are stupid. Do you want me to curb stomp your roommates? Because I'll do that. I'll curb stomp it for you. Would that help? I don't think that would help because you need roommates to help pay rent. But I'd be happy to curb stomp their soul. Almost every time I open TikTok, I have 20+ notifications under friends. Oh. I don't know. I don't really know. I could ask Nikki that, who knows more about that stuff, but I don't personally know how that affects that. To be honest. Kneecap busting, always straighten out trouble. Exactly, because they can't bend their knees anymore. Okay, Moira. Today we have stuff to somewhat do. I'm like so tied whether I want to work on 3D art or a video. I feel like I kind of just want to work on 3D stuff. Yeah. What? Wait, there's a song. We gotta listen to this song. Cause it goes with the mood, right? I think I might do 3D stuff today. Cause I have 3 hours? $3D. Okay. It's not gonna be that exciting. I'm just gonna be moving leaves. Cause I got this model to kind of look the way I wanted it to, but if you look closely at it, the leaves aren't on the stem, so I gotta fix that. So, ooh, what should do up do? What's your kneecaps? Ooh, up do. Someday I'm gonna have a mob boss outfit, and this will be the song that I play before, like, I show off the outfit. It's gonna be great. I love the song. Anyone who calls the barn home is part of the family. And let's just say we ain't afraid to dig some holes. Sorry, I'm playing a game of distress. You are fine. Keep playing that game. Keep me in the background. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Don't you worry about me. I'll be fine. Yeah, no, we'll bust the kneecaps. I wish I was Italian. God damn, if I was born, I probably shouldn't look this up, and I probably shouldn't incorporate this. Because there's some things in my family that I, you know, if I make this a thing in my branding, my mom would probably kick my fucking ass. I was just curious if this was a thing. Okay. I was just curious. But a fantasy life that I know, it's like, I feel like everybody has this, like, path in their life that they're like, if I could be X, if I could be anything in the world, what would it be, kind of thing. That's, like, semi-unrealistic of them as a person. And for me, hold on, I gotta read this. And for me, hi Rainer, welcome on in. For me, that would fucking be, a mob boss. Oh god, I want to be a mob boss. I want it all. And like the thing is, people are like, oh, you want to be a mob boss because you want to be one of those sexy mob wives. No, I want to be the boss. I want the stress of like, I have to like sleep with a weapon because, you know, there's people that are trying to mess with me and my family, you know? And I want it all. I want the paranoia, I want the stress, I want the vibes of it all. I want the cool parts of it all. I want it all. I'll be your sexy mob boss. I want it so bad. But I could never be. I think I'd be too trusting as a mob boss, you know? But, you know, I can have the dream. Is your mob boss wife? Yeah, you can be my mob boss wife. I'd be happy to have you as my mob boss wife. You'd be the sexiest mob wife too, Mew. It'd be great. I can already see it now. But no, like when I saw Amelie, Monarch, do her like fucking mafia boss outfit attire, I was like, hey yo, excuse me, bro. Like, I want to do that. That'd be great. It'd be great. My whole thing would be, we would be a flower shop. I think, because originally I was like, I want to be a, what do you call it? I want to be a, my brain is dying. I want to be, I want to own a candy store. But then I was just like, I don't know, though, like, the whole candy store situation, like, I don't know, I feel like, what about the kids and stuff, because there's a candy store, and I didn't know how I felt much about a candy store anymore. So instead, I was thinking a flower shop, because I really like flowers, and I've always wanted to have a flower shop. But maybe instead it could be a thing where it's like, I own a flower shop, but in actuality, I own, I own a candy shop first, and then when I get successful because of that, I then will own a flower shop once I'm old and I retire, and then there was a gun show at the barn over where Mrs. Cow was staying. And who knows, I think she was in with the mafia folk. You know, it would be really cool. It'd be cool, in my opinion. I don't know. But basically, they're not being helpful at all with our half of the rent. They knew we would have hard times getting the money because jobs are taking time to get back to us. I've been rejected the 30 jobs, and he's having communication issues with his. So if he gets a good job payday, we have to move in with his parents. What the fuck? Can they not give you at least, like... I just feel like you should get more time with that. That's fucking shitty. I'm really sorry that you have to go through that. But it's like, I just don't understand why that would be, like, the best route to take. Because, like, if they do that, that means if they kick you out, then they have to get other roommates that maybe even, like, you guys are good people, obviously. We haven't even been here. That's fucking crazy. That's even crazier. The fact that they won't, that's crazy. That's crazy. I am so sorry. You'd at least think they'd give you, like, an extra month or something to, like, sort shit out. Because, like, I remember when I first moved in, we weren't perfect with, like, everybody being able to pay rent. And so it was, like, we'd cover each other until, like, we could figure it out. And that was just... That's the best because you already know the person. Here's the kicker. They've been looking for other roommates while we're living. Can you get them kicked out? I know that wouldn't exactly work because you guys don't have the money, but like, fuck them, dude. That's fucking insane. You can't just kick... I don't know. I haven't lived in many apartments in my life, and I'm very lucky for the roommates that I have. So, like, I don't exactly know how that works, but to me, that just sounds so fucking shitty. Like... I'd be busting kneecaps. Just sounds like that they just don't want you there at all. Yeah, what assholes exactly. Like, goddamn. Like, I don't know. To me personally, if I was living with people and they're like doing that, I'm like, do you just not like me? Like, just tell that to my face. Like, tell me you don't like me. Because that's better than just like, putting me out on the streets. And, like, if you're able to communicate with me that you just don't like me, then we can, like, talk. Like, talk through it. Like, adults. Because not everybody's gonna get along with everybody. But the most considerate thing you can do is talk it out. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. That's crazy. I'm sorry, Miss Positive. But just know that I strongly believe that what comes around goes around. And if they do get new roommates, the new roommates will shit in their food. I know it. I can sense it. And it's gonna be bad for them. No one has been biting on commissions at this point. I'm just trying to get to my safe spaces, but after we get out of here, I can't because my safe space is my own games. The majority requires internet, which we don't have, and with us have nothing for money. We can't pay for our phone bill right now, so I'm stressing. That's understandable. I mean, hey, if you want, you can. I don't know if it'll help any, but like, I'm happy to like repost any of your links on the socials. Like, if you have any like been posting on Twitter or anything like that, I can happily repost it and stuff like that. So, and I'm really sorry that you're going through this, and I am really sorry, and I'm sorry that I can't offer you more with that. Cause I get not being able to like make money and stuff. Having on God, like having stable income is like crazy. Just wait till we all become our own bosses. It won't matter. It'll be great. Where did the thing go? It's fine. I appreciate the thought, honestly. Of course. Anything like if you just need a friend to talk to, or if me just streaming like helps at all, like I'm here for you. Happily wanting to help. Why didn't I do the thing? Hi Rhino, welcome on in. How are you doing today? To rock around, that's tricky. Tricky. I had to give someone a refund. I had to give a refund to someone because they found someone cheaper. What the fuck? I hate that. I actually hate that. That is so mean. Like, I don't know. I just never understand when people do that personally, because it's like, if you want it cheaper, why didn't you go to them? Like, why didn't you do your due diligence first to check? Like, it's just not fair that you have to suffer because of that. Fucking, that pisses me off. Because, like, the only time that I've ever, like, to be fair, because I have done something not exactly similar, but, like, the only thing that I've done that is, like, I guess you could say similar along those lines, is there was an artist that hadn't started the commission, and there was an artist that I thought I like more, because they matched my style more, and so I was like, hey, I'm actually gonna have to back out, like, if it's okay, I'd like my refund because they hadn't started, but because I took their commission slot, I don't get the full refund, you know? And it's like, that's completely valid. Like, my guy, you asked for 10 emotes and gave you a long list of what you want the characters to look like. Like, what? Like, that was to look like, hold on, sorry, my brain. Like, that was way too, yeah, like, I don't know. You gotta have a clause that protects you from, like, not full, yeah, if you can, if you're not, like, if that happens to you often, definitely make, like, a TOS that's, like, once I take your commission, you can only get, like, 75% back or something like that. What's a god to a non-believer? Don't believe in. Because that's just shitty. But you know what? The emotes are probably gonna suck ass anyway. So, because they're not made by you. 70ish back is a fair deal. Especially if it depends on if you. Yeah. Because like it's like, because I know people that'll do like, if I've started the commission, you can only get like. Some people do like, if you started the commission, you don't get anything back, which I think is fair. Especially if it's kind of like a thing where it's like, they only take so many commissions. I know some people do 50% back once they've started, depending on what it is and stuff. So I would definitely put that in your TOS. It would be like, hey, once I start this, like, or once I take this commission, like, you don't get a full refund. Because it's a waste of your time. There we go. I know some will do like half price before I start, and then the rest do before I give final amount. I do that for full render pieces. Yeah, that's valid. I do 50% payments for anything that's above like $100. But I'm obviously willing to negotiate because I know not everyone can just spend $100. But I think in my stuff, it's like if I've started, if I haven't started, you can get a full refund. If I have started, you get 50. And then, if I can't deliver, you'll get your full money back. I'm just always stressed. I was excited for the opportunity to live here so I can start doing my own painting business. There goes that dream. It's just, and I'm sorry that is gonna have to be a delayed thing. But who knows? Maybe you guys can get a better place where you can actually, like, you know, have your own studio, which would be super cool, right? So, no, you can only go up from here. But if it's a low price, like 50, then they can't complain if you ask for payment upfront. Yes. Yes, 100%. 100%. That's the hope. Fuck yeah. And I look forward to the day that you have your own paint studio, and hopefully maybe at that point I'll have some spending money and I'll buy one of your paintings. It'll be super cool. Be great. Dalai Lama. I was hoping for one of the jobs to bite for my boyfriend today. That's understandable. I was in a very similar boat. And still sort of am, to be honest, because I applied for a job, I think it was on Monday, for a content creator job, but job market just sucks. It just kind of sucks. Gonna make dinner alert time. Have good dinner. Have good yum yum dinner. Dalai Lama. On God, I cannot tell you how many people I know that just job market just kind of hurts right now. It has been hurting for a while though. Madonna, oh my goodness. I honestly haven't eaten. I know I should, but leaving bed is really hard. No, that's understandable. If you can get any comfort food at all, I would advise that. Or, you know, as long as, you know, maybe you get a snack at some point or get some water, that would be really good for you. If you can't stomach a full meal, which is completely understandable, maybe just at least try getting like a snack in you. Because it's important that your body gets nutrition. I'm playing The Sims. I love The Sims. Oh, I hope you have fun with The Sims. Hope you're living in the cutest house. Actually, no, I should put this one. Actually, I don't know where I should put this one because I need to look at where. Even though this looks good, I have to look at the furniture. Yeah, this is gonna go in there, so I have to like move it. I have to move it. Let me look at the page example. The stats. Pencil, Photoshop resources. Where is it? It's in my D&D stuff, isn't it? I think it is. Dungeons and Dragons. That's probably in my actual. Good afternoon. Hello, Devouring. How are you doing today? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. There it is. Is it? I have been painting miniature commissions. Cool. How does one go about that? Do you take like online commissions, or is it kind of like you know people in person that want you to paint their stuff? I am curious. Because I always feel like with like physical commissions like that, I always get curious how people get their commissions outside of like Etsy and stuff. I know a guy with too many miniatures and money. You think he could, do you think he has a little too much, money? Like, could he use an anime girl on the internet as company when he works to get that money, maybe? I'm kidding, obviously. You know, if he needs a little, anime co-worker, you know where to send him, right, Devouring? I'm memeing. I'm a memeing. You get that bag. You get that bag all for yourself. I'm kidding, but no, seriously, I'm kidding. I think this looks mostly good. I don't like that this leaf is clumping, but wait, Tony, please. Okay, this one's good. The lights on top, the DJ down. Delete that one. I wouldn't hold your breath. Nah, honestly, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not. I'm just memeing. I don't know many people that have, to be fair, most times what I've learned, people that have a lot of money tend not to have a lot of time. So, like, it's kind of like, even if they did, like, come and drop, like, let's just say they did, like, drop in here, they probably wouldn't hang out all that much, you know? So, because, like, a lot of people, like, probably with your friend, it's like, or with your client, it's probably like, oh, well, they have enough time to buy something, but they obviously don't have enough time to paint it, but they have money. And if they didn't make that much money, they'd probably have more free time in which they would probably paint their own miniatures, you know? So I am not holding my breath. Besides, we're very comfy. Well, emotionally, we're kind of comfy here. This guy comes to my house like every 6 months, drops us like 2K worth of minis to paint and says, get them to me whenever. That's a pretty nice gig, my guy. It's not bad. I mean, as long as you're not, like, you pace yourself with those, that could be a pretty good, that's a pretty nice time. That's a pretty nice side gig. That's a pretty nice side gig, if I do say so myself. So, I guess this one's like mostly fine. I think I just kind of want it to be a little bit different. Didn't make it rain. I suspect he's using me to hide minis from his wife. That's crazy, really? I could see that though. I mean, I don't know. I think that's okay though. For you, maybe not for the wife or his wallet. I'm sure his wallet's fine though. Yeah, I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. I'd be very like, yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, no problem. As long as it's not becoming like an abhorrent amount, you know? Like, cause if you were like, hey, once a week they give me that many, I'd be like, maybe you might want to talk to them. Maybe they need an intervention. But yeah, if it's like 6 months, like, I feel like that's pretty alright. He had an entire room packed with minis, game projects, and another room that was so full of minis you couldn't even. That's crazy. Well, at least he's getting it painted. As long as it's not affecting your home life, I think it's okay. I don't know. I mean, yeah, as long as it's not hurting anybody. This is why I follow Slanesh. Your friend probably follows Slanesh as well, if you think about it. Slanesh would be down for that. She'd probably be like, buy more. I think it's harmless. Okay, as long as it's harmless, then yeah, it's fine. Some people have, I wouldn't say worse, but more. Like, some people could do that with squishmallows or even labubus, which I think, like, in my perspective, labubus are worse. Like, my personal opinion, I think labubus are worse. But to each their own. I think I'm gonna have to split these. I'm kind of tired of doing it the way I've been doing it. He's a lawyer, he gets paid. That's such a nerdy lawyer. That's such a nerdy lawyer. That's kind of cute though. But hey, at least you're getting that bag, right? I have to position these leaves one by one because I want them to look nice. Do you think they can hear me when I talk here?
Sometimes.
Okay, chat. Okay, chat.
They did tell us to close the windows, but
I didn't think they would be. Yeah, but like, they could have, when they were coming up, they could have been like, hey, you want to close the window? That's so embarrassing. Oh my god. Okay, I have to whisper this. Oh my god. Okay, chat, are you listening? We're having ASMR time. Oh my god. Yeah, well, I tell chat what's happening, so in case they bust down the window because I'm talking about them. So the siding, oh my god, the siding of our building, there's like paneling that needs to get redone, and I'm sorry if I'm really quiet or like too loud, but like I don't know how else to do this. So like we're getting the paneling redone on the side of our building, and I was talking to you, Devouring, and I was like, what the fuck? I have that one on my lip. And I was like, I hear them behind me, and I look behind, and the guy is fucking just right there out my window. And I'm like, oh my god, they know I'm a fucking either a maniac talking to my wall and shit. And now I'm trying to talk quietly so they don't think I'm trying to talk I'm very afraid, and I'm on adrenaline, and it's very scary because they're right there, and I don't know. Embrace it, be weirder. I am listening to S&M by Rihanna. Do you think that maybe they would want to listen to S&M by Rihanna? Pixels just closed the window and closed the blind on them, and I'm so embarrassed now because I'm like, what the fuck do I do? I was just playing with plants on my computer. That's why I got really quiet really quick, because like I just looked behind me and there's just someone at my window. Which, if those of you who don't know, I played a horror game last week and Pixel scared me like that, and I expected someone to be out my window just like that. So honestly, I'm just having PTSD right now. That was so scary because they're right there. Violent pornography? Ooh. Maybe I should. Maybe we just have a little bit of quiet time and I just play that out loud. They're just gonna be here for a little bit. I wish they were doing this when I was asleep. That would have been a lot better. Pounding on my fucking walls. Bro, they're just fucking my walls. Yup. This is gonna be an all day thing. And the worst part is I have a lot of windows in my. Do you have any Halloween decorations you put in the window? Not. Yeah, you should put that. Yeah, put that in the window. We have a deer skull that Pixels 3D printed. Put in the window. That's what they get. They should have told me, hey, you want to close this window? They did not ask that. So what? Oh my God, Kiwi, I got you. I'm sorry that we're having ASMR time. I don't normally do ASMR. Peek in the window, surprise skeleton. Exactly. So now when because they have to do the siding, and the siding is like all of my windows in my office. So now when they bend the corner, there's just gonna be a deer skeleton. There's just gonna be a deer skeleton right there, and all black too. So you could say that's scarier. Wait, what do you mean?
We shouldn't leave that there.
Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, it's a cloudy day today, so
No, it's fine.
maybe the fart will scare them away. Unfortunately, it plays through my headset. Oh my God. Daft Punk, harder, better, faster, stronger. Maybe they want to listen to that, chat. I wish I could just have another speaker and I just put it against the window. I could, but then it would feed through my mic. Okay, I'm just gonna talk to chat about it. I'm okay now. The initial shock is gone now. Okay. Well, Moira's gonna kick it over other ways now. Okay. Well, Pixel's get the subwoofer. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I could do it because, like, I could do it to my, like, Google speakers, but then you guys couldn't hear the music and I'd have to mute my mic because I'd have, like, or else the VOD would get muted. I might get a copyright strike. I don't actually know. I feel so weird that Pixels had to, like, close the window on them and close the blinds. I didn't think about it. I thought they already did it on my building. That's fucked up. Why did they just started working? Why didn't they be like, hey, close your window? I'm really upset that they didn't tell me to close. Like, I understand that we got an email saying to close our windows, but why didn't the guy who was at my window staring at the back of my chair with me here talking to you guys be like, hey, you want to close this window so I'm not listening to you as you talk to the walls like an insane person? Because I don't think I could have reached out and booped their head. You should have. I should have. Realistically, I should have. But I was just scared. He doesn't care. I want to ask him how his day is. He doesn't care, that's why. Well, I care, though. That's why I'm upset about it. Because, like, he's seen straight. Do you think he's seen a man's penis? That wasn't expecting it on the 3rd floor? I wonder what's the strangest thing he's seen. I want to ask, but I'm so afraid. Chat, should I ask them what's the strangest thing they've seen? Because I really want to know. I don't even know if they'd respond to me. I'm so afraid. I'd be so brave. I'd be so brave if I did it. Oh, I think they might be going down. Honestly, Modern Society has so many phone watches and earbuds that people that look like they're talking to themselves pretty. Oh, that's valid. People who clean windows don't care what's on the inside. Yeah, I guess. Are they going down? Hold on, I'm gonna go check. If they're not going down, I'm gonna ask them what the weirdest thing they've ever seen is. I think they're just shifting it. And so I want to ask. Chat, I don't know what to do. Chat, you have to gaslight me. Do I ask? I'm making my sim so pretty, apparently. I bet you know what pretty looks like. I bet you look in the mirror. She's gonna scare him and he's gonna fall and die. Stop! Stop that! Don't say that! Oh my god. What if he does get... No, because they have the safety harnesses. They have the safety harnesses. Because, like, you... And I'm sure he put it on properly. Because if you don't put those things on properly, you'll snip your penis off. My dad told me a story about that. Which I can tell you guys a story about that. Okay, if I see him in the window again, I'm gonna ask him what's the weirdest thing he's ever seen. Oh, I see him. He's just right there outside my window. Chat, you have to tell me to do it or else I'm not gonna do it because I'm a coward. But anywho, so they have... She's going to scare him. He's gonna go fall and go, wee! Stop, no! But if he does fall, he'll be fine because he has a harness. Because technically, you're supposed to wear a safety harness, and if you don't do it properly, it'll put stress on your genital area. And there was a guy that my dad was working with that he didn't put on his harness correctly, and it pinched his penis off. This guy could have something. Oh, he could. But they're on the clock. But I don't think they'd mind. I really want to know. Oh, wait, are they going down now? I don't know. Oh, I think they're, like, readjusting. Oh, I should go tell Pixels to close his window, huh? Pixels, close your window. Because they're going to come around to your side probably, too. I actually don't know if they're going around over there. I don't know. I'm, like, afraid. I already did. Just let the man do his job. He doesn't get paid enough for this. Fine. Fine. I'm not even that upset, actually. I'm actually kind of happy that I'm just going to leave him be because I'm scared of talking to strangers. The guy's weirdest story is one time this lady stuck her head out the window and asked me to tell her a story. Imagine. Oh my god, they're around my other window now. Oh, they're going to our patio. They're going around to our... Oh my god, that's so scary. The guy's, like, being maneuvered in the thing while they're, like, moving it around. Yeah, maybe I'll just let him be. But, I mean... He looks on the younger side. That's why I was like, maybe it'd be fine. Because he kind of looks like he's my age. So I was like, well, if he's, like, younger, maybe it's okay, like, to ask weird stuff. Because, like, Gen Z love that, you know? I don't know. I feel so bad that I had Pixel close the window on him. Like, I know you're supposed to, but I just kind of feel bad. That scared the shit out of me. Get ready for more pounding, though. It is right next to us now. But, that was fun. That was a fun, like, ooh, little jump scare. Ooh, jump scare. It's not even Halloween, and I got an early jump scare. Yippee. Oh my god, though. If it was, like... Friday the 13th or something and then happened, I would have cried. I would have just cried. Oh, I realize I don't have to do it like that anymore because I'm doing it differently. Yay! That was so spooky. I actually don't know if they're gonna keep pounding. They might. I don't actually know. It's quite quiet now. I wonder how much they do get paid. I hope they get paid well. I'm kind of bringing out my Valley Girl side, but, like, I hope they get paid well. Because, like, shit, dude, that's, like, such a, like, construction jobs are just so hard. Any physical job is hard. I just hope they make good money. They get good benefits. Make me feel bad if they didn't. It would especially make me feel bad if I asked them that question and they looked at me dead in the face and said, I don't get any benefits from this job, and then I would have probably cried myself to sleep. Because, like, now that I think about it, it is a good thing that we didn't ask them what was the weirdest thing they've seen, because if I did that, I'd probably, like, I don't really want to be one of those influential people that, like, just kind of bug people. You know, because, like, there's influencers that just go up to, like, people and they just kind of bug them. And I don't want to be one of those people. I want to be the good guy. I want to be a cute pie. So I'm just going to say I hope they have a good day. I hope they have a good day, and I hope they get benefits. And that if it wasn't weird, I'd offer them a glass of cold water. Because while it's not extremely hot outside, you still need to stay hydrated when you're doing physical labor, so. Do like Southern Belle style, offer them some lemonade. Do people still do that? Do people still offer like movers lemonade and stuff? Is that still a thing? I just remembered I never offered the people that helped me move, because I got the college hunks people to help me with mine. And I never like offered them lemonade. I think I was like, you can get water if you want. We don't have ice because we're literally just moving in, but I don't think I ever like, I should have like got like lemonade stuff and been like, you want some lemonade? I'll do that next time. If anybody ever comes to my house to do stuff like that, I'll be like, do you want lemonade? Because it'll be a whole thing. Oh my god, that's a lot of leaves. This is a lot of leaves, chat. I choke. I think that's pretty good though. So let's recombine these. Boss, I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. There we go. My god, that was so spooky. My goodness. Oh, my ear itches. Super great. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss and a shine like gloss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. Yum yum. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss and I shine like gloss. I bet they would have want to listen to this song, to be fair. You know what would be a good, like, sticker or shirt? A shirt that says, be the reason that they go home and talk about you, you know? Like, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense in my head. Is any of this... This one is orientation sensitive. The business. Let's get down to business. I think the rest of them aren't as specific towards their orientation. I just want to make sure they look nice. Business. Let's get down to business. So yesterday I was working on these leaves and I was just hanging out by myself and I was listening to Creepcast. And I caught up on the most recent Creepcast because, like, I've been, like, having this thing where, like, I want to catch up on Creepcast, but I also want to watch this TV show called Ginny and Georgia because I've been liking it a lot. But I was like, okay, I'm just gonna, like, catch up on Creepcast because Ginny and Georgia will have more of, like, a space between them, whereas, like, Creepcast comes out every Sunday, so I want to keep up with it because sometimes, like, they'll talk about merch drops or news and stuff, and I want to keep up with them. last night I finally caught up, and they read these stories from this artist named Gabby. They have like a weird username that I don't remember. And they actually have some really good like they read like 4 or 5 of them, I believe. I think like originally they were just gonna read 4, but they were like, I really like these, let's read one more. And so they did. So I think like maybe like we might, like, if anybody ever really deems like read me a story, like we'll read some of their stories, because they have quite a few stories. They have a series known as Pine Point, which is where one of their more famous stories, a carnival comes through my town, and I'm not allowed to look at it, is one of the stories. And just their setups are really good, so I think I might read their stuff, because their stuff is really good. I just liked like their setup, because the titles are very interesting. There's a clown that comes on everybody's 10th birthday, but nobody hired him. No one hired a clown. That one was very sinister and very interesting. I like that one quite a bit. And it does like a good job of like showing and not telling a lot of the information, which is nice. Considering that like literally like 2 episodes before that, I think it was, the Camp Oakwood one was a lot of like, a clown that does what? A clown, what is it? Hold on. Ooh, I forgot about this. I also forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Hold on. It's like a clown comes to like my 10th. A clown comes. What the fuck is it? Clown 10th birthday. No sleep. My family is cursed. A clown that shows. My family is cursed. A clown shows up at everyone's 10th birthday, but no one ever hires one. It's really good. But yeah, so Creepcast read My Sugar Daddy Asked Me for Weird Favors, and this one was so good. It wasn't gross or anything like that, and it was just very interesting. And so it was just like I really like this person's like stories and stuff. They're really nice. And they're all set up in this like really interesting way where it's kind of like their titles are very interesting. When I was 14, I discovered a terrible secret about the history of our village. If you meet me, please kill me. The women in my family give birth differently. My sister and I have been locked in the attic for almost 24 hours. Like, they're just very, like, hooky. They're very hooky, and they're very nice. I like them quite a bit. Clown Ussy, what the fuck? How did you get that? God damn it. God damn it, Kiwi. God damn it. Can't have shit. Can't have shit in the Milk Club. We're bringing it back. We're bringing it. Put one story in the suggestion thread too. Oh, yeah, you did, didn't you? Hold on. In the vibe zone? I should pin it. I pinned it. The knocking. Ooh, that one sounds cool too. Ooh, this one's a good, nice short one too. You got like 3 or 4 clip masters. In chat, what do you expect? You're right. This is true. This is true, but that doesn't mean I can't be any less surprised when it happens. I'm on fire. Okay. Alright. Baby. Alright. There's a few more leaves that I want to fix. Oh, baby, how was I supposed to know that something wasn't right here? Baby, couldn't have let you go. inside you. Me, how you want it to be. Love me, baby. I need to know now because loneliness is killing me, and I still believe. Give me a sign. I'm gonna do the longest one last, so let's do this one next. How you want it to be, me, baby. Best you would have plants that green. I don't. I can't see when they're gray. Because normally they're gray, but I need more color so that way I can understand what's happening. Like, hold on. Like the building. I couldn't see what was happening, so I had to make things separate colors just so I knew what was what. It's just a placeholder for now. It will look much more like the colors of the original plant that I did, which is this one. It's just that this one looks so fucking sad. Actually, I really like the leaves on this one. Oh, like fuck, wait. I guess that you would love a plant, but would be upset because you wouldn't know why it's dying. Oh, no, that's happened so many times. So I don't have plants. Other than, like, I don't have plants mainly because, like, there's a lot of plants that cats can't be around because they're not good for them, and cats will just eat plants. And also, that happens a lot. Like, the only plants that I think I've really been able to take care of are, like, succulents, because they're super easy. But I don't think I have a green thumb. Not that I've ever really tried. But I don't know how much of a green thumb I have, so. Give me a sign. Hit me one more time. In my image. No, but do I lose my mind? Also, it helps me see the silhouette if it's a different color than gray. No way. I like this song. Staring at her tits, it's the wrong way. It's this one and this one. It's because I didn't click a button that it doesn't want to do the thing I wanted to do, which is fine. Oh, I like this song too. Mine. Istanbul is Constantinople. Istanbul is Constantinople. Constantinople. Can you believe I couldn't convince my wife to have a seafood boil? No! I don't think I've ever actually had a seafood boil. Maybe once. But I'm sad for you. I'm sad that she won't let you have a seafood boil. It's great because you wouldn't have to deal with plates. Just cover the table with a tarp. Or if you're going out, I mean... but if you're not going out and you're doing it at home, you just cover the table in a big tarp and then you throw the whole tarp away with everything in it when you're done. You don't have to worry about dishes. Istanbul, Istanbul. Old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they changed it, I can't say. People just like it better that way. Constantinople. The base of the stem is bad. I was very tired when I was doing this, so it's not perfect. Turks. It's so far in there. Istanbul, Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. Constantinople, it's back at Constantinople. Constantinople, Constantinople works. Nobody's business but the Turks. Which way do I want this delay? This way's fine. I think they're back, chat. Back with more supplies. Holy moly.
Oh, baby! I'm at your
Oshimonto Dia! I hope I said your name right. Welcome on in, Raiders. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball indeed. I love that little eyes, the little grubby emo. That's very cute. Welcome on in. How was your stream? How was your stream? How was art? Let me drop that follow. How's it going? For those of you new here, hi, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. We are the embodiment of whiplash, because 1 second we'll be talking about scaring the people outside of our window, and then the next second we'll be just playing with vines. Fuck it, we ball. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Feel free to tell me how it went. If you need to do some after stream care, of course, do that first. Your health is the most important to us, but we love you a lot.
Oh, baby!
Oh my god!
I'm at your door. Oh,
sorry, I call you're fine. Aw, selfish allergy. That sucks. Hello, Kieran. Oh my god, what is happening?
Oh, baby!
Hi!
No,
Hi!
I'm at your door. Oh,
Holy
baby,
shit, triple
no.
raid! Triple raid! Hello, my loves. Welcome on in, everybody. How is y'all's raid? Here, let me just pause. Let me just pause for a second. Let me just hold on. Let me just BLT. We need to move. Hi everyone. How's it going? Vex, did you organize this? How is you today, Madame? I am good. I was jump scared a little bit because there are people working on the paneling outside of my apartment, but otherwise I'm good. I did not. Well, welcome on in. Is Vex a double agent? Could be. Welcome on in, guys. I'm really happy to have you here. Again, if you don't know me, I am Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am the embodiment of whiplash. So 1 second we'll be talking about penises, the other second we could be talking about puppies. Somebody was cooking. Y'all be cooking. But I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. Feel free to tell me how it went. If you've eaten something recently, why not tell me what you ate? Otherwise, if you need to go get some rest, some relaxation, feel free to do so because I care about your health. Vex is innocent for Grim and my raid at least. that was just some vibe, raid vibes. Y'all just had that synergy. That synergy. But thank you guys for coming in. We are currently working on let me go back to the other scene really quick. We are currently working on making our background scene, and I'm trying to make this plant look nice and make sure all the leaves are where the leaves need to be, because they're not where they need to be. 7-hour commission grind, almost got it all done. Damn! Well, I applaud you. Be sure to get some rest and, you know, get a snacky if you need to. We're not going anywhere, so. Well, I appreciate you, Vex. You know that I love you a lot, so I appreciate you sending them over here. I will hopefully I can keep you guys entertained. Today on the docket we have some 3D art going on, and then we have a collab. We're gonna be doing a repo here in 2-ish hours. I believe is what, that's the time I put. Hold on, let me make sure that was the time that I put. Yes, in 2 hours. In 2 hours we will be playing repo, and then we'll probably come back and do some more 3D art. Oh my god, Ochi Montodia, thank you for the follow. Also, I love your design. Can I just say, Monster Girls for life? As a hybrid myself, Monster Girls pretty peak. But welcome on in. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope stream was just as lovely, even though you were grinding. And feel free to hang out if you'd like. Oh, the old design or the new design? Whichever design is on your Twitch, because I see. Hold on, can I click it? Hold on, this one, your header, your little header. I saw your header. I saw your header, and I was like, that's cool. Guys, drop everyone a follow. Please go follow Ochi, Kieran, and Grim if you can. They're here. They're wonderful, and we obviously love them. But I'm gonna stalk you. Let me stalk you. God, I love your starting soon screen is so pretty. Look at you. Oh my gosh. I love the mantis arm. Look at that. That's so cool. That's so cool. You're very cool. I like it. Raw, the old model. Hold on. Let me stalk you more. I'll stalk you more here. I got you. You want us to look at the new one? Yeah, have you posted the new one on the socials? Which one's the new one? Is this the new one? Is this the new one? I don't know what the new one is. If you want to send it to me or link it in chat. I'm cool with links in chat here, so I have trust. Oh my god, self-made artists. Hold on, let me just would love to see more of you. I mean, like, regardless, your aesthetic and your colors are very to die for. They're so soft and cute. I like them. And that little grubby emote, very cute. Sometimes I wish I had something to do with grubs, but I don't really think grubs and cows make sense. The new one isn't fully done yet because I gotta birth myself. Understandable. No, I'm sure it'll be a gorgeous birth. I'm sure it will be a gorgeous birth. I believe. But I appreciate you coming in nonetheless. And then comes in the Rickroll link. I really like Rickrolling. I actually really enjoyed getting Rickrolled, so please do. That sounds a mythical level task. It's gonna be great, and I can't wait. I can't wait. I love seeing people in new designs versus old designs. It's so cool. The state's in the door. Alright, I think this one's good now. Combine. Mr. Loverman. Well, there's still like 4 more. Chad, this is gonna take forever. Oh my god. Does any of this have anything? It does not. Some of these vines have to be kind of particular with their leaves, so that way they're not colliding with the furniture. Not my first rodeo, but I still cry. No, that's valid. What is art if not for suffering? I've said that like twice today. Which is a mood, because I am currently suffering with these leaves. Showing off all your models and your chat mascot. That is cute. That would be cute. I know when I had my first model, I actually did a family tree. Where is it? Where is it? Stream. I don't know where I put it. I know I put it. I'm pretty sure I put it in their server. If I can get back to you, what am I supposed to do? Mr. Loverman. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, I'm trying to see if I can find it. I don't remember. I have one whip of the new model to show off. Chat doesn't get model updates for now because I wanted to be surprised a little at least. Yeah, tease them. Leave them on the edge. I wish I could manipulate time so I could learn all the skills I want. Mood? Me and 2D art, man. Me and 2D art, that is for sure. Did I put in the other chat? Can I leave that one? Fuck. So Maine, when are you gonna play Sea of Thieves? Yes, whenever someone gives me Sea of Thieves, which is a joke. Maybe someday. I don't know. At some point, I know a lot of people have it. Here, I'll hide it. I will hide it. I will hide it. I don't want to. Oh! Oh! Teach me how to draw. That's all I have to say. Teach me how to draw. God damn! I love the colors. I am staring respectfully. Click that link. I'll click that link. You missed a clown. See? Stop. Do you have Xbox Game Pass? I don't. I'm poor. I'm poor. How much is Xbox Game Pass? I'm poor. Xbox Game Pass has a lot of good games, though, to be fair. How much is it? It is $12. Kieran is very smart. Yes, you both have the same wavelength, same brain, same smart. Must have felt so down. Unfortunately, I can't afford any new subscriptions right now, but someday I will. And I think when I get like enough money, I would probably subscribe to Xbox Game Pass because you can get it. It looks like so. I'm sorry. Could you? I'm sorry, Miss Positive. I'm sorry that turned out that way. But we're here for you. Sometimes, not all the time. Hey, sometimes is better than no times, you know? He keeps telling me at the end of the day, all he cares about is me and he's going to work extra hard for us when we move. Oh, that's so sweet. Because, you know, I mean, like, because I know quite a few couples that, like, when rough times come, it's just, they don't handle it well together. Honestly, I don't deserve him. Oh, Pookie, don't talk like that. I'm sure that you do more than enough of your share as well. But we love a good support system. We love a good support system. I have to solo this out because I can't see. Yeah, okay. But we love a good support system. Having a good support system in life is very important for your mental health. And that's why I like to exist. I like to be a good support system for people when I can be. There are people yelling at my window. This is not normal yelling. It's been very interesting as of late. My apartment complex is very quiet. We have a big apartment, like, it's a big apartment complex, but, like, it's typically quite quiet, and, like, the past few days have been rather noisy. I'm like, why? Why all of a sudden is it so noisy? We're gonna keep playing Sims and keep y'all in the background. Sounds great! We love you, and we're here for you, and if you need anything, just let us know. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop. Oh, I like this song. This is a good song. Each other voice. My room is a shit show right now. I pulled everything out of my closet. Is it that time of the year? Is it that time of the year to redo your closet? I do that sometimes. I just kind of do that with I do that with my office when I got a new bookshelf. Oh, girl, it's yeah that I lie with as the atom box in. Yep, I'm fully redo my room as well to unblock the vents. Fuck yeah. Well, feel free to send update photos if you'd like. And be sure to give yourself little treats now and then for doing that. Because that's hard work. Let me tell you what, that's hard work. Redoing one's room is not an easy thing. No matter how new or how established you are into it. Just saying. My fingernails. Like, even I know, like, I'm not going to because it was a lot of work to set it up the way it is now, but I have thought about, like, rearranging my office every now and again, like, what would it look like if I just did this? But I don't, because, like, there's a lot of work. And what if I don't like it more the other way? It is our final night alive. Oh, girl, it's you. I want to fix the ones that are completely detached, and then the ones that... Same, it's like 70 degrees in so I am dead. Be sure to take breaks. Taking breaks is important. Or turn a fan on. Fans can help. Fans can... Oh, fuck. Fans can help with that. I'd rather just do it this way. Okay. Okay. Go. Recent. I wanna be clutched. I wanna be. There you go. Most of these top ones are fine. I just don't like the way this one is setting. Like This one I kind of want to fix just a little bit so the stem is in there. Get in there. Please give me some decency. Won't you please help me if I time is through? Scoot this one out. Nothing's new, nothing's new. I think that looks pretty good. It's kind of like rotating. Close to you, but I don't know what to do. Okay, cool. We combine these so that way I know that they're done. Let me hide them so I can also not get too distracted by them. Please spare me in dignity. That was great so far. Thank you. To be fair, from far away, I'm sure this would have looked fine and I wouldn't have had to fix it, but... Oh, that's so cute, Kiwi. Far apart when nothing's new, nothing's new. Yum yum. Please find me in dignity. Please. It's the I know it's janky thing. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, because if I look closely at it, then it's gonna be like I want to see like that they're clipping, and plants don't clip like that in real life. And the method I made this should have worked for it, but it just ugh. Someone needs to tell this company to stop spamming our phone with faxes. What the fuck? What? 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 How? Who in the how? How in the who? Do people still send faxes? We get about 20 calls from them alone a day. Me, Colorado, just going through it, man. I've been getting so many like fucking scam calls. I'm just over it at this point. That's honestly, if you're ever if you ever call me, and I don't respond, and I'm like, sorry, my ringer's off. It's because I'm trying to avoid scam calls. Do you want to do what? My ringer is always off. Like I have vibrate on for certain things, but for the most part, I just don't. I don't have my notifications on. My phone is always on vibrate. Emergency contact is the only one that can call through it. Well, that's valid. I honestly should just do that. Or like, cause like I have a do not disturb setting on my phone, so it's like, certain like people can get through my phone, but like that's it. Like I don't really fuck with any of the notifications, and I think I should just do that. So that way, if someone does call me, I know it's important. Or message me. Because I'll always do my best to answer, like, text or DMs and stuff. I'm just not much of a notification girly. Because it can get a lot very quickly. I'm just like, eh. What you want to do, what you want to be, what you want to be. I have a lot of medical things, so I can't keep it on silent all the time at the risk of missing an opportunity for quicker. That's valid. That's very valid. Yeah. Usually if it's like I'm expecting a call that day for maybe like someone I don't know, I'll keep my phone on, but that's pretty easy to just turn it on and off. My default state's usually just off. This one. This one here. The funk gets me stupid, gets me drunk. I'll do anything that you want. You want. Got my love. I don't give a fuck. I'm not get rough, not my neck and suck my blood. Such and such. Get in there, Leaf. Oh, good God, I don't want to do this anymore, chat. But I gotta have it look nice, or else I will cry, because I spent too much time on this for it not to look nice. I'm not gonna lie, though, I'm kind of thinking about whether I want to mix both of the vines. It's okay, I'll take over. Thank you, wife. Thanks, wife. Trust me, you don't want to be doing this, though. This is, like, so tedious. Not that it's like, I don't know, it's not that I don't like it, it's just like, I think the reason why I don't like it is because there should be a process that makes this easier, but the way I did it was supposed to be the easier way. And I'm still here manually setting the leaves up. It's not the worst. Okay, cool. This one. Like, I'm also worried that once I'm done with these leaves, they'll look too thinned out, and then I'll just die internally. Definitely internally, because you know, we got a business to run. And by business, I mean an anime girl on the internet to run. Me. I'm the anime girl on the internet. This one is bothering me. There you go. Boop. I don't like that this one's not facing the camera as much. Oh. Get over here. Did that sound accurate? Probably not, but at least I tried. go. Hide. That was the longest one. Okay. Turn my fan on because there's less airflow in my office because we closed the window. I'm just. Alrighty. I have peanut butter lemon curd bread and it tastes good. Like a little dessert. Oops. That's true. That's too true. Some of our offices have dental cleaning booked out until February and the cancellation offer. That's crazy. February? That's actually crazy. God damn. Kiwi, I wonder if we ever went to the same dentist. Because I went to a few of them. Is one next to a Walmart? Actually, both of the ones I went to were next to a Walmart. I don't know if the one I went to was next to a Culver's. I feel like the one that I went to, I don't know what it was. All I remember is that it was next to a Walmart. The first one I went to was by Walmart. And it was a little bit of a drive away. The one I went to last was next to a McDonald's. It was near like a Walmart, Taco Bell, McDonald's, like a little shopping strip. That one and one that used to be Gunther Tooties. Is there still a Gunther Tooties across the street from? I don't know if you've gone there. But there's like a, I think there's a Gunther Tooties across from the Golden Corral near where my grandparents live. I think it was still open the last time I went to Colorado, but I don't know. I think I might keep this leaf and this leaf. I think this one I would hide. Yeah, because I kind of like this silhouette. Well, actually, that's fine. This one's fine. Probably modify it a bit, though. Volume. Is it worth it? Tell me. Yeah, we could keep it like that. I say as I just now realized I lost track of where I was now. Fuck. That one's still there, and the one on Woodman. Man, you know, I've grown up in Colorado my entire life, and I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I don't know where half of that shit is. Like, I don't know where Woodman is. I also don't know where Mesa is. I think, because when I hear... So when I think of Mesa, I think of another place that I don't remember that is by Lowe's. Smile. Think heading north that way towards the chapel. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I think that makes sense. I just know of things. Like, I know of landmarks. Lowe's is in the Mesa. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just sat in the car ride, and I just went with my dad to places. I think that's why I never really wanted to drive, because I never really had a sense of direction in Colorado. Even though it's, like, always the mountains or to the whatever, but it's, like, at the same time, I'm just kind of there for the ride. I just think I'm very directionally challenged, you know? I've had so many delivery rides, I could get anywhere if you give me a landmark. That's valid. I think my dad's like that sometimes. He's gotten more lenient towards just using a GPS, though, because of truck driving, because he goes across the US now, so. But my dad used to be like that a lot. Ooh, this can't be right, 'cause the sun's engaged to the sky. My best friend's found a new guy. I'm lonely. I've never had a shoulder to cry on, to call mine. Everybody's falling in love. My God. I feel like I need a, like, I wish I took an Adderall today is what I was about to say, because, like, this is like all of my brain cells. My skin, my life won't go my way. I'm starting over in my room, when I find someone so the sun's engaged in the sky. My best friend's found a new guy. I'm only getting older. I've never had a shoulder to cry on, someone to call mine. Everybody's falling on. Everybody's falling in love. Everybody's falling in love. Everybody's falling in love. But me. Ooh. To know. Move this. I'm getting a call from a Colorado phone number I don't know. Pog. My wife does get mad sometimes because I'll take a roundabout way to places since I recognize it more. Yeah, but you're the one driving. That's always my rule. Is like if you're driving, you take whatever route you want to take. My mom also does that. Sorry, my scammer was supposed to skip your number. That's okay. That's okay. I get it. They gotta make their quota, you know? They're just doing their job. Oh, that reminds me. I was listening to Creepfest last night, and I didn't know this, but Wendigoon got their Twitter account hacked. And apparently when they were on the phone with them for like 30 minutes or whatever, and at the end of their phone call, they were like, sorry about that earlier. I thought you were a scammer. And they're like, no, it's okay. It's good that you're trying to stay vigilant about, you know. It was just so funny. I think if you guys want to check it out, let's switch accounts again. It's actually in their latest video, I think. Yeah, there's a section in there that says Isaiah was hacked, and you guys should watch it. It was very funny. It was very funny. My brother's just too will pull up. This is a faster way. Like, so? I mean, yeah, you're gonna get there when you get there. Unless it's like a time-sensitive thing. You're gonna get there when you get there. My dad does a lot too, like, we call it taking the scenic route. Yeah. You need to draw yourself in the Hank Hill thumbnail. The Hank Hill thumbnail? Which one? What? What? Are you talking about the one... Oh, fuck. The one on Papa Meat's channel? This one? That boy ain't right, meaty news? Mine's I spaced out and recognize this way now. That's valid. You can tell me anything, I'll listen. Yes. Oh, Grace. Alright, and my YouTube recommended. Where it went. I'd have to look back at the bot. I don't want to look back at the bot. I'm too lazy right now. I think it would be interesting though to do drawing Elaine or drawing me in like different cartoon styles. So I've always wanted to do that because I think they're cool. Is this the last one? No. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Dang, way too long for the clip. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Remember a cloudy day. Oh. Oh, I fucking remember this one song on TikTok. I want. You want too fast with me. I want to have what I want. Don't say thank you. I just do what I want. I better have what I want. My brain is being like, well, we didn't like the vines in the first pass. We didn't take that long on it though. So hopefully, because we're taking twice as long to do this vine pass, hopefully we'll like it a lot more. Got it. It's in the fridge. Okay. Instead of a pen, I do like I would just do like a miniature, a long mini cow. That'd be pretty funny. I might do that. That's actually kind of fun. I might do that. You know, after I get done with the list of every other thing I want to do, I realize, in this current moment. But, you know. We'll get her done. We'll get her done. Don't you worry. What I want. That's what me. I meant to have what I want. Say thank you. I just do what I want. Dance with me. You better have what I want. Cause I don't say thank you. I just do what I want. Dance with me. You better have what I want. Don't say thank you. I just have what I want. Dance with me. You better have what I want. Don't say thank you. I just have what I want. Dance with me. You better have what I want. Okay, thank you. I just do what I want. With me, you'll have to have whatever I want. Oh. Be attached, please. I feel like my request isn't that hard. But it's taking so long. Work's done. Gotta pick up Louise. Have fun picking up Louise. We'll be here. We'll miss you. Hi, Zoe. How are you? Like a legend of the Phoenix. Ends with beginnings. Excited to play Weewoo today. Okay, look, it is such a good song. Oh, Zoe, did you see Gordy got a partner? Proud of our Pumpkin King. He's doing the do. I'm excited to hang out with you later. Yippee! Yippee! I'm up all night to the sun. Did see that. I'm so proud of our boy. Up all night for the sun. Up all night for good song. Up all night for good fun. Up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. I'm very excited to see what the levels will be like after level... Because I think we're on level 10 in Repo, so I'll be very interested to see what it'll be like past that. I need to take an Adderall. I can't. I'm agonizingly. I'm in agony. I'm in agony, chat. What the fuck? Never mind. Oh, it's all the way down there. Never mind. I will suffer. I'll just suffer. It's fine. Give up to me on. Let's raise the bar and coast to the star. And up all night for good sun. Jump all night for good fun. Up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. I haven't gotten to experience late game Repo yet. Furthest I've gotten is level 13. Well, you'll get to experience it today. I'm very excited. Honestly, I don't know if you saw, Zoe, but there is like the new repo beta. I'm so sad. Why are you sad, Pancake? What's the matter? What's your matter? I haven't gotten. Well, now you have. I thought I would get paid today. No! They changed it to next week. Eat them. Eat them. Just easy. Eat them. Just eat them. Eat them. And then you'll be in charge of paydays. I think it's a pretty good solution. We feast. Yes. Yeah, just eat them. Just eat them, take their place, and then you will be in charge of payroll, and then you can give yourself as much money as you want, and then it doesn't matter. Up all night for fun. We're up all night to get lucky. Night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. Night to get lucky. The government is who pays me. Guess you're just gonna have to eat the government. Might taste a little bad, but honestly, I think we could do. I think you should do it. Eat the rich, become the boss through absorption. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Alright, I think I'm just gonna. Oh well, I'll keep one. Keep one of these. Game. Game start. I wanna change my hair. BLT, I'm gonna scoot you over, okay, bud? My lap is hot and sweaty now. That's what I'm on. Something I can feel. Oh, oh, don't you want me like I want you, baby? Squisho mode, you got it, wife. The night go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the. Patu, apatu, 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 It's whatever I like. All night. And rendering hypershade. I want to see what it looks like all together. Don't you need me like I need you now? I go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the. Maybe this one isn't necessary. Patu, apatu, patu, apatu, patu, apatu, meet me at the. Yeah. I getcha, hold on, on my way. Oh yeah. Hold on, on my way. Oh, where's the UV map? Why should I work before repo or do an hour of crunch? Why should I work? What's the difference? What is the difference? Apatu, meet me at the. It is the same question. Oh, got it. It's not or. Fuck it. Why not? Fuck it. Why not? Then you don't have to do it later when you're tired after repo, and then you can just do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to do more work or if you just want to relax. Smiles. Yippee! Yippee! wife. Why are these so small? It's because they are literally tiny, bro. I think this looks nice. I think. I think that looks okay. Let me look at the perspective camera though, because the clipping plane is weird. Focal length, film clip, near clip plane. I think that looks better. What's wrong with you? Oh, that's just how you are, okay. Let me look at it in the context of the building as well. I kind of like that the Creepcast hat is like getting like surrounded by vines and stuff. I think that's cool. Plant look goob. Gob? Well, gob? Close enough. Alright. But I don't want to redo those. I don't think I want to. But I gotta wanna. But I don't. I might redo the lavender on this, but I don't think I'm gonna redo the other ones because I think the other ones look fine. I just realized how much I really don't want to retexture this guy. Why are you out? There you go. I just want more of these. What's up, party people? Hi, Boffrey. How you doing? Oh, this is like whole thing is like forward. I did like how I did the succulents though. I think the succulents looked fine. Focal stem. Ooh.
Take that dog. No, he's sleeping. Take that dog.
Let me in. Let me in.
Let me in. Let me in. I think these need to be taller now. They do. How did this fit in here? I'm gonna presume like that. Yeah. That looks better. Whew. Okay. Where's my Monstera plan? There you are. Alright. UV editor. Nope, not UV editor. Rendering hypershade. So plants. Select objects with material. Sign. Where's the original Monstera plant? It'd be easier if I just did this, alternated it, and then assigned it. Oh. go. There we go. And then this guy, I just want to edit a little bit. Oh, I see. I just don't like how, like, it looks like it's not full. There we go. Yippee! Now, plants. Let me... This one. Edit, delete over type history, increment and save. And then layout. Now I sit back and I wait. There we go. Look at those nicely packed UVs. Yippee! Hopefully they'll look good when it comes time to texture them. We'll find out. Okay. And stack plant. So leaves. This is the Monstera pot. What is this? Oh. I'm just gonna call these old vine, old vine. Old vines. Delete that. Add hog. And that. Nice. So that's done. This is done. Those are done. I need to revisit the couch. On the tip's fine. I think the loop's fine. I need to make a list. Inspiration. This is done. I'm gonna do an actual one of these. Breakdown. Okay, so I still need to thicken up the Monstera, I think. And then I need to retexture couch. If well, okay. other assets. Oh, and the emissive assets as well. Emissive assets. Previous assets. And then small detail assets. Then if I do... I'm trying to think. Oh, and then I have to do a list of ones that I have to remodel. Remodel the Biff doll. There we go. Oh, okay. Let me go for the Monstera plant really quick. Oh, and the curtains have to be done in engine, but curtains. Turn that off. Go back to the plant assets. Like this way. I think just thickening it up for now is my plan. Because I want to smooth these guys, because everything else in this project is getting smoother, but at the same time, kind of like, Boop. There you go. And if I smooth it, it kind of brings out the imperfections in some areas. So I think it'll be fine like that. So the plants are done. Small detail assets. Once everything else just needs to be exported, then I think. Let's do this guy. Yeah, because I think I'm pretty happy with how this guy looks. Do I want to redo the fish? I think there should be 2 fish. I think is my thing, is there should be 2 fish. Yeah. And I want this one to be like -1. And like this. There you go. And then UV editor. Oops. Shoot. UV shell. I'm just gonna move this little fishy over. Actually, I'll just do it this way. Alright, and then oh, this guy is supposed to go with the furniture, isn't he? Oh well. Okay, so some small detail assets, the emissive assets. Emissive assets. I feel like this guy needs to get beveled a good bit, so let me do that. These guys are fine. I just need to paint the highlights on them. Nice. That all looks good in my opinion. UV editor, make sure it all looks okay in the UVs. Look pretty good to me, so I think we can keep the UVs as is. Okay. So we did small, emissive, curtains, other assets. The other assets are also fine. Oop. The editor. Yeah, I think these for the most part are fine. Yeah. Oh, I think that's for the clothes. Okay. I know, what are you? Oh, this is this. Okay, cool. Okay. And then couch. Okay, so let's get everything exported then. Milk Club revisited exports assets there assets emissive. That's at the end. Assets small detail. Plants and previous assets, which we want the couch. Jose. Asset couch. Asset loot. Oh, you know so. Oh, okay, it's right there. Okay, never mind. Asset on the tip. Honestly, I don't know if I'll keep that sign where it is. Like, we've had it for so long, and it's a tribute. Maybe I'll make it smaller. You know what? I think I'm gonna make it smaller. Because as it stands right now, I don't know if on the tip's ever gonna come back. Doesn't mean I never want it to come back. That just means I don't know if it will. World. Another bear box. That could be something. So I do want to make this corner into its own corner of things, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, okay. Okay, so exported. This one's not exported yet. Sign. Oh, no, I did. Yes, hide. The missive. I need memories. Asset. Posters. Gremlin. These two are on our own texture sheet, right? Yes. Is that extra close? And then Biff will stay out of it for now. Make his hide. Did that one. Booty. So frictionless wipe. I'll be here all night. My level 2. And there's my wipe. Has to happen here too. Frictionless wipe. I'll be here all night. History. Windows rendering hypershade. Okay, and then we go back. And then export selection is going to be, is it toggled? And then I'm going to export this whole thing. So do texture set building. Curtains. This is the water. Asset water. Assets bear stand. Think that's everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, yeah, 25. That's it. No, not enough. And my eyes are scratched. Weapon, wrist clean, double, maybe double team. This guy, not this guy, not this guy. 16, 11, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there should be 6 because of this one. Which we're bringing it down. And make it a little bit bigger. Doctor, clean. I want to say clean. it's not that one. It's this one. Oh, never mind. The Pepper, strawberries, and cream. Dr. Pepper, strawberries, and cream. I think this looks fine. So... like a blind man down on the sense of feeling, and this is how you remind me. Cool. Where I really am. Alright. Like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I was taken for having you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down at the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my hand. Ooh. I like the base body of this. I would like the base body of this, please. Oh, it's not free. I swear I still do. Cannot look at it. I just like that head shape. Remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I... They have a Labubu? A Labubu 3D model? I shouldn't be surprised. Another one? That one's $2. This one's $3. Ooh, this is cool. A wind spinner female dancer. That's cool. And down on the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my hand. Scream, are we having fun yet? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh no. I want to make a model like this, I think. A little doll? No. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't really want to make that head. I've made so many 3D models in my life, and if I'm being completely honest, I just don't really want to make that head. But as a poor man stealing, and this is how you remind me. I think I want to do like anime plush. Ugly. I like the shape of this one. I love these ones though. Oh wait, can I have like the naked body of this? Do they have a name for these kind? This time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking, and I've been wrong, I've been down to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words. Do they have a name for this kind of plush? Weewoo cat plush. Is that what it is? Weewoo plush? I don't know what this kind of doll is called. It has to have a name. It's like a style of doll. Not that one. I don't like that one. Like, I like the proportions on this one, so I want this one. Do they have a naked one? Like a bald one? You guys have a bald one I can reference? I'm more than you bargained for, yeah. I've been trying to tell you everything that you want to hear. That's just who I am this week. I'm impressed. What kind of doll is this? Oh my god, they have so many pictures. It's like a type of doll. See, like they have love and deep space ones. They have to have. So it's like a plush cotton doll. Anime cotton doll. Dun, 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 dun. Shouldn't come down swinging. Bald. I don't have it bald. Is it the Shia Don Dons? Do you have like a baldish one? Can I see it from like different angles? See all photos. There's more than you bargained for, yeah. I've been trying to tell you to find the open. In your seats. Trying to be here. Fat. I want the fat one. Give me a 360 of that fat one. Draw a heart. Make a name. I don't want to buy it. I just want to look at it. I don't want to buy it. I want to look at it. Don't make me sign in, because I'm not gonna. Can I continue as guest? This is not in English. Another wall and a bullet. Another cock and bullet. Do they have a 360 of the doll? Oh, going down swinging. They have it unwrapped. I just think this is funny. It's like a UV version. Dun, 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 dun. We're going down swinging. Another one and a bullet. Another cock and bullet. Vogue Race has them. Oh, look at them. Dun, 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 cock and bullet. So it's called a cotton doll. They are called cotton dolls. Okay. I didn't know. How much are these? That's cool. Well, now I know I could make my own plush if I wanted to, too. Hey, darling, I hope you're here tonight. Okay, they have it on Amazon. I was just looking at these, actually. Yeah, I want it. No, I don't. Is this the fat one? This is the skinny one. I want the fat one. Give me the fat one. Cause I can't come back home till they're singing la la. It's the same one. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, fat only. Fat one only. Exactly. Oh, do I have to look up like Japanese cotton doll? Cause like they have the I don't want the made ones though. I want like a blank one so I can model it. Home again, home. Work on tomorrow is so hold me in the past. I before the past. Is this as good as I'm gonna get of it? I think so. I think that's as good as I'm gonna get for it. Fuck. It's fine. I'll work on that after collab. I know you don't wanna be leaving. Yeah, I want it, but I can't help it. I might use this as also a guide. Side. Hi, Chaotic Kitten. Welcome on in. I'm about to take a quick bathroom break before I get set up for collab. So I hope you will excusez-moi for a second so I can go to the restroom. Mother, I crave violence. Do it. Do the violence. Don't get caught. I'll be right back. I gotta go bathroom. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back in the building. I'm back in the building again. Alright, let's get prepared for collab today. I'm still standing by. Yeah, and then mute, and then no Ghostbuster and Gore. Yeah. Welcome back, thank you. Twitch.tv/maincoow. Thank you for the boop. Oh my god, I forget that everyone's just different. This time. Okay. Thank you for the boob. I'm just gonna sit in here. And go to collab. And go to Weewoo. And then go to game repo with you. I'm gonna further. I bet I can fit everyone. So love. Add. Oh. This one? Company. Boo 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 boo. Thank you for the head pads. But I've been disgusted by her. So a little bruised and battered. Oh no, I ain't coming home with you. Mouse. Bit more colder. My face, what I told. What is regular? I think I want to be a bit lower. I think here. Yeah, I think that's good. Then BLT will scoot for now. Share, creepy, me squeeze. Spells, his spells got me on my feet. Red and hurt, blurred blood, scorched a shirt, knee on a tree. Down 3 rounds and hella being good company. And oh shit, Beezy should be live today, huh? Being good company. Oh, Pendleton Ward. Oh my god. Beezy. Drawing a dragon. Oh my god, they're drawing a dragon. So cool, I like it. I forgot what I was doing. Chat. I forgot what I was doing, chat. Archie Mod Man. Select game. Select profile. Update all. Update all. Thank you, Dragon. Is this still on? The boobatuba. Is the boobatuba? It's still on Repo. Cool. I'm gonna have to do a new. Cool. Nope. Nope. This one can go down. And then it's just the people that are in the collab. Bloop, bloop. Yep, okay, cool. Lane, can I hit a DM? Yeah. You can DM me. Yeah, feel free to DM me. DMs are always open. It's not heat. Hey, hey, hey. Oh right, I forgot the cock hat. Just trying to see if there's anything else I want to wear. Ne'er-do-well. Oh. What the fuck? A news hat? A Squidward now. Pep hat? Oh. Peter's very scary. Okay. It's time to feel good again. Let's see what all kind of hats. Any new hats? I'll be alright. Just a little hat. Just a little hat, chat. Mechanical eyes. Oh, it's a whole ass hair. I do like the ears on this one though. Very cool. Fat cat? What does fat cat mean? Feathered hat? Fezbee? Oh, Fezar. Oh. Oh, it's a little fishing hat. Oh my lord. I love the little fishing hat. Oh, I'm wearing a fishing hat today, chat. Nice stream tomorrow. I'm gonna wear a fishing hat. Oh, it's so cute. Where are all my friends? Oh, they're wrapping up stuff. Okay. The ground. I wonder if I can make a I wonder if I can make a fishing hat before everyone joins. Cause my ears and my horns peek out a little. It's cute. Hi, wife. Hi. Just in case, that's a good idea. I didn't think about that. A good idea. Understandable. I'm trying to see if I can make a fishing hat before everyone gets here. Yeah, yeah. It's like a little, like a cargo hat, like a bucket hat, but it's got fish and stuff on it. I want one. Woo! He's a big chunky boy. Hello, welcome on in.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Goa.
Hi.
Hello, goer.
Well, shit.
Little babies.
God, your picture's so cursed, Mark.
What?
It's so cursed.
Oh, my picture.
Yeah, your picture's hella cursed.
Didn't even look. Oh dear God! All right, not
It's just
looking
what I
anymore.
look like.
Ghost.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello,
ghost.
everybody. This is my best friend.
Hello.
Hello. I gotta add you to the little buddies on screen. Cause everyone's like a little buddy. Little buddy.
Aw, the Tingy's cute. The little eyes.
Oh, I'm gonna post it. What that's from because it's really cute.
Oh, there you are.
Because I downloaded it. Ghost made us a video last night. I
It's
put it
great.
in the
It's so
round
cute.
table.
I love it.
Ooh.
Here we go. And a goofy and cool.
Got update.
I love
love
that.
I just love the
the string.
face. I love the
Yeah.
face. It's just like, hey,
Yeah.
pure joy.
Silly. I know. Turn that down. Turn Ghost up. Yes.
How does my hat work with all this?
I love it because, like, on a link stream, it looks like Ghost is looking up at the screen. It's so cute.
Yeah, yeah. I was telling me
None of you.
if you ever made that like a YCH commission, you'd get so many comms. I can feel it in my bones.
Heavily doubt.
Heavily
I
doubt. You
posted-
heavily doubt the goober?
I've posted YCHs before and they don't gain much traction.
It's valid. It's very hit or miss. It's either they blow up or they don't.
Mm.
If you switched me and Miyu, I'd be looking up at you.
That's true. That is true. Making a fishing hint. A fishing.
'Cause then that's just a
Probably.
representation of me looking up at Elaine.
What's up, Boof?
I should probably, load the game.
Yeah, I was.
You
Yeah,
got
same.
time.
That's
I
what I'm
mean, you
doing
got
right now.
time. You got time.
It takes forever to load with all the mods, so it's I've already.
Yeah.
That's true. It's mainly like the hat mod, to be honest.
Got to load all of the extra, cosmetics Elaine's putting in it. That's...
Yeah, okay. My like 4.
Didn't even clean up all the tries on that.
Oh,
it's
that's
gonna take
right.
Forever.
They're already clean. They're cleaner than everything
I'm
else.
joking.
Excuse me.
I'm joking.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
This
This is democracy manifest.
I gotta.
One of my
tag
friends
Ghost in
recently
the
showed me a song, and it's really nice.
Send it to me. I want to
I'm
listen
gonna
to
put
my
it-
songs.
You guys ever can find it in Spotify and post it in the song request.
Okay. Okie dokie.
But it's like foreign, and Spotify doesn't like foreign songs very much.
That's why you post a link.
Well, I gotta find it in Spotify first. That's the problem.
I believe in you.
Sorry, Ghost. I forgot the thing. I forgot the most important part.
Huh? What? What are we doing? Hold on.
You have to go into the more heads folder file to add those docs.
Okay, wait. Let me close that repo.
Okay.
Hold the horses, everyone.
I gave you the mod pack, that I forgot the important part, which is what Elaine probably told me to tell you to do, but I didn't read it right.
It was more that they had the mods in general, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because, like,
Sorry.
you can still
one?
play without the cosmetics, but you can't play without the mods.
Woo.
Which, next time we play, hopefully the new, because they have, like, a new update coming out for it, where, like, they're gonna have, like, moon phases and stuff, and more late game stuff.
Ooh,
So,
moon.
I want play. Yes.
But yeah, you'll download all the ones that are there, because without them, you just won't see them on us, I think.
Yeah, it will just be naked.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
if we
but
have
you
normal
just have to-
cosmetics, you'll just see the normal cosmetics.
Yeah, so you just have to like drag and drop them into the more heads mod folder.
Okay, wait. I gotta do this.
A lot easier than I thought it would be.
Yep. Thanks to the mod makers.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know so many mod makers that would just be like, fuck you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Only I can play with the mod. It's like, but I want to make us stuff.
Settings. Browse data folder.
Hello.
I've browsed
Hi,
the data
Zoe.
Hey, beautiful.
folder.
How y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Elaine Pratt,
Ooh, jump scare.
an X.
I'm good myself.
Plugged in.
I do have a bit of a... No, it's not a bit of a anymore. I've had an increasingly worse sore throat the last few days, so I will not be streaming tonight, as I really need
No
the vocal
problem.
rest. But I still want to be here and
Yeah,
hang
no
out.
problem.
I'm just not going to be streaming because
Yeah, of course,
I want to
no
reduce
problem.
the workload on my throat while I try to recover.
At the end of the day, these collabs are just for us to hang out and play video games.
Yeah.
So,
And honestly, I just wanted to be here to hang out with y'all, so thank you for having me.
yeah, we're gonna get into late game.
Yeah,
Get
like
into
game.
late game.
Put in the folder.
I don't know who has a little like red horns and black hair, but your Fuji
It's
tech
me.
is so cute.
Thank you so
Yay!
much.
Isn't it adorable?
It is
Oh my god, you guys have matching horns.
Oh yeah. Hey, my only sibling. Let me give you a follow. I know you don't stream, but maybe someday you will.
I streamed like once one game and then never did it again.
That's alright.
They're gonna be a mice tweams. Cause that's
Yeah.
my baby.
Yep.
That's fair. It's like my friend Kat who doesn't stream herself, but it has appeared on my streams multiple times.
Yeah, I'm Miu's co-host. Oh shoot. Okay. It has been placed in the folder. Now I shall reopen repo.
I booted up repo, but did it through Steam like an idiot.
Ha!
That's
Good job.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay.
Is it about a
How's your
light
laptop?
house or is it about you, Boffy? Because your name's in the song
Both.
in a weird way.
I am the lighthouse.
Oh, you are the lighthouse?
Yeah.
I like it.
Apparently the word's very similar to how my name is said, but I don't know how to say it because it's Russian, and I don't read Cyrillic very well,
Is it
and
not
by
just
that I
Mark?
mean at all.
Is
No,
it not
The
just Mark?
same,
Oh.
you see how the R is
Same old
backwards?
Yes.
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 That means it sounds different.
It's fancy.
Could have been the same, but yes, it's the same code, Zoe.
I think
I have not changed anything.
I just updated the silly valuables since that had an update.
Mm-hmm.
But I really enjoy that song. It's a good song.
Sounds good, bud. Thank you for sending it to me.
I'll post it in the round table in case anybody else is interested.
Yeah.
It's just a really nice Russian lighthouse song. It's sadly not on Spotify, because did you know that Russia doesn't have Spotify? Crazy.
I did not know that.
So there's
Am I
really no
surprised?
incentive.
No.
So there's really no incentive for them to upload things onto Spotify.
Oh, that's valid. That is valid.
Where's my Thunder model? There it is.
Oh, I might have to restart my computer, even though I just did.
Oh no!
No.
I have to say,
Fine.
Zoe's like muted and deafened thing for her PNG is so cute.
I know.
I agree. I saw
Oh,
that.
gosh.
It's good.
Should I download this one too, guys?
Huh? What?
Should I download that
What?
too?
Yes.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm here.
Hello.
Fuck.
Hi.
I'm late.
You're fine. Not everybody is here yet. You are a-okay.
Could have caused it, yeah.
It's not finally. It's not.
Is that where Zoe went? Did Zoe go to fight you?
Huh?
Oh,
Oh,
Zoe
Zoe
vanished,
disappeared
no.
and you appeared. You know. It's kinda like,
Oh. Wait. Oh, I don't know.
yeah.
I was just toying the chat for like a moment because
Oh.
I was like trying to explain that I'm not using my VTuber tonight because I don't want to have the lights on. It's too fucking hot and I don't want my computer
Bro,
getting
I
more
feel
heat.
you.
Yeah, I'm just using my repo repo bot Fuji Tech
I
thing
bought
tonight because
a
fuck
replacement.
that.
I bought a replacement bulb for my like room light that turns it into a ceiling fan and it's amazing and I love it.
Whoa.
It was $20, but it was worth it.
That sounds worth it.
Yeah, it's Kazuya has sweaty balls. You do not because you invested.
Bro, everyone in England has sweaty balls right now.
Fanboy.
I don't know how to tell you this.
I don't know. Invent fucking air conditioners, man. I don't know what to tell you.
We have air conditioners, but it's not like everyone has one in
Here you
their
go.
house.
Put it in the round table so that you can enjoy it.
And maybe get one for yourself.
Yeah, it's very
It
nice.
costs money.
Yeah, but what's worse, sweaty balls? Or
Everyone's got a bit of Betty Swallocks.
excuse me?
Betty Swallocks.
Sounds like you're saying a really bad word.
Replace the first letter in both of those.
Yeah,
It's not loading me in.
sweaty bullets.
I try
Yeah,
inviting
why
you.
not?
Maybe that'll fix it. Did you
Update.
update?
Yeah, I
update.
updated the thing.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
me
a
see if
dum
inviting
dum.
you
I
will fix
I
it.
launched the game without the mods. Fuck.
I did that too.
Wow, British people be Britishing.
Oh, something is not running on
British
that
people be
thing.
walking with heat stroke right now. I mean,
British people be Britishing.
I'm
Your character looks so
slowly
dandy.
I'm slowly
Thank
losing
you.
brain cells every
Thank
second
you.
from the heat just incinerating them.
baked beans are leaking out of our ears right now. It's crazy.
Big
Ew.
beans. Beans, what the fuck?
Bean.
You guys do that so much better than I do. What the fuck? Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Adding items. Steam manager.
God,
Yeah, there's
my
something going
Oh, goodness.
wrong with my repo. I don't know.
I
I might have
could try
to
on it.
install and reinstall them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
dear.
Do that or check if they have
That's what I'm
updates.
thinking.
I did. I updated them.
So same mod pack.
Sorry. Yeah, same one pack. Sorry,
It
we might be in
says
a little bit
there
of an
is-
echo chamber today.
It says there's one available mod that needs updating. Should I update that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You know what's up. We want all of those silly little items. That apparently quite a few of them have like abilities. I didn't know that.
Well, I've been really thinking about we should get the nuke mod.
Nuke.
I
It adds an item that's just a really fragile, like really expensive item, but if you break it, it like basically causes a massive explosion.
You know what?
Oh.
I'd be willing to do that if like the next time we play. Just not this time because we want to get further.
Not this time, yeah. I'm not talking about.
Are we creating a shared chat feeding Majiggy?
Yeah, we can. We can. I think I'm the only one streaming though.
I'm streaming.
It's funny. I switched over.
Oh, yeah.
into
Oh, sorry.
in-game audio.
Wow,
I thought we were
Elaine.
using that.
I
Yeah.
know I'm
No
an
one's
asshole.
talking
I'm
to me
sorry.
again.
I like that you moved your little pet heart to the like to the hairpin.
Yeah, yeah. I was like heart. The heart goes in the heart hole.
Is that what they're calling it nowadays?
Yeah. I still don't believe, this is a side thing, I still
Oh.
don't believe that every animal has the same shape of anus.
Why can't I
What?
join? They don't. Actually,
No.
it depends on if they have a tail. But yeah,
That's
What?
not something I ever thought I'd have to
I
think
thought it-
about.
look,
You're welcome.
think about it.
You put a weird
I'm
thought in
thinking
my
about
head.
it.
If there's a tail, it
Congratulations.
becomes more like a triangle instead of like just a closed thing.
No, me and
Just a s-
Moira have the same butthole. There's a puckered little star. Everyone has
Yeah,
a
but
puckered
that's
little
not-
star.
What
Oh,
about
the
those
hell?
animals that
Because of
shit
my-
cubes?
Yeah, but do they have does a wombat have a different butthole? Like, is it not still puckered?
Did you know that buttholes are like fingerprints?
Are they really?
Yeah,
So,
you just touch
But
a lot
the-
less
but-
things with your butthole.
I mean, I guess it depends on who you are, to be fair.
Hi,
I
Goran.
can't join your game. What's
Hi.
happening? Why?
Hi, Gore.
Hold on.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you for,
Maybe I need to
thanks
come
for
in.
waiting. I had
Of
a work
course.
thing that I had to
No,
that came up
you
at the
are
last
totally
second.
fine. You are totally fine. Everyone's game's kind of being a little weird, so
Why
it's
is
no
my-
sweat.
Oh, hold on. Let me-
Oh, I got it
Stream
in.
together not working.
It's loading now. Nice.
Oh, it's because I need to start it. My bad.
My stream together thing ain't working.
Is it working now?
No, I joined it and then it said that failed to load.
Oh, weird. It says we're sharing stream chat now.
Yeah,
'Cause I started
hold
it.
on. I'm opening in a different browser. One sec.
If you're using
Oh,
Opera,
that's-
Opera hates it.
Oh, I'm not using Opera. I'm using
Ah.
Brave.
Oh my
Ooh.
god, same! I like Brave.
Yeah, I love Brave. I get no pop-ups ever.
Mm-mm.
The built-in ad
Also,
block
thank you,
is
Zenon, for the
perfect.
compliment. I want to make a
Let me
hat.
try and open this in a different thing because it's just not...
Oh my god, thank you, Ghost. I'm so sorry I forgot this.
There we go. I got it working now.
And
I think I might be good
Mhm.
too.
yippee!
It opened a lot
Oh my-
smoother.
You have a little cactus. That's so cute.
We haven't updated the mod pack, right?
We have. Well,
we have,
the
okay.
same code, but when you open the mod pack, it'll be like, "Do you want to update this singular mod?" And I said yes.
Okay.
Because it's got silly billy little things in it.
Alright, I'm going to lower my Discord audio and talk in game.
Okie dokie. I will stay here and be the gate between.
All right, it's launching. I'll be back in
Alright.
1 sec.
Exactly.
No problem. Take your time. I'm still making my fishing hat.
You're not going for the cock hat today?
Oh.
I agree with
No, I want to go for the fishing hat.
Zine and the wolf. Zine and the wolf. Your
Zine,
character does
yeah.
look so dandy.
Dandy.
I just wanted to draw attention to that because that's. You don't see that word used often on Twitch.
Yeah, I like the word
it.
dandy.
I
It's
like
cute. It's like the word dandelion.
Is it too?
Dandy.
You're dandy.
I'm a dandy. I'm a dandelion. Every day.
Let's treat this like a
Mm,
brand
that's
new word
weird.
and use it so
Every
much that
day
it
I'm
stops having any
shuffling.
meaning anymore.
Yeah.
I think that would be dandy.
Dandalicious. Boop.
Nothing.
Why am I the only one having trouble
What the
loading?
fuck?
What's going on with it, Sunny?
Yeah, what?
It's doing
say
that
now?
thing again.
You uninstalled and reinstalled, correct? And then
Yeah.
because my
Probably.
other option for you would be to use a different mod loader personally, which would be R2 Modman. Because it's technically cleaner. It doesn't have any ads on it, so you could try that if you wanted to. I can send you
Which
the link for
one?
that.
I think it might be
Yes.
R2 Modman. Yeah, you could also try to verify the game files first.
Oh,
You
okay,
wanna do
okay.
that?
Oh, you know what I think I did? I know what I might have done. Hold on. I think I know what I did that I should not have done. Hold on.
Did you download Prawn without
the
a
fuck? Wait.
VPN?
Wait, Zoe, why did you make me flip upside down? I'm using my model. Do I have to flip my? Do I have to flip my fucking reactive? Are you
That's all
kidding
of
me?
your usable redeems
Yep.
active, so I chose one that you can actually do.
Oh my god,
I believe in you, buddy.
you're making me do extra work.
Hey, I could have made you summon a little fella and take off your mask and take off your cloak and use a derpsia.
Well, I would have refunded all your points otherwise.
There. I
fixed it. How the fuck do I rotate?
It's working now, Mew?
If you right click, you should be able
I
to
did it.
flip it vertically. Okay, it hasn't updated yet on the viewer end. There we go.
Yeah.
Yay.
I can't believe this.
Upside down, Sia.
Why?
Because I love you.
I love you too.
Yay.
I
Alright, I
can
got a
remember
fishing
to
hat.
flip myself back over in 10 minutes.
Kind of small though.
I'll set a
Oh,
timer for
hell
you.
yeah. Hydrate.
After all, I'm still your
Hydrate.
mod.
I gotta hydrate.
Hydrate.
I shall
I'll hydrate
hydrate,
with you.
or I will dehydrate. Ha.
Nom, 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 nom.
Nom, nom, nom.
Oh, I realized I probably should unmute myself in the Discord or in game so you can hear me, Kazuya. Hi.
Turning on Discord.
Wonder if they have a fishing rod in this game.
Fishing rod.
Body. Yeah, because they have a fishing hat. Now I'm wearing a fishing hat.
You say fishing mod?
Or fishing hat from the Moorheads mod.
Oh,
there you go.
okay. I thought you meant like adding fishing to the game. I'm like,
Yeah,
I
don't
was
say
thinking,
fishing
why would
around
you do
Zoe.
that?
She loves
Don't make me
fishing.
do fishing.
She loves fishing.
Oh, it's becoming sarcastic.
Yeah, it's like, hey, wait a minute.
She hates fishing.
I don't hate hate it. It's
I'm a
just my
fishing.
least favorite thing to do in any game.
You trying to find the teeth you have, Mark?
Why do you need my teeth, bro? They're in my mouth. What do you
Oh,
mean?
Elaine with the fishing hat looks so cute.
I'm a fisher.
I have a question, Elaine. If you were to wear a
what's
hat
up?
like that, would you cut holes in it for your
Oh my
big
God.
fluffy ears to stick through, or would you have your ears just kind of flat on the side, flattened by the rim of the hat?
I feel like it'd be cute if they were just flat, but I think
Yeah, that would be cute.
for functionality, I probably should just cut holes in it. But
Yeah.
Ah, shit. I had it muted, Mark. Were you talking? Because of Discord.
I'm not muting my Discord as well. I'm gonna be stalking
Okay.
everything.
Okay.
I like that since Gore is like in mini mode, he's just kind of barely peeking over the
Yeah,
bottom of the
this is very
screen.
peeking.
Yeah.
What's
A
up?
little guy. He's so little.
Gobby goblin.
What's up, everybody's critical.
He is.
Mew. Okay, I think everyone's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I need to adjust people's audios in game.
Oh God, Repo, no, please.
Oh no, what happening? What's happening?
I just hear someone. It's frozen, so I hear someone go.
So how did you break your shit?
Yeah.
I may not have clicked repo beta.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Do we want to do introductions so that way? Do we want to do introductions so that way we can level everybody's audio? Okie dokie, I'm gonna go in Discord order. You're having to mentally prepare, but it'll be inverted. Keeping it changed, keeping it fresh up in here. All right, Zoe, go for it. Hi, Soda Soup.
Oh, all of them! Every single one!
Yippee!
Hell yeah.
Yippee!
Thank you.
Who's
All
next?
right, and now Mew, my wife, if you could do your introduction.
Mew is long gone.
What?
For Rick, hold on,
Oh.
let me unmute my Discord. I'll unmute my Discord. Hi, wife. What happened?
It
What happened? What happened?
froze, but it should be fine. I think I just had to like
I'm
restart.
gonna see if I can pee real quick before it gets to me.
I think everyone else should speed run their
Yeah,
intro.
just say one word and move on to the next.
Yeah, Mia,
Yeah.
you want us to
Speed
come
run.
back to you? We can come back to you.
Yeah, come back to me.
Okay. Next is Ghost. Ghost, it's your turn.
Me?
Mhm.
Hi. I'm Ghost or Buster or Danny or whatever the hell you want to call me. I am Mew's co-host. I do not stream, but I am Mew's emotional support demon.
Woo!
Oh, okay, cool. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, guys.
Good on me. It is your turn now.
Oh, sorry, my brain. Hi, I'm
You're
new
good.
Ruby. I am an artiste. I play games. I like hanging out with everyone here. I like playing Repo sometimes. I'm not streaming because I'm tired and I like to just vibe. That's it.
Valid. Okay, Gore.
Hey, I'm Gore. I'm a goblin VTuber and definitely not a goblin. Let's see. I make video games. If you've ever played Risk of Rain 2, you've played something I made. And I like to stream just playing video games and chilling when I either do art or dev stuff.
You make stuff in risk your ring too.
Yeah.
I had no idea. That's actually really cool. I fucking
Yeah,
love
that's
risk rain.
You ever picked up Gore's Tome?
Oh. That's fucking mega cool, bro. What the fuck? I like that we all were like, like
Yeah,
we
the
uncovered a like Excalibur secret or
right?
something. We're like, oh.
Elaine, you didn't tell us we had a celebrity in our midst.
I know.
Damn,
I'm so
for real.
sorry. You know, Gore wanted to keep on the DL. You know, the paparazzi can
Fair
be
enough, fair enough.
vicious.
That makes
Yep.
sense. You make friends who like you for you and not just because you worked on a big game, you know? But like, hey, we respect you for it. So.
I'm so modest, you know. I've made games. I did this one indie game. You never heard of it.
Alright,
Listen,
you,
kind
since you're
of-
in the,
Kind of real.
Yeah.
since you're back, do you want to do your intro, Mew?
Yeah, I think it's all good now.
Pog.
Hi, I'm Mew the Mermaid, and I'm very flustered because I was scuffing too much, but I'm here.
Never too much scuff. You're
Yeah,
not.
I'm
You're
here.
not. You're becoming a true streamer, understanding the scuff. You know.
It's hard. They don't teach you this in mermaid school, okay? I have excuses.
What do they teach you
I
in
still
mermaid school?
pre-debut, but hopefully soon I'll be streaming just like everybody else. Yay!
Pog.
Yeah.
Poggin. Alright, Kazuya, do you want to go?
Yes. Hi everyone. I'm Kozia. Or Kazia.
Hi,
Or
Kasia.
or Kosaya, as one person called me once.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
crazy.
don't know. Anyway, I'm a horror VTuber, gamer, streamer. I play lots of random games or like ongoing games. Like right now, I've done like 10 streams of Deltarune, going from like chapter 1 to 4, and it's been really
Nice.
fun. Yeah, I just play all sorts of stuff. I only stream like maybe 2-3 times a week, and you know, it's fun. I like doing the streaming. I just hit 500
streaming is
followers
so
too.
fun.
I hit that
Damn.
last week as
Mhm.
well. You know, it was actually like during last week's replay stream that actually happened, so I was very excited
Yeah,
about
that's
that.
cool.
And
No,
I-
great.
Yeah,
and
it was sick
and,
that you
and you know
got
what?
that.
Exclusive for you guys, because I've not even announced it yet on Twitter or anything, but I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream next week.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be
exciting.
fun. So yeah, but yeah, that's all I gotta share for now.
Poggin. Alright. The last but not piss. Boffy, what's up?
Is your boy Boffy? My bladder is empty. I'm ready to play.
Hell yeah.
Pog. Pog. Alrighty. And I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow. You know me. I'm the whiplash of VTubers. Let's get into this shit. Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's fucking go.
Mark, I sent you a frog.
Oh my
Warning you guys in
god.
advance. I have two birds
Oh.
next to me, so if you hear screeching or chirping,
Aw,
I've got
burpees.
birds.
That's dope.
Burpees?
I
What
heard
kind
to
of
keep
I love
birdies?
burpees.
They have got me killed many times in this
Humbug.
game.
Oh, that's valid. Well, we do have the push to mute, like a toggle mute.
Yeah,
so
if you
that
press
helps.
V, it'll mute your microphone.
And it'll say it in the
Gotta-
bottom left
it's-
corner so you
it's-
can know.
We got it because streamers need to do that sometimes.
For the voice chat,
You upside down anymore.
for the voice chat, do I
Oh, yeah,
anyone
I
for
just
record
over.
audio?
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, go into your voice and video settings and just turn your output down to 0%.
Yeah. So
Thank
that
you
you're
for appeasing my desires.
Me, what the hell?
That
We
or
can't
you can,
both be this.
You can
What do
also
you
mute it
mean?
in your Windows sound
What do you
mixer.
mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm muting
She
it
was
in
here first,
Me-
technically.
Me looks exactly like me on my. Oh, me just loaded in. Oh.
Hi!
Wait.
I thought
Hi.
me was.
Okay, I do.
Thought me was trumping my style for a second. I was like, I don't need to assert my dominance. I need to assert my territory.
You look.
That's
Court,
That's so
you
cursed.
look like like an anime Yoda.
Yeah.
You don't say.
Anime Yoda.
Oh my god.
You seem vaguely
You guys, how do you guys like
I can't place
my
why.
Ninja Turtle?
Oh my god, is that is that
That's a
Sora?
great Ninja
that,
Turtle.
like mask.
Thank you.
Alright.
Lovely.
Alright.
So this is our save from last
Green
week.
link.
We were at level 10 already.
Yes, yes,
yeah.
this is true.
So
Shopping done.
Where's Ghost?
What
we
is
want to
this?
buy. What's that
It's
upgrade
like-
like?
what is that?
Oh, our upgrades
I don't
are
know.
What
top.
is this?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe throw it or
Gummy.
something?
It's Gubby from. Well, I know what it's from, but why is it here?
Is it like?
Oh!
Oh!
Ah! Ah!
Bruh.
You gotta restart. Okay, no sweat.
Imagine if we all died there and it game overed us.
Right?
I know, right?
Freeze gun? Where's all this new cool shit coming from?
I think it's coming from the silly mod. The silly mod?
Yeah, I think updated.
Silly items mod. Miyu
Better
had to
start a
restart,
moonstick,
so when we
bro.
leave here, we gotta wait for her.
There's
Okay.
a water balloon?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god,
oh my god.
golden desert eagle? Yo.
What the fuck? A golden desert eagle? What the fuck?
Yo.
I'm sorry, there's
Oh
this.
my god.
Wow, this is crazy. This actually aims perfectly.
Jesus, it's so.
Yeah,
Does it? Wait, I wanna
who-
see. Wait, let me see.
Who played Call
Claudia.
of Duty 4? Because this is a great
Claudia,
reference.
pick,
Yeah?
pick this up.
Pick what up? Pick like this?
Ah!
Ow!
Yeah.
Ah!
Huh?
Oh, that hurts.
Sorry, it controls differently.
What
to
was
usual.
that?
What the fuck? Why is it
Yeah.
Wait, let me
like
see. I wanna
this?
see. I wanna see. I wanna see.
Damn.
It's got like no.
Oh, what the fuck? That's
Yeah.
so weird.
What the fuck? That's actually really overpowered because you don't even have to
Yeah.
like adjust your aim. You could just point
Yeah,
and
this is
shoot.
crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah, we should buy
It's a
it.
water balloon.
Oh wait, no, we should not. Wait, no, we shouldn't buy that. That's way too expensive.
My car has been elevated.
Oh! Oh no! Ah!
That was
Ghost, if
impressive.
you hold tab, do you have any
Hey, hang
upgrades at
on.
all?
Nope.
Curse.
Okay. Alright.
Oh, we need to get some upgrades for Ghost.
Everything's very expensive.
Good
now.
call.
Where is?
Get some stamina.
Oh.
Do we still have the shared upgrades thing on?
Yeah, we do.
we
It's
do,
just
but-
because Ghost wasn't with us in the last playthrough, they don't have the.
Yeah, yeah.
So
No, I
we
was
should
just
probably grab
wondering
a
about
bunch of
that.
stamina.
Because, we would also all get the
Yeah,
upgrade
we
effects
have a
from
lot of
any
money,
catch-up.
so we can buy lots of good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably get some stamina for Ghost, because stamina sucks dick early on.
Oh my god, that scared me. This is so weird.
Boing, 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 boing.
Tammy flakes. I wonder what the Tammy flakes do.
I think they're just healing.
Oh, okay.
They just heal like.
It makes sense. They were
if
with
you
yeah,
hover
they were
over
with the
them-
healing items.
Oh.
Yeah,
What the
if you
fuck?
hover over them, it tells you how much it heals.
Why is this thing so deadly?
What is what? Huh? What?
The water balloon.
Maybe it's because you don't suspect it, you know? Maybe it's because
Yeah.
it's like you
Yeah,
expect it
yeah.
to be innocent and then it just it fucks you in the asshole.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, that's one of the ways to do comedy, and then, like, maybe.
Ow.
Like, you kept talking, and then I'm like,
Ay.
oh, my answer changed.
Teleportation button.
Yeah, if
It
you
takes
have
you to
it
the-
and you're out,
Yeah.
it gets you back into the bus.
I don't know what 99% of these things are.
That's okay.
Oh.
Yeah. The fuck was that?
Wait, just type nothing. Oh, bang! Oh my god! Hello, Weezy! Hi, welcome welcome in Raiders. Hi everybody. Hi Busy.
Welcome Raiders. Wow.
Hi. I saw you were drawing dragon. The dragon looked very. Oh my butthole. Sorry about that. Oh my ass. I was given a new one.
I'm glad you weren't too busy to drop by.
Stop. She's never gonna rig my model again. Yes, I was vlogging and that was fun.
Oh, bad dragons.
I hope you had fun.
A few of them were bad.
Thank you so much for the raid. If you need to do some after stream care, get yourself some food, you know, go and do that. Your health is very important to us here at the Milk Club. So, we're just playing a bit of Repo with our friends, and I'm getting kicked in the face! No! You fucking asshole. You fucking asshole. Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me! I'm about to get shot. Alright, are we good?
Bad dragon.
We're gonna try and load in. Sounds good. Sounds good. Because I can invite you once we're in the car.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh.
Are we good? We're buying this?
I think we're good.
Oh.
Why did someone throw something?
It was Gubby. Little dangerous Gubby. I keep hearing scissors. Why do I keep hearing like the scissor sister?
It's the sword. It's like a sword thing.
Alright, everybody in the car. I'm gonna go refill my water, but yeah, I hope you guys reap so many O's. Get good water, get some cold, refreshing water. But we love you here, BZ. Thank you for the raid. I need this one. I need the big one.
Good point.
I definitely need one.
And remember, we don't leave just yet because Mew disconnected, so we have to wait for her in the next area.
Yeah.
Whose internet are we waiting for?
Mew. She got disconnected.
Mew.
Alright, everybody, we're leaving.
When you touch healing pack.
Eat your Happy
I'm
Meals.
kidding.
Oh.
Less.
Happy Meal time. Ew.
Nope,
Alright.
I did not do it right.
Holy shit, we have so much stuff.
What upgrades do I take?
All of them. You can take all of them.
You can take all of them. We have shared upgrades on, so we all get the upgrades when we buy them.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's just since you weren't physically here before, you don't have them.
Hi, Mew.
Right, I'm taking the magic wand with the recharge drone to do the glitch.
Okay.
Yeah, we got lots of gear. We can pop off.
Gang's all here. Yeah, the gang's all here. Except for Noble, because he's at an interview, and Pancake, because I think she was biggest. Who's mayonnaise in
We shall get to level 20 in their honor.
Mew, are you good? Oh, right, you can't talk. Wait, hold on. I need to load us into the next area, because Mew can't talk.
Right.
Sorry, wife. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Hello. Yay.
Hello. Yay.
Hi.
Sorry about the scuff.
It's okay.
If the Broom Academy.
Now, if this is gonna go like any other time when we've loaded up a save, we're gonna immediately lose this save and restart again.
Don't say that. Come on now. Come on now.
Watch out!
This. Oh, I need
Watch out!
What?
First.
Oh. Okay.
Oh shit, okay.
What's in the first room? Huh?
A hole.
I got a gun. Oh.
This would not be the first time that we've all
Minecraft?
ran out.
No.
And just ran
Roblox.
straight off the map.
I'm gonna rip this door off its hinge.
Yeah, it's Minecraft.
I know nothing about Minecraft.
There we go. I've made my moon stick have infinite ammo. I'm good to go.
Oh, okay.
Why is it
Oh,
rolling?
got the map.
It's rolling.
What?
It's a slime cube.
Yeah, but like it's rotating. Like if
Maybe
it's
it
like
doesn't
on the
want to
ground.
be held.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Oh.
Yo, guys.
What's up here? Blue, blue, blue. I just realized the music's still playing. I should pause that.
Oh, I forgot how dark this game is.
Such a good song, though.
Yeah.
Oh. Alright,
No
there you go.
doors. You have a hole with the doors. Trying to break it, but.
A loot?
Oh, we got a monitor to go with our computer that we got. Hey.
Perfect.
Oh.
We got a whole
Found a
setup.
toilet.
Oh.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? No, already? Oh my god.
Right now, I hear guns. The huntsman? Where's the huntsman?
Okay, everyone's still alive. Oh.
Nobody saw that.
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
Oh boy.
someone's
No,
dropping
I just
sick
realized I have been destroying the shit out of this. I can't just like smash it into walls. Okay. Wow.
Eh. My
Am I
toilet's
glad
gonna.
that I'm not streaming today.
Bro.
Someone is dead. Someone
Oh,
died.
I see someone.
Crud.
Thank you, fellas. So trying to put the square on there. Get to the hole.
Bruh. Also, was that
Help!
was that
Help!
dude here?
Help! 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 Help me! Help me!
Oh, no.
Help me, please!
I just tried to attach. Hold on. Okay, we have a duplicate of them. Wait.
Thank you.
Oh.
No, not again!
Yeah.
Not again! Not again!
This
Not again.
object. has a-
I picked you up, don't worry.
Find someone if need be.
Thanks.
You just, he kicked me in the face.
I'm sorry.
He's still around. Watch out.
Not my problem.
I'll thank you, Apollo.
No, don't make it my problem.
Oh wait, the drones are made back on it. Look, it's weightless.
Alright, I'm gonna bring the toilet. Lane looks like mom watching over a D&D party version of the Muppet Babies. Fuck yeah. I'd be like that hot mess mom though. I want to set this toilet up. There's like something on the toilet though, so I don't really know what that's about.
Thank you for helping.
There we go.
Alright.
What in the fuck knuckles is that? It's Minecraft.
Hero Brian.
Hero Brian.
Oh shit.
Monument thing.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't know.
hello.
Hello. I broke the big guy. Oh, the guy that like runs away with people broke the big orb head.
Oh, that's okay.
He kidnapped me twice.
Yeah, he like him like that.
Freaky.
Ow, 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 what the fuck? It's hurting me. Asshole. The fuck? There. There. Now when we turn it in, it'll be all good. Hello.
Hello.
Should
Yeah. So then we don't have to keep bringing the cart over.
Yeah, that thing hurts you. Hero Brian hurts you. I was touching that thing and it sucked my life force. It sucked me.
Oh.
It sucked me.
What does that sound?
What is that?
It must be what's over the cart.
Now it's not in the
Look at
cart
that.
anymore. Money, 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 money. Ooh-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Woohoo! What is this? What is this?
It's a guy.
What is this? Oh, it's
It's
the
a
troll
face.
Oh, I think I heard a huntsman just now.
Yeah, there's
Another
huntsman.
Yeah, I can try and kill it real quick.
Yeah.
I believe
Oh wait,
in you.
wait, what the heck? What's going on over here?
Damn, my troll face, bro. That's fucked up. Put this in the
I tried to
blade
put
part.
something in it, but the troll face's like hitbox was stupid.
The hitbox is stupid.
You could make better
Would you
hitboxes
like
than that.
to
You should make
try?
items.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Elaine, you should make items for this game.
I could.
You should make BLT.
Yeah. What's this? Found a scrap of metal. Ooh. Oh, is it all the way up there? No, it is. Ew, what the fuck? Don't do that. Hello, are you gonna do that? Here, I'll lure people in here. Oh, hey, you should go in there.
Go in there?
Yeah, you should go in there.
Oh.
I don't know, man.
It's a spooky ghost! Oh, sorry.
Oh, what? A ghost! Oh my god, this is really scary.
Bobby!
You got this. You got this.
Ah!
I'm
I
spotting
got a
you.
tough head. I just want to take the money bag out. You want to help me get the money bag out?
I got you.
Thank you.
Just take the troll face out because it's weird shaped. I don't like it. I thought it
Yeah.
was Maxwell from the back of it, and it's not, and it made me sad.
Okay.
I got lost in building my base again. How'd you get lost? How do you get lost in your own base, dog? Make a smaller base. Mew, can I have your tiny cart, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go fight. I'm going.
Stolen.
Oh my god, Bobby, what the fuck?
What?
Excuse me, sir. Ah! What's happening? Nice car.
Thanks.
Did you know if you put the smaller cart in there, it goes a lot faster?
Hmm?
If you put the
We
smaller
don't want to break the
cart in
speed
there
limit.
and stand in the smaller
Well,
cart
partially
and then
because I'm so
control
used
that,
to
it
my
goes a
old
lot
layouts.
faster.
Oh, that makes sense. You guys okay?
Okay. Hey.
Hello.
Yep. It's E.T.
E.T. E.T. phone home. You know, I don't think I. What in the fuck, Knuckles, was that? What is this? What is this? It's like a shiny ball?
Is there a car
It's
up
a
there?
light bulb. A tiny one.
Can this fit in it?
Maybe.
This?
I think so?
Okay, I'll try and... Whoa.
What is it?
It's an Atari, I think.
Oh my god, it is an Atari. Let's go.
Yeah, earlier on, I found the ET game for the Atari, the game that got buried.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll go put this away. I got a light bulb and an Atari, and I'm gonna have a little house party. Excuse me?
You have an Atari.
No! 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 My Atari! You son of a bitch!
Wait, did the gnome break the Atari?
Yeah, and my light bulb. Now I can't have a house party because my Atari is broken. Life is meaningless.
Huh?
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 Oh, you spooky. I gotta go get more loot now. Man. God damn those gnomes. My trip, yes.
No.
I had an Atari and the gnomes broke my Atari.
Yeah. Little bastards. They got me a bit too earlier with the banana.
You had a banana? They took your banana?
Yeah, they took the banana. Well, they didn't. They left it 1/3 of its original value.
Wow. That's like worse
Horrible.
than breaking it.
I know.
Wee.
Ugh.
There ain't any loot over here. Oh.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome back. Any loot in here? Any loot in this bitch?
Yeah, same.
No loot in this bitch. It's just weirdly orange. No, my Atari. Thank you, Devouring. Hi.
Hello, I fell in with this.
Oh, understandable.
It's okay. I got to read something sad, so it made me feel better.
Valid.
Someone lost all their freaking save data from Pokemon when they got their Switch 2.
Oh god, I heard about that.
Yeah, I had that happen to me too before when I got my OLED, so I'm just like, I feel you, brother. I feel you.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, they don't care too. They're like, we don't own Pokemon, so we can't back up your data. And I'm like, cool. Cool.
Alright, what's up here?
That would be so painful.
Oh yeah, especially because it was like 20 years worth. That's hard. Mine was only like 4 years worth. Well,
I don't think there's anything up there.
no.
Alright, time to go downstairs. You scared the shit out of me, dog. You fucking standing in the darkness like that?
I was just like,
Hey,
I'm
what's
just
up?
getting out of the way so I can like take a bite out of my
Pop-Tart.
Oh. That's a big ass thing. What the fuck? Oh, it's like a Roblox cat. Well, I have a Pokeball. It's like it though. I had a light bulb. Bleep, 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 bleep.
You.
You guys holding a generator?
Yeah.
Nope. Big laser guy, big laser guy.
Oh, I got him. Where is he?
He's back that way.
Do we want to go ahead and submit this up to get to the next one?
Let me get. I have a remote, but yeah.
Yeah. And we can carry the money bag inside the little cart.
What is that? What does that mean?
I don't think it'll fit.
What is the jingle jingle mean?
That's
The jingle jingle.
The gun.
There's a Sailor Moon wand, and you can shoot it at things and hurt it. If you want one, we can get you one. Yeah, okay.
Watch out! I got a ball.
I got it. Give it. Give it
right,
quickly. Quickly. The banana.
Yeah. There was another charge. I killed it.
Oh, okay. Good job.
Alright,
Monsters
ready to take
mean
this money bag
nothing.
with me?
Yeah.
You can put it in the cart if you want. There you go.
Yeah.
You don't have to. I'm putting it upside down though.
Oh, careful, Ghost. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. I actually don't know where else to explore, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like we got all the...
There's not much left. Like, I think this money bag will take care of the next 2 extractions.
Do you know if you type in chat and you look up, you'll have a higher pitch voice. If you look down, you have a lower pitch voice.
What?
Oh, that's cool.
What?
Yep.
That's so cool. I didn't know that. bomb, guys.
No, no, no.
Yeah. Okay.
Not towards the cart. Oh!
Ah! Throw it in the hole!
Okay, everybody's
Good. Oh my god, we almost lost the whole money bag in the cart. Oh my god.
Oh, there's another one. Watch out.
Oh!
Bruh,
Got
get away
it.
from me.
We're good.
No, the protection.
I was at a convention on Saturday, and there was someone cosplaying as a repo bot. It was flawless. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
We almost lost this whole thing, by the way.
Oh.
Shooty guy.
Got it.
Shit.
Oh,
Oh, good job.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey,
there was a death in the process.
There you go.
wait,
Hey, boo.
Can someone take this? Someone grab this for a second. I'm gonna pull up the cart.
A child!
No,
A
baby!
child!
No, baby!
Get the baby! Get the baby! No! The money bag! Oh.
I saved it. I saved it.
What are you doing?
I saved it destroys the thing.
Are you serious right now?
Oh,
Oh my god, kill the child! Throw the child into the pit! Oh my god!
It keeps breaking free. Thank you.
Jesus
hard.
Christ!
Oh my god.
We were trying to grab that thing. It kept
Bro,
slipping
we lost
away.
Oh my god, we lost so much.
I have food.
We'll survive.
Here, can you help me carry this
Ay,
downstairs?
ay, ay.
I got you. Follow me.
Oh, these are. Oh, okay. I was like, where's the stairs?
Oh my god.
We have to have like 4 jumps.
I don't.
Oh, I see.
I don't. I got no jumps. What the? I got no jumps. I'm joining late.
We'll get you some upgrades, girl. Don't worry. Oh, actually, check real quick. What are your problems?
Cheer.
What's up here?
Yeah, okay, check.
There's nothing up there, I think. Hello?
I got it.
You guys good?
I'm giving my
Ooh,
HP to
what happened?
everybody.
I was trying to help. I was trying to help Gore not go into the acid pit, and I fell in. Thank you. Oh.
I love that noise means utter violence.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go without the cart for the. Well, no, this is too heavy.
Here, I got this side of the cart.
can
You
carry
get the
it
back.
together.
Got it. Yep. Good
idea.
call.
Yeah.
Good job, everybody.
Safe.
Well done.
Safe.
Got it.
Good job. Good job.
Awesome.
Well, I think we're just about gonna have enough. Like, we are probably gonna need a little bit more for the next one, but.
Yeah, but we can kill more monsters for it.
Yeah.
Here.
Kiwi, I'm surprised I haven't seen any sexy Repo cosplays yet.
Soon.
I need some Rule 34 Repo bots.
Oh.
Heck yeah.
I mean,
Okay, so we're at.
Elaine,
We need like
Nice.
2
an
more.
artist.
Okay,
You could
2K.
be
That's
the
not hard.
safe for work repo artist. That.
If another
You're
monster
right.
pops up, then we
You're
can just
so
take the
right.
orbs.
You're so right.
You can drive
I mean,
like,
if it-
sexy lingerie, but it's
I
still
mean, if
like
there
the
were
same
little
proportions
people-
of a repo.
Yeah. I mean, if there were little people in these
You,
outfits, they'd be
following
pretty
you.
hot.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you want to follow me, I'll take you to the next one.
You're pretty hot.
Woo!
I'm shocked no one's modded those Labubu things in this game yet.
Oh,
Pissed off Mark.
That's a good
Mark
point.
hates
Maybe I'll just like make one. Just like
You
maybe
should.
I'll make an item just for you, and you can just have a little
sorry.
bit and you can be like, look at this
Mark,
thing.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna go around this big hole.
We're discussing making a Labubu for you.
Mind the
my way
gap.
around holes.
That sounds like a sound clip. Mind the gap. Can someone, Jack? Can you clip that, please? I want to make that a sound bite. Mind
Make
the
me a
gap.
soundbite? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
dude. Make me a sound bite. That was really good.
Thank you.
Piss. No. Oh my god.
We have like
I
five
thought
minutes.
Oh, let's
I
let me get a
forgot, so I
soundbite.
just
Let me
thought
get a
you were gonna
soundbite
jump
of Elaine
straight
saying,
into the piss.
piss.
pissed.
I do that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we need a little bit more. Okay, we gotta go kill something, I think.
We
Yeah.
need to wait until some
Let's
unfortunate
summon the
soul
demons.
spawns.
Yeah.
Yeah, some tortured soul.
Oh, good. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary.
There's a thing.
I'll be honest, the extra jumps stress me out a little bit.
But it's like
Oh,
glitched
God,
in the
no.
wall.
Oh, I
I
killed
got
it.
one
Okay, I
jump,
did.
I'm
Oh, okay.
unspecial.
And
I would
the
give
thing
you mine.
broke
I don't.
because
Well,
it
technically,
was
you're special because you're
in
the
the
only
wall.
one that can't. You know?
Yeah.
True.
Oh, I heard the gunshot! Huntsman! You're mine, bitch!
Hunt him down! Hunt him
Where is
down!
he?
Hunt
Where is
him
he?
down!
Where is he? Where is he?
What happened?
I hear a
Huntsman, we just heard
huntsman.
him! Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, Huntsman?
Was it not a gunshot?
I heard a gunshot. Ah.
Oh man.
Huntsman! Huntsman, where are ya? We just want to have a little chat. Oh, oh! Nice! Good job!
Right, I do not, like, this is important, we can't lose this.
Yeah, I don't want them to
I am walking very slowly.
I have a Pokeball, but it's only worth 500.
Do not walk into me, I have the money. I have the money.
I have tiny money. Ooh,
Wait,
I have
there's a
tinier
charge?
money.
I'll take
Oh
it. You
shit.
kill him.
Someone hold this. Okay. Now we got more money!
Yippee! And I have a Pokeball.
Oh, here, I have a cart.
Please take this back. I don't want to be responsible for it.
I got it. I'll
Don't
be
give it to me,
responsible.
bro.
I'll be responsible. It's alright.
I like that Boffy just shit out a cart.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
Ghost!
also shit out a cart. Oh, thank you for getting to that.
Ghost! There's a cart here. You can put it in there and it'll be safe.
Heart.
You can put it in your pocket if you want.
Let's
The
go.
baby is safe.
There
The baby.
The
Yes.
baby is. I would like to see the baby.
Class of 87.
Alright, so the piss.
The bite of
room,
87?
No, the class of 87.
Was that
Aw.
the class of '87?
Alright, the final orb.
Oh, good job, everyone.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Right, yeah,
go,
there's
let's
gonna
go,
be
let's go,
lots
let's go,
of
let's go.
enemies. Like, there's
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
at least 3
Let's
charges,
go.
so we gotta
Let's go home.
go.
Oh, God.
Time to go home.
Come.
If you get blocked off, let me know. I can zap them.
Oh, baby. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope.
Uh-oh. I'll take it.
Oh shit! Oh shit! He shot the thing on my hand.
There's so many.
I ran out of bullets.
Ah!
Oh shit.
Oh my god! There's so many things! Oh my god! Oh my god, there's so many things!
Fucker.
Go, go, go.
Ah! Hey man, thanks man.
Jesus Christ.
Go to the bus!
Wait, what's the huntsman?
Help! 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 Help!
Ow.
Help! Help!
Yeah.
I heard core. Help.
Thank you.
What's
I'm pretty sure I got killed because Gore was screaming help.
I can give people my help.
Because I was silent.
That's very possible.
And
Might need to use your help.
Oh, hello.
Oh my god.
Oh god. I got it.
There's so many. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Oh no, there's a treasure on the staircase!
No!
What is this? Elaine?
Oh, hey.
Is it retrievable?
Oh no, help me!
Just kill the child. Feels good. Oh no.
Run, run, run.
Oh my god. Whoa.
Good job.
face, watch out.
Hello.
Just don't face the outlets. Just...
Go, go, go.
You didn't sound like a maker.
Get in the car, get in the car, get in the car!
You'll be okay.
Holy shit.
It's like a cold. Just stay with so you don't contaminate them. There you go. Good job. Good job.
I love the
Good job,
circle
everyone.
jerk around all the little bombs. That was funny.
That was terrifying. I just saw the charge on the stairs and he just fucking curb stomped me.
Yeah, the charge fell off, and then it like took you with him.
99% of my health I used reviving people.
Yeah. I just gave you all my health until you were like pulled.
What the fuck is that?
This is a healing gun.
Yeah, we
healing
need that.
gun?
We need that. We need
Can
that.
we fire that in here? Hold on, can we fire that
Oh
in
yeah, can we fire it in here?
Yeah.
Health changes in here doesn't affect health changes in the game, sadly.
Oh. Oh,
I
okay.
heard that, but I don't know how active that actually. What did that do?
Thank you.
It's a healing gun.
Oh, sorry.
Ow.
How you doing?
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
Oh, it's
Look
another
out.
gubby.
It's like the rubber duck, yeah.
Cool.
Is it?
A little bit.
Oh, right. We should get Buster some
You doing
upgrades.
okay?
So Buster's more on our like
Got you,
You know.
a gubby.
on the level with us.
Gobi.
Oh, cute.
Oh, dang. I got Gobi.
Guppy.
I just got so confused.
I got Gobi. Open wide, here goes the airplane.
It's sweet. One's cute.
If I throw this, it's gonna explode.
Yeah, probably.
Oh god.
Gobi goes on the shelf.
Oh, it's
God.
up.
Oh god.
Dinner for
No,
you.
Gobi, no.
I need to eat my yogurt. It's gonna go bad and I'm gonna get food poisoning.
Gobi!
What the fuck? Wait, yogurt.
Maybe
me out.
I'm playing games, no food.
Gobi!
I'm eating toast right now.
I watched ASMR last night. It was
You're eating
great.
toes right now?
Crunchy toast, it's so good.
Toast.
sounds
No,
so
toast.
good, actually. Wait.
Toast. 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 It has a T at the end, Kazia.
Toast?
Yeah.
Toes?
Toaster. Toaster.
No.
Toaster. Tostada.
Put me down,
I'll be
bitch.
right back, guys. I'm gonna go get some food.
Zoe, we don't have enough
Oh, wait.
money.
Okay, I see that. I will see. Okay, so there's 2 stamina. No, wait, there's 2 health and 1 stamina. I could take out a health and replace it with something else. Well-rounded skills.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Or that. Maybe a jump upgrade.
What's happening right now?
Throw you against the wall, I must.
4.
Go to baby! Go to baby!
Don't throw the baby. Throw the
Whiplash,
baby.
whiplash, whiplash, whiplash.
You must.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, I put
Uh,
I can take it off.
Don't do it, Buffy. Don't do it.
Be careful who you laugh at in school.
Whoa!
Oh my god, stop! 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 You are not in the US. You can't make that joke.
Wait, but Buffy, we're British.
Wow,
we can't have
shotgun.
guns.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alright,
That's
I'll use a
illegal.
water balloon.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
No, you know what? It's a water balloon filled with acid because we can use that.
My medkit.
Oh, it's going nuts in there. Oh, it left.
I thought we were too stinky. No! Oh!
Oh.
What do you mean? Oh.
Ow. Excuse you?
I actually didn't get that much money from that run, to be honest. That was fast. I
Yeah,
actually didn't
we
get that much
lost a
money.
lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Because of the baby.
Probably my fault.
No, it wasn't your fault.
Oh,
Listen, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Miu, come here, baby.
I come back
Cookie,
to
listen
my
to me.
to see
You
Gold
are-
coveting my Happy
You are
Meal.
a
Yeah,
babe.
Mark texted
You
me,
weren't
bro.
the baby that killed us. You are a babe. There's a difference.
So I got
you
just
see?
set something, Mark, so I have to test
Okay.
some AFK.
That you are her babe.
Okay.
I am her babe,
So-
correct.
So
You're
you're
babe.
babe, but you're not baby because baby is a real baby, but babe
Oh
is
my
not
god!
baby,
Oh my
baby.
god! Oh my god! Oh
Not
my
the
god!
baby, please.
Don't break down my baby lingo in front of my wife. Don't break it down like that. Don't do that.
I'm going to
Embarrassing me
scream.
out here. What the fuck was that? Oh wait, no!
Oh shit!
What's happening? Did we throw it out?
It was just a flashbang. It was just a flashbang.
I panicked. I was like, bro, please.
Okay.
Held
Is everybody-
the flashbang against Baby Yoda's face.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Everybody ready?
Oh wait,
Yeah.
does Ghost know the thingy? I don't think Ghost does.
I don't.
Any more health packs?
I was given health.
We
Oh, do you
since
want to
we
go
have the
start
gun.
the thing then?
Yeah, I can start. I can start it. Since we have the new gun, we can infinite charge it, and then we can. Heal.
Yeah.
Are you bitch?
Oh!
Nice. No, I didn't want to
Whenever
rude,
I
didn't
hear,
get it.
whenever I hear someone mashing their keyboard like that, I think they have like a really tiny chode and they're just jerking it off.
My God, we bought a gubby.
Gubby.
Yeah, I got your gubby. You guys seem to
The
love
dangers.
Gubby.
The
Gubby's now
dangers
part
of
of
that
the
game.
team.
Yeah.
Gubby, where's the healing gun? Oh, here it is. Kazuya, could you do the thing with it when we load into the new world?
Oh yeah, sure. I can do that.
B. Okay, cool.
Mario
I'll load us
Kart.
in then.
Yeah.
Ah, bumper cars.
Bumper cars.
Bomba cars.
Bumper clock.
Main cow cart.
Bomba cars.
Your own cart.
Bomba cars. Bomba. Alrighty.
Hey, I loaded in
Alright,
for once without any
who,
sweat.
right, who has the healing gun? Oh, it's Alright, I got it. Alright, let me do the glitch on it.
Yeah. Okay.
I took one of the carry thingies
Alright,
that
and then
make it
this.
destructible.
Nice.
Alright, did that work?
Yeah, I have a
Infinite ammo!
discharge.
Infinite ammo!
Indestructible one. Oh, where'd it go?
Infinite ammo!
Hog.
Well, I
Nice.
can't indestructible drone.
I'll be back.
Thanks up.
There you go.
Oh.
I
I
just
hear
heard
one
something.
Gubby.
Wait, is there a fiend already? What the fuck?
Oh, I'll be back.
Sorry.
Sorry, I
Okay,
have really
wait.
bad aim.
I hear a robe.
Okay.
Anybody need help?
I think I'm
There's a
full.
hole
Thank
right
you,
there,
though.
be careful.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
cool. I'll shoot myself then.
No,
let me
don't
shoot
shoot
myself.
yourself. You suck.
I need the health. Nice.
Sorry.
I got the health.
I
This is a very
did
valuable
anybody
item.
drop
I think we
this?
should leave it in. Huh?
Gubby.
I think someone might have dropped this. Here's an
I leave
extra
Gubby
one.
with you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I could have sworn I heard the robes like screaming out there.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
but- yeah.
Just one more shot. There we go. Should I take this with us? Cause like it'll respawn on the next level, so.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, you just gave it infinite ammo. Well, so
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. How much health do you guys? I wish I could see how much health you guys.
Oh
had.
wait, I can give that infinite ammo, Zoe.
Oh. If you wanna.
Yeah, look here. I can glitch it for you. I need to wait. I need to waste it though.
Okay.
There's a what?
Alright,
What?
I'm
Hold
going.
on. Let me shoot it against the wall.
Oh hey.
Can you help me break that?
Yeah. Hold on. Ugh.
If you pull it out, push out towards me a little bit, and I can help grab it. Yeah. Okay.
We're trying to break the door.
Oh.
Get
Because
off.
there's a gap over here, but we could walk over it. We could probably put the door on it.
Maybe if I like
I'm gonna try and find that robes that was screaming earlier.
go for it.
Come back to the other side. Oh. Hello.
Give me the door.
Here, I'm on this side now. What is this door made out of?
I don't know.
Door, probably. Alright.
Oh my god.
You know what? Let's just
No, like that.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
10 out of 10 doors are made of.
Oh, I got a YouTube gold play button that's worth 20k.
Wait, really? What the fuck?
Nice.
Oh my god, it
Whose
is!
name on it? Whose name is on it?
Does it have a name on it?
Presented
Hello?
to.
What the fuck? Okay.
Oh, it's blank. It just says presented to nothing for
Oh.
1 million subscribers. That's funny.
Ooh, what's this?
Oh, it's a vinyl.
Oh. No, it's a PlayStation game.
Oh,
Postal X.
Oh.
I did
Oh,
look
it's
like
post.
a
Oh, it's postal. Oh god, postal. Oh,
Postal
you got
X.
disconnected.
No!
Oh my god!
The robe!
Wait, I got it.
Everything
Wait, no. Oh shit. Wait, what the fuck? Where'd my thing go? Oh. My moonstick's being weird. What's it doing?
I'm sorry you got disconnected, wife. Maybe it really is the mod manager. If while we're doing this level, if you want to like download the R2 mod manager and see if that variant helps better, you could do that. I'm sorry, love.
My moonstick isn't working.
I'm sorry that you're having a scuffy night. Yeah, maybe the R2 mod man will work better. I found a chair for you though, Miu. I don't know if you like tiny chairs, but I got a tiny chair.
What the fuck? Hold on. Yeah, I think that it's working now. It's working now.
Okay, good.
Alright, do you mind if
Oh,
I?
wait.
Do you mind if I?
There, thank you. Okay.
Do you mind if I use this to kill the robe real quick?
Yeah, take it. That's what I was
Okay,
trying
okay.
to do, but I couldn't get it to fire for some reason.
My
That's a nice
moonstick
chair.
wasn't
It's a
working
chair
for
just
some
for
reason.
you. What is this? Is Hatsune Miku? Oh my god. It's Brazilian Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku, my Rebo. Oh no. Oh, your mic is bugged?
Okay, where's Buffy's head?
So.
Alright, I will look quickly. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Will either go well or it will go bad. Beep, 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 beep. Looking around. Okay. Oops. Arcade, cabinet. Arcade, cabinet. Thank you.
Okay, now it's working. Jeez Louise.
Whoa.
My mic has not been working.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Oh, well, it's working now.
Yeah. Oh, Miu, do you want me to unmute my Discord so I can hear you? I can see if I can help.
fixed it.
Oh, no, Miu got disconnected. So I want to
sorry.
know if we can, like, no, you're fine. If we can debug it. Oh, no, Miu got disconnected. That wasn't me. Oh, it's that thing up there. No. No. No, yeah. Asshole.
Not here.
What the fuck? What? What is what?
Or what's the whole?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Is that a whole DDR thing?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Hi.
Be a real shame if that was copyrighted music.
Oh. That doesn't sound great. Ugh. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, the cart right there. There's a cart right there. Oops. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oops. Oops.
Oh, pardon.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this statue. Oops. Why are things so hard to rotate in this game?
I got a bicycle.
Because of the weird
Ooh.
physics.
Do you want me to grab the other side one?
There you go.
Yes, please.
Alright.
I just want to stand it up. That's all I want. There we go. Yeah.
There you go.
Good job, guys. I'm gonna put the stuff back in the car.
It helps to have a friend. Lend you a helping hand.
Don't fall. Stay. Stay. Okay.
Woohoo! Okay, I got it up with the other mod manager now. Pog. Okay, we'll try to finish this one super quick so that way we can just bring you back in. Good lord! What the fuck? What fish is popping out eggs?
Yeah, so there was 5 enemies in one room. It was a robe, two of the white like things that shoot air at you. There was a duck, and then there was a stupid jump scare cruelty thing, and I just killed all of them.
Can we get this to extraction like right now?
We have enough balls to summon fucking Shenron.
Hey, Cozy, you know the start where you're like, man, I had a robe. That was me dying.
That was me dying. Oh my god, why is this so unruly?
Wait, how many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn, you need one more and we could actually like have all the Dragon Balls.
What is that? Is that a pony?
Yeah, it's Twilight.
It's Twilight Sparkle.
Alright. Turn them on in.
We've got 116k.
That's so much
And
money.
the first one. When Miu comes back, we're gonna be rich.
Yeah. Now you can spend all your money on your wife.
Where is the wife? Where's Mew?
Miu disconnected, so we have to finish this level quickly.
No.
Yeah, but they loaded up the mod with a different mod manager, so hopefully it'll be more stable.
Okay. I feel lost.
It's okay,
Let's
Miu is
go
always
find
with
the
us in all
next
hearts.
extraction.
Yeah.
The one in here? Yes, there is.
Pog. It had loaded up a lot faster with a different manager too. Yeah, so Thunderstore has like a lot of like ads and stuff on it, so it's a little bloaty. But R2 Modman is just it's just R2 Modman.
Hey, can you help me with this? It's very expensive. It's less
yeah, I got it.
expensive now.
I got it. I
Another
got
play
it.
button. Yo.
Oh,
Let's go.
very expensive.
What the fuck?
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
I know items are valuable, but this one makes a really good noise when you damage it.
It does make a good noise. I do like that. Oops.
It's just the right size to make that cut useless.
Oh
Did you
my
get it
God,
diagonally?
Maybe.
Oh fuck!
Oh.
Wait, I wonder. Wait, does this work? Oh.
Oh, heal me, please. I'm full health. I'm full health. I'm full health. I'm full
Oh,
health.
okay.
Unload on me, Elaine. Unload on me.
Okay, alright, hold on.
In my mouth. Oh, wow, that's a lot of health.
I know, right?
That's a lot.
Nice.
Damn, I'm ready for health.
I'm dying. Thank you. Oh my god, that's it.
I lost my items. My items. No.
Oh no.
Okay, well, I'll be careful because you don't
I keep
have
forgetting
me
I can just
to
drive.
protect now
The
because
shut
I
up
lost
and
my
drive.
shit.
There you go.
Drive.
Hey,
What's up?
I fell down the hole. I lost my magic wand, so you're the only.
Oh, that's
you,
okay.
you might be one of the only people that can protect
Look, is
us
there
with the
another
gun.
thing? Oh yeah, it's this thing.
Coming, no face
Wait,
coming.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Good job.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Good job, everybody. Did it break? Soiled it? Is there a thing here? Is there anything in here?
Is it such an annoying corridor to get this through?
Boop boop boop. There's a cog. Anything else? Nope. Seems like there's only a cog. Oh. Nope. Shit. Ow!
Come here, kitty kid.
What? How do I get back up? Oh, it's here. Boop, 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 boop. Get back up so I can rejoin the group. It's a creeper. I found a creeper.
If you heard gunshots, that might have been me shooting the paintball gun just now.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
creeper? Oh, I guess it is. Looks
There's
like
a
someone made a
cog up
creeper
here,
out of
too.
stone.
It's an axle. Oh my god.
Have a creeper. Have a creeper.
Feed it.
Oh.
That's a Crenus.
I got it.
Got it.
Excuse me?
I mean, I'm just. That's all.
Carinus. Is that a phone? Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ooh. Oh my god. An umbrella. There's an umbrella, but I can't carry that, so I'm leaving that here. Blue, 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 blue. Blue, 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 blue. Blue, 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 blue. What the fuck is this? What in the fuck knuckles is that? Got the gravity gun from Portal. Not Portal. Hey! What the fuck?
What happened?
happened?
You broke my gun.
I didn't even touch your gun. It didn't even move.
What do you mean? That's what you get.
Why are you killing me?
That's what you get for breaking my gun!
I didn't even do anything.
You came in here and you broke my Gmod gun, man!
Got it.
Good job.
Oh, fuck! Oh.
Elaine bullied me.
You
What?
broke my Gmod gun, man!
I wasn't even touching it when it exploded.
I liked that gun too. Ow! Bitch ass. Oh, I'm not healing you. You don't get heals anymore.
It's okay, I'll just kill you and take the gun.
Fuck you, not if I kill you first.
Oh
Your
god!
gun heals people. What do you want to do about
Oh!
that? Bad. Sure would have been a shame if somebody could have stopped that.
There's a
from
duck.
happening.
Don't pick up the duck.
I could shoot the
What
duck.
would have been a shame if I die with this gun on me, Buffy.
Where's the duck?
Yeah,
I'll shoot
you'd have
it.
dropped on the floor.
And let me put that in the cart. Oh,
Oh, what? You want to put it? Okay.
master ball. There you
Thank
go.
you for Master Ball.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bro, the
Why do they
duck's
call it a master ball when it's really a slave ball?
On site, Buffy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But it's okay. I forgive him. Well, I kind of want to put the gun back in the car though. Arcade cabinet. We have so much money. So much money, wife. You can have anything you want in the store.
Lift.
I was just saying,
Cannot
let me
lift.
put the drone on there.
Okay. I wasn't trying to.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the extraction's this way.
I
Okay.
should have told you from a safe distance away so you could hold still while I was trying to catch it. And
Yeah, it's
it was your
okay,
fault.
it's okay. We're rich, we're rich, we're fine, we're rich.
Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got you. Boo, 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 boo. What the fuck?
You know, when we finish this level, there's going to be like 6 rogues that's gonna spawn.
Well,
Yeah,
good
we're-
thing someone's got a gun.
We're just gonna hope and pray.
Yeah, stay behind me because there's gonna be a fucking massacre.
Oh, look at all that money. I wish the government gave that big tax returns normally.
Huh.
Did you get him? Hello?
Oh god.
Well, it sounds like Kazi is getting them. Hello, Ducky. Come. We must go.
Really? Jeez.
That wasn't me.
Chair.
It's alright.
I have a chair. A chair. Is that a fucking fire flower? On little duck. Wait. Can I do the thing with you? Oh, it doesn't work anymore.
Here, you wanna grab this can?
Who?
You wanna grab this?
Yo.
Dark and scary cave, dark and scary cave. Is there loot? Is there loot? Another gold plate one. Oh!
Like stuff that It's in the cart.
Yeah, it's just I'm worried it's gonna slide.
Whoa.
I just think.
Well-
Oh, I can't steal you. Can we get a little help down here? Oh, it's a road guy. Hi, we need a res. For the
Oh, hey, Elaine.
Hey.
Hi, welcome
I chose
back.
peace.
Thanks, man, but I lost the gun. So
It's okay.
no more gun for this level. Is that a pickaxe? Yeah,
Is this purple guy?
yeah,
that's
it's
purple
purple
guy.
guy.
He's the man behind the slaughter.
Oh, what's this? I got a
I
can
want
of
to know if it
tomatoes.
makes. I found a fire flower down here earlier.
Yeah, I saw you put that on the extract. What? Yeah.
Item?
We both have items.
Oh, okay. Alright, we'll come back for the other one then.
Yeah.
I was just checking if anyone had a free hand grab.
I think this is Bebis. This actually might be Bebis.
There's another big item in the basement if anyone wants to grab it.
Wait, I'll grab it. Wait. There
Today.
you go.
Yeah, it's over
I'll go
there
get
in
it.
the little basement area.
Okay.
Yeah, come.
Oh,
I do not have as much upgraded strength, but I will help.
I'm so.
Sorry.
oh, I'm so worried for Apple.
I fell in that hole. There's a hole down here and I fell in it.
Oh, is that how you died?
Yeah. It hurt. A lot.
I'll walk backwards.
I chose peace and saved you, despite you saying that you wouldn't save
Yeah,
me.
let's go. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do this.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
So
when we
so
do
we
the
have a-
last extraction, I had a suggestion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Posse was saying that we might potentially end up with 10 robes that we had to run past to get back.
Oh,
I
yeah.
suggest that we get everybody except one person who needs to press a button back on the truck.
there is. We
And
have a
give them the ocean.
teleport.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you interrupted me. I was saying to get a button.
So,
Yeah. It's okay. I just told Koski the plan so he knows that I was already saying that, you know.
That's
that we
smart.
finished.
That's a good idea, Zoe.
If you guys want,
Thank you.
wait, who wants to stay behind and press the last button?
I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'll
You
go
get
back
the
to the
badass
car and
moment.
get the stuff then. Well,
Yeah, you get the
because
ocean
that's gonna be
button
for the
and then-
last button, right? That's gonna
Yeah,
be
for
the
the
last.
for the last extraction, you'll press it and then.
Utility belt.
Okay, all right. Do we want to turn this stuff in though?
Oh yeah.
Probably.
All right. I'm gonna go to the car then.
Wait,
It's gonna take me a while.
Doesn't it make...
Most of it, if not all.
Well, hold on. It feels like it makes more sense to have one person stay in the car, just like... Well, no, because monsters still show up in there. Well, we're gonna get going.
Well, not yet. It's the next one that was.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah,
Tango.
Oh shit.
Ow! Fuck.
Come on, cart.
There's the.
Thanks.
Come here,
Hey,
Doc.
stand right there. Yeah, just like that.
Oh my god! Oh
Little
my
bastard.
god! Charges! The Robies! Robies!
Two more? Oh my god.
It's nice noticing Clown OC gave me the most viewed clip this week. This is true.
Dude, imagine just like an endless of the first coming out the door. There's gonna be 12 now. Another one. There's another one. Are you kidding me?
I'm just scanning around for loot. Cause now it'll say there's loot down here.
Another one.
This is insane.
Oh my Dude.
Maybe I saw another one and pretended I didn't.
Okay, so there's now gonna be 13 robes.
Pog.
I could nose test you.
That's crazy. Are you okay, Elaine? Elaine.
Yeah, that scared the shit out
I
of
have
me.
this for you.
Thank you. It was such a treacherous mission to get over here. Really, there's been a lot of robes.
It kind of was. Oh, did those robes already get mounted? Because I was scared of them.
Yeah. Like 3 more just got murdered. So.
Did somebody get the gun?
Orb.
The gun's gone,
Kazuya
right?
has it. Doesn't Kazuya have it?
There's.
Because I picked it up to kill the eyeball. Okay, you got it. Bobby's got it.
No!
It's okay, I got him.
Oh no!
Thanks.
Oh!
Yes, I got it.
Orb. You have to go pick up all the orb. Gotta go. I got family visiting soon, but I'll be back on later if you're still on. No problem. Have fun with your family, Kiwi. Do we know where the big cart went?
No.
I don't know. Might be already at the next extraction point.
It is not at the next extraction point.
Oh, maybe it's not the last one.
I'll go check. Okay, it's coming.
There's a couple. There's like 5 of them in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of dead bodies.
One.
Hello.
Oh, I've got that one. You left me in the basement, Elaine.
I am so sorry.
I am too weak to put the cart up the stairs.
I'm sorry.
I had to fetch
Right.
help. Alright, it's good.
Sweet.
Nice. Oh wait,
I
there's
just
2
heard the
loots downstairs.
quack.
Okay, wait. I have to hide for a minute because I gotta go get my potatoes.
Kazuya!
God, what's the cart doing? Jesus.
Oh.
I think it
So the
doesn't like
cart's
having this many life orbs, you know?
Why is the cart?
What is it doing? Is it glitch? The cart's acting weird. I can't move it properly. You seen this?
Why is it doing that?
I think it
Okay.
needs like
Too
2.
much
I
money.
don't know.
Too fucking
maybe.
rich. The cart's
Yeah.
Look, the car ain't even turning. What is going on?
It's too
Yeah, that was
heavy, it's
happening
too
earlier.
full.
I think maybe.
Bro, we
it's-
got a
maybe
fucked
it's 'cause
up
we have-
trolley like you get at the superstores.
I have a diamond. Can I put it in the cart?
Huh?
Yeah, add more riches to the broken cart.
There we go.
Bro, it's gonna go like a weird way, and it's oh my god. Oh, I don't like this. What? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Here, I got. Hold on, I'll go on the other side. I got
No,
you.
I'm holding it like here instead. This is
Here,
this is
I got
dangerous.
I
Okay.
got you. And we both got it.
Yeah. I don't want to move a fucked up trolley near a big hole.
It's like the hourglass, but it's
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey
I
guys.
think it's supposed to be like a hole.
magic hole.
Magic, yo, magic hole.
Yeah.
Magic hole?
It's like portal.
Okay,
Yeah.
someone's gonna have to go get ghosts because they're hiding because they went to go get their potatoes. So I don't know.
Where are they?
It got stuck earlier in the game, so might have got janky. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, I'm free. I'm free.
All right, so do I just press E with holding the button?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, someone has to
Yeah,
get
okay.
ghosts though. Someone has to get ghosts. They're hiding
okay.
with the
Okay.
for the potatoes. So if you can get
Alright.
them.
How do we let you know when we're all there? We can type in chat. We can type in chat that
Yeah.
we're all in the. Yeah, we'll type in
Yeah,
chat.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah. Okay.
Like this? Like, is that something that you'll be able to see? Oh, in your stream chat, I see. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you got it. I don't know how to bring it
This is Gore.
Make-
on the platform.
Hold on. I'll give Gore
Oh,
help.
I can.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, everybody
Same
go to the
color.
car.
Back.
Okay.
Get to the car.
Let's go back
Go,
to the
don't
truck
forget
and we'll
Ghost.
let
Don't forget
everyone know.
Ghost.
Twitch chat.
Now we wait. I can be your hero, baby. You're so brave, thank you. Oh my god. It got quiet and immediately someone died. Or someone killed something. Oh, I think I can see their dots on the radar thing. I think. I can be your hero, baby. It'd be so funny. It wouldn't be, but it would be so funny if I just click the button now before they got back to the car. It'd be very funny, but we have so much money. I want to keep all the money. We are gonna have like 156,000 in tax return. 153,000. But it'd be funny. It'd be funny. It would be funny. Okay. Oh, someone died. Okay, they're back. Someone died. Okay, back. Make bank. Yeah, we gotta make bank. Hello? Huh? Oh, I didn't like that. Boop 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 ba doop boop boo.
Oh, that's the wrong way. The map.
That was creepy. I could click the button so they could know which way to go back, but they figure it out. Wait. Go for it, Elaine. Okay. But I want to make sure we get it. Yup, 153K. Let's go. I just want to see it close. Demons. Yep, we good? Hey guys.
Hey. Wait, don't leave just yet. Don't leave just yet. I want to see just for a sec, like. Wait, hold on.
He wants to do something crazy.
Okay, yeah, no, never mind. No, never mind. Yeah, that we probably should go.
Wait, how did you get back to the car so quick?
I got the teleport.
Oh, okay.
We only have
That's
one.
why
We're
she
gonna
stayed
buy
behind.
stuff,
Got it.
and then we gotta wait so that Miu can join. Hi, Fruit Bat.
Yeah. We gotta wait for my shade.
My
Shayla!
Shayla!
My shade.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was hoping that there was gonna be like at least 5 rows. I was just gonna walk through the door.
Oh my god, there's more.
Snapping at us like Backstreet Boys fucking style.
We need another one of these.
What the fuck is this?
Shocking. I wanna.
What the?
Ow.
I just
forgot how
can't believe
colorblind I
how
was
many
until I
robes
got into back into this
fucking
game.
round,
It's so
man.
fucking dark.
Yeah.
This is cool as fuck, but I don't know what like use it has, but it's cool.
I just don't
Wait,
like a weapon.
Devil's no. Wait, doesn't Devil use that in Deltarune?
Yes, this is Jevels. Hold on.
Oh shit.
Can I... Oh,
Hog?
hold on. Stop jumping. I want to see if it... Will the physics actually... Yeah!
How far does it fling?
How do I...
Nice to meet you.
How is stream? Good.
Ugh.
Good. Stream is good.
Jesus Christ.
We are
No,
buying.
hit me with that. I want to see how far. Ah! Oh god!
Elaine.
I wanted to see how far it
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's nice to meet you.
Oh.
Missed. Ow. Okay. Don't have a lot of health, man.
I'm like, I have 1 health because I fell in a hole.
No problem, Zoe.
Oh, you were the one that died. This is a stun. Oh, it did actually kill you. Okay.
Yeah, it hurts.
It said it was a stun gun.
I think it does like only like 5 points of damage, but I think it
I
stuns
guess
and
regular
hurts.
stun guns also technically hurt. So
this thing feels like
Do
it's
they?
really strong. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Should we buy another cart?
I think so.
I need strength mods. I'm not getting stuck at the bottom of the stairs again.
Sounds good.
Hey, there's
Buffy,
a valuable
does
tracker
this
here.
hurt?
Do you want that?
Did that hurt?
Yo.
I don't know. I didn't look at my fucking health before you hit me.
I asked you before I hit you.
I was too busy trying to get this pan out of the thing.
Y'all, we have a valuable tracker. Do we want that?
Yo, can we get a little bit more
No.
sprint speed? Like just a little bit more sprint speed.
Okay. I mean, how much is it? If it's cheap, it doesn't matter. Or if
It's
you want
so
it.
cheap.
Oh yeah, no, you can have it. You want it?
Oh hell yeah! Let's get that then.
Can we get this?
Damn,
What?
that strength is expensive. There a cheaper one?
Maybe.
Ah!
I'm gonna be your hero, baby. 32K. How much is the one in the thing?
28 and
Oh, that's a
24.
cheaper one. That's
Yeah.
those are cheaper.
We still have our healing gun, right?
Yeah, it's in the car.
Okay.
Ew.
Do we need more heal? Do we need more recharge crystals?
I guess
We
it
could probably get
depends.
one or two.
Because I remember I can give any weapon infinite ammo that isn't.
But does the recharge drone need to be recharged?
No, not really. It only takes like half a second to charge the thing and glitch it. So.
Pog.
Where's that one ceiling?
I don't know if the infinite thing works with like melee weapons. It might work. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, I wish I could get up there, but I only have 1 jump.
Hey, now you can.
I don't know
I think.
how you do
I think if you jump onto the shelf and then you jump up there.
Press
I can put
Q,
you up
I'll
there.
get you up. I'll get you up. Let's...
You?
We'll
Okay.
get you up there.
We got you.
Here we go.
I didn't know there was a ceiling thing that opened up.
Oh, okay, bye.
Hi. No, I think he's had better days. Well, I don't know. Looks like he went out with some beers.
Ow!
Like cider or wine than beer.
Do you think this is a good amount of stuff to buy?
Yeah. Who's? Oh.
So,
How many bottles do you have? 5, 7, 8, 9.
Alright, kids, we're going to Disney World. We're gonna go pick up Miu. Come on.
What is that?
Oh.
I need this. Oh, thank you. Oh. Yay.
Floating down.
Oh, why am I floating? Okay. I'm surreal.
Alright, everybody, get in the car. We're
What the
going
heck
to
is a head-
Disney.
Mom, can you make
there's a bunch of Happy Meals in the back.
What the heck
If anybody
is a
needs
head power
them.
upgrade?
It's
it
for
gives
when you
more head
die.
stamina.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's not shareable.
They're kind of bad, honestly. Those
Yeah.
upgrades.
Like clutch
'cause they
teleport,
depend on
thank
you
you,
being
Zoe.
dead.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Wait, hold on. Were we gonna?
You like my scary eyes, Mark?
Oh.
There's some in the car, I think.
Happy meal.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's-
yeah,
the big
that
one.
one?
Yeah.
Alright.
There are a bunch of big ones in the car.
Yeah.
Alright, everybody got their meals. We're gonna go.
There's two
And then
more-
don't
There's
leave.
2 unattended Happy Meals back here if anybody needs health.
Also,
I'm
did
good.
you get
I'm
any
good.
upgrades for Buster? So, or go,
Yes,
so
we
they-
got
Yes.
some strength
Okay,
that they were
That's
asking
good.
for.
That's good.
Alrighty.
Just checking.
Alright, remember,
Wanna
don't
make
leave
sure-
the next area until Miyu gets in here, so we can make sure
Okay,
everybody's
I don't want to
here.
haze a new guy, you know, so to speak. I want to make sure Jesus, she, like, you know, the Muppets.
We should wait for
Did not work.
wait for me to
No!
get upgrades too.
I must not have
Yeah.
pressed the at the right time.
Invite to game. Alright, they're
That's okay.
coming. They're coming.
Oh, we still have the healing gun. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
We should have
Two
two
of
now,
them now.
right? Yeah, I
Yep,
was
we
gonna
have
say.
two.
Nice.
Am I so strong?
Yeah. Mark, I finally molded my new.
Alright, we
controller. It has
we
mold on
eat
it now.
Ghost, eat the upgrades.
Ooh.
Miu's here
Yeah.
now, but they can't talk because we're in the
Who else needed
thing.
help?
I need help. I
me,
need help.
me, me.
please. I have one
I
help.
don't need help.
Open up.
I'm full.
Oh, thank
There
God.
you go.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we're going.
Hold up, I need healing! Please!
Oh, I need to get. Shit.
No, we got Kazuya to do the infinite thing on it so that way we can load. Yes, the station! We never got this one last time.
Who needs
I need to be healed.
I was so lost without you.
who needs infinite ammo?
Here.
The healing gun, ideally.
Oh, hey, I
Go
still have
back
a thing in my
to-
pocket.
give everyone
I'm
help
sorry
up.
that you
know,
were
you
gone
can
for
shoot
so
people
long.
with the healing thing.
It's
I
okay.
missed
Look,
you
I
when
still
you
got
do that.
this in my pocket.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's
Oh
still
shit,
using it
Pog.
anyway.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just,
but I missed
you know,
you too.
I'm just saying, with that one, it doesn't have to be shot.
Oh, thank you.
And I full
There
health,
you go.
that's nice.
Yay. Alright, if you have full
They
health,
put me
get
down
off the truck.
stairs.
Oh no.
Did you see that? Oh, you
No,
were
I
watching
did
the
not.
live.
Yeah, I was only
I
watching the
don't
witch
have
feed.
the strength upgrades, and they left
I'm
me
good, I
on
got
the
full health.
stairs.
Alright.
The cart, and I
Uh,
couldn't get the cart up the stairs.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello.
I got him.
Thank you.
You good? Need more juice.
Hey, yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Who needs,
Oh, there's a child.
What else?
Got a baby.
What else needs infinite ammo? Any other weapons or?
I mean, we have another healing gun, but
I don't know if this counts.
I wish to be shot with healing gun, please.
I don't know if this would work with it. I don't know if it's technically.
try. Yeah, let me try.
No, we gotta get it to have infinite ammo first, and then.
Oh yeah, no, that won't. That ain't gonna work with that.
Small.
Okay.
Wait, who's
Okay, I'm
mimicking
gonna take this
me?
card.
The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Monsters mimicking me out there.
Am I not being mimicked anymore?
If someone wants to take this and use it, then I can make this infinite ammo.
Okay.
Okay, here, let me
Mine?
Who needs strength when you've got a
Alright,
laser gun,
and
am I
then
right?
Hear my own
do
voice.
this. Alright, let's try it. Yep, there you go.
Yay.
Oh,
what the
God.
fuck?
There's a clown.
Oh.
Where the clown?
Use this to kill the
It's over there.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Oh shit! Wait. Oh, I forgot to make my gun infinite ammo. Woo, thank you.
I got it. Did I get it? Was that
Yeah,
me?
you got it.
You
You
did
got
it.
it.
Yay, good job.
I'm helpful.
Oh, thank God.
I made it so.
Wait.
Aliens!
Alien!
No!
Oh,
I got
shit.
it!
Good job.
Just pick him up! Just throw him around! Oh my god, no! Throw him around!
There we go.
Fuck
okay. I got him with the drone.
Oh! Oh my god, frog! Oh my god, frog! Oh my god, frog!
Okay.
Oh!
The frog in my hand.
Throw the frog down the hole. Fuck you.
The cart.
Oh my god, and this.
No!
The Joe Biden and the fucking Reaper? Oh no.
Why do you call him a Joe Biden?
Yeah, I almost lost it. Like.
There's a lot of things happening right now. Is this a bean? It's a heart.
You got it? Okay.
Yep.
Whoa. Whoa. Mew? Mew?
Okay, I'm gonna try and grab her head if I can.
Where'd it go?
I'll put this in the cart.
She's bouncing around all over the place.
There's another fucking like
What?
like
I'm playing.
Place to.
Oh. Wait, no. Where'd she go?
What? What?
Where'd she
I got her.
Wait, you got her?
Yeah, she's here.
Oh, good. Okay,
Why?
thank you.
Wife, I have a gift for you.
No.
Wife,
Oh,
come. I
boy.
have a
So
gift
much
for you.
anxiety.
Okay.
This is for you.
Oh,
It's my heart.
I'm gonna cry.
If you
I'll
touch
cherish
it, it makes you
forever.
slow. If you touch it, it makes it super slow.
Oh,
And it
this
makes
is
it...
Oh, I like it. I like the sound it makes.
Excuse me? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Watch where you were pointing that.
There you go, drop it. Good job.
Okay.
Very nice.
$2,000 toilet paper? What year is it? 2020? 2020?
2020.
2020?
Oh, God. Almost slipped.
I found a baby cat.
Oh, nice.
You found a baby
It's
cat?
it's just a baby.
Yo, there's a coffin in one of the rooms.
Baby. Oh my God.
Oh fuck.
Oh, this gives me so much anxiety.
A lot of things happening. This room is cool. Like the ambient lighting from the pools.
Bird.
Stability drone.
Oh.
This is a very precarious walkway. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah, I hate this. I hate this so
It's
much.
like, there's someone.
Oh, no.
No! Oh.
Well, watch it. Watch it.
Wait, let me back up. Let me back up.
Okay, I got you. Just, alright.
That's good.
Oh, okay. Good. Alright, got you. Got you, me, you.
Oh, my cat!
Yeah.
What's this?
Well, killed my cat.
I'll take this
Damn.
back to the car.
Oh, thank you.
I don't like this walkway. I wish to.
In a cube.
What's that?
Excuse me,
There's like a thing over there. What is
Guys,
that?
me and Carl over here. I found a treasure trove.
Okay. I'm bringing the cart.
I hate that walkway.
There's a literal treasure trove down here.
I'm coming.
Oh, really?
I got an item. Can you stop
Wait,
the
where?
cart?
Where? Yeah, where?
Yeah.
I would like to deposit. Thank you.
Oh, up here.
There's literally a room full of shit right down these stairs.
Oh.
I'm coming.
Down this way.
Hold on. There's something in this locker.
Or is it just the locker? It could be just the locker.
Oh.
Master Vault.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Oh wow.
No, because the valuable tracker like actually was pointing straight at the locker.
Oh, that's cool.
I think maybe.
I don't know Undertale very well.
Wait, let me see. I want to see.
Room.
Wait, let me see. Let me see. Let me see.
That might be the ghost from Undertale. Or...
Yeah, it's Napstablook.
Yeah.
It's a
Pac-Man?
Pac-Man.
Oh, well, that's just straight up Pac-Man. What the fuck?
Oh my God! Wait, look on the table. There's like a tiny little. You can't pick it up, but it's like the tiny little truck that's in the storage room.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Oh.
the duck's gonna ride
Oh my God!
it.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
The duck's gonna ride it. Yay. Oh.
Just go in the.
Oh,
Is that a
okay.
pillow?
Oh, Jesus.
There's also this giant fucking thing over here.
Oh, it's cat.
But I am.
Oh.
We're probably gonna want an invincibility drone for this board.
Yeah, probably. Good idea.
I got you.
Died in the
Never leave home without them.
So, always with the invincibility drone.
And the zero grab. I like
Oh,
to
and
keep
zero
them.
gravity.
I like to keep them on hand for big items like this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back.
Let me
Oh.
go the way.
Big items are such a
Wait. Oh, the cart's
Wait,
gone.
wait, don't go back. No. Oh, well, I'll go to the top.
Oh. That's kind of crazy. I like that. Oh.
Trying to follow a lane, but not knock a lane over.
Oh, there's a thing. There's a flipper. Freak. There's a freak.
Yeah, frog.
Ah.
Arizona. And this cart is in the way. I'm gonna put this cart right here for now. That is not to the extraction point. This way is the extraction point.
I have broken at least
Okay.
3 on your head.
I gotta rotate it.
Oh, child! Fuck!
Child? Where?
Yep.
I'll get my
There was an Enderman child that almost fucked me.
I see.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
Doing great, team.
My head is stuck under the wall. I fell
that
again.
was a
No! Oh, that's valid.
Wait, where's the head?
Miu says it might be stuck under the water.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Miu. Trying to think of ways we could bring you back, to be honest. But, because I think... wow, okay, alright, I'm sorry. Fuck, oh my god. Alright, because I think that happened to Boffy once, but I don't think it was, like, just a coincidence that we fixed it. So I found me. I am confirmed under the water. Help! I am under the water. Okay, well, I have your drones. They are in this cart.
Oh, thank you. I was actually gonna go collect them because we have another big one to bring over. Thank you. Which you might see over the next platform. I'm not sure if it's gonna be able to fit on here.
What the fuck? Oh,
Found your
my
baby.
God, it's Calcifer. Hello, Calcifer. Hi, Sue.
Calcifer?
He's got them J's on.
Oh, I like that shark fella. Looks like Jeff.
Alright, I'm gonna turn this in so that way we can move it along.
Okay, just trying to make sure it's fitting well. Alright. Should be good.
Hello, I be here lurking. Thank you for the lurk suit. My wife is stuck under the water. To be fair, it's very thematic, considering that you're a mermaid.
Is she dead? What happened?
Yeah, she's dead, but she's stuck under the water, so we can't get her.
Why?
This game just does not want her to play.
Nope. It's okay, next week we'll play a different game. Whatever game you want.
Where under the water?
Like, in this room under the water? Somewhere? I don't really know. I think so.
Hey, behind you, Zoe!
Mew, where are you?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Woo!
Get him!
Nice. Good job.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Sacrificed the PC to save them.
That was a very valid sacrifice. Do you need help?
No, I'm at 190 still, so.
I would like some health. I am at 85 out of 114. Oh, thank you. I'm healed. I would like to know where under the water. Maybe I could shoot her in the head.
Sadly, you can't. Sadly, so there's usually like a thing where it makes.
Oops.
Wait, what are you doing?
Huh?
No! I think you just got it wedged. Why did you put it downstairs? We didn't even need to take it down there!
Elaine,
Yo,
we found Mia, and we think you maybe had to shoot her with the healing drone through the floor.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Okay, sorry, I thought extraction was downstairs.
I got distressed. We're okay.
Job application!
It's all good.
Get that shit
Alright, where are they?
Oh, I hit you! I hit it that time. They're right there. Hey, wait. Let me see the gun.
Here.
Let me see if I can get them, because I can see exactly like where they're at.
Oh, I see.
Try from up here. I think you get a better view of her from up here.
Yeah. We're both.
I can see them. If I do it up there, the pole is in the way, because they're behind the pole, but it doesn't look like they are.
On my screen, they're not behind the pole from this view.
Come down here. I was shooting her with my, like, blaster gun. Need to say things. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Say thanks again. I saw you for a minute. Okay, there you go.
Oh, she's moving around down there.
I can see her, like, the head when I shoot her. Say something again, Miu. Keep saying things.
Miu, just hold. Just hold A and then just press enter.
Oh.
Keep talking, Mio. Bam things. If I okay, wait.
Oh, that's.
If I jump
I'll shoot it.
her head.
Yeah, die.
I might try to. Okay, take that. Take that.
Okay. I don't know if it'll work.
Down.
I don't know. Okay, we'll try. Yeah, anything for my wife. Yeah, no, we'll at least try it. You know.
So many times, and it teleporting away every time I hit it.
It didn't work. Oops.
Chance to finish it off.
I won't even let you finish, damn.
Oh, hey, dead body.
Oh, careful.
Oh, hey, could you revive that?
There it is.
Oh, wait, did I shoot Gore? Did the baby kill Gore?
Yeah.
The baby.
I don't know.
killed Gore.
Gore, if I shot you, I'm so sorry.
We have a Reaper.
Reaper?
Having a hard time catching these heads today.
Where did the head go?
Oh.
What?
Oh, look, wait. Oh, shit. Oh, behind you.
I know. Ah!
I just grabbed the head.
Can I have my gun? Oh my god. That
No. Okay.
I wish I was streaming to capture the moment that I just witnessed.
Sorry, the gun was gonna fall. Here you go.
Got it. Thank you.
It landed right in front of Elaine. Oh my god.
You will be missed.
I love you.
You can always count on Kozia to just
We'll get you out one day.
Oh, guys, you have a clown.
What?
Jesus,
Oh shit! I got this. Hasta la vista, bitch.
It's very dangerous here.
Nice.
To be honest, I don't think I did anything there. I think Buffy threw it.
Go see Mio.
Yeah. I got it.
There's a
Send
child.
it to the me realm.
Wait. The child down where?
Yeah, the Miu realm instead of the Shadow realm. It's the Miu realm now.
Wait.
Oh!
Child! Oh, I got it! Guys, I killed it!
You killed the child! Congrats!
The salami leg ain't gonna
won't fit.
So the salami leg won't fit. The salami leg ain't gonna fit like that. So the salami leg and it's the salami leg.
No. Oh, come no, the gun you.
What?
Okay. No, just alright. That's okay.
I got go back.
Nice.
No, we need to get goes.
trying to get ghosts right now. They're a little out of my reach.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. They're within.
Got it.
I got him.
Okay.
I got him.
Oh.
Wait. So hold on. I have a weird plan here. There's the shadow child.
My gun!
Yeah, right in there.
Fucking I don't have my gun!
Hell yeah! I
Good
love
job.
seeing the flashes of light coming from the doorway of the.
I'm
that
sorry.
little
You want my
shack. It was
gun?
like a little comedy.
Oh damn.
I have a gun.
Oops.
I got the.
I mean, I have this one.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
this one. Yeah, he was cool.
Do we know where Mia is? Because I have an idea.
Heals? Oh my god, thank you.
Miu is down there.
I didn't need heals
Or
actually.
Mia, sorry.
Yeah, Mew's
If you want to
downstairs.
heal me?
Miu is down
Terribly
there.
sorry.
Excuse me.
Where's the head?
Head.
I've got a ball in my hand. Hold on. I'll get it.
Watch out! I just threw the thing at him. Okay. Well, that's up here, and he went down there.
We know where Miu is. If
Got
you're
it.
Hey.
Yeah. We're also gonna need a pocket.
A what?
Guys,
A
the head's
pocket
dead.
card.
Oh.
Good job. I'm gonna turn this stuff in.
Okay.
I hate this map. I was excited at first because we hadn't gotten it in this like playthrough, but this shit sucks. Okay, alright, everything's okay. Everything is just fine.
Yeah, thank you. We die so many times in this map because of this room right here. Everybody falls.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I have a thing, so I'm just trying to
You
move
gonna
it.
put Oh, okay.
I mean, can it fit in there?
Probably. If you want.
Okay, hold on.
There you go.
Yay, I don't know how to take that thing off of it. I just found it on the ground.
Oh, the drone? You press
Yeah.
E to deactivate it, and then you press a number to put it in your belt if you want.
Oh, okay.
It's an indestructible drone. There you go. Good job.
Yeah, learning shapes.
Ugh. There we
I
go.
was gonna say it's good to learn things, and all I could think is
Hey.
like, that would be on a poster in like an elementary
This way.
school.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good to learn things.
It's good to learn. What is that? That thing.
I found some stuff right next to this one, so it's good.
Cool.
Good money.
Good money. Oh shit, you got the hero brine thing too? Hero Bryn.
Careful.
Oh.
I mean, should we turn this one in? Ooh.
I have mommy. Mother.
By the way,
Wait
do
for
I
the-
think you have a pocket cart off? I think. Like,
I died, so I do not.
do you have a pocket card on you?
Oh my
Yes,
god.
I have all of them. Oh, okay. I saved them. Yes.
I saved them.
Just save them so people die.
I was gonna say, generally you just keep like one on you so that someone else take the
Okay.
pocket cart with them in the
There you go.
future, you know? There you go. Oh, Buffy, you needed the cart, right?
Yeah,
Where'd you go? Buffy, your cart!
Oh,
over here.
I didn't want a car. I just.
Beep beep.
It's mine now.
But you were asking for them.
It's mine now.
Beep beep.
No, I
It's
was
mine
just
now.
asking why Goa
It's mine
had so
now.
many.
Because I found them. I was like, does anyone need one?
Oh.
And then I didn't find people. Yeah, no, it's because I was like,
Here,
we need
here,
these.
we can like unload them and then we can just turn them in.
Ow, I just super cracked me today.
Good
This
tell,
game
it's like
makes
a
me so
pine
tense
cone.
sometimes.
Alright, we need to move this cart. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, a little bit further back.
I think we've unironically like found everything in this map. We just
Oh,
now
yeah,
need to
same.
just.
Because I can't find anything other than that one thing I found.
Oh shit! I've been raided twice! Oh god! Hi!
Hi, Noble!
Welcome,
It's
raiders.
Noble!
Oh shit! The
Yay, Noble! And Prison Realm Live.
Both of you.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. You gotta find the next extract. Oh, Pog.
I miss my wife, Tails.
I miss my wife, Mew.
Hey, we got a lady covered in knives over here.
No.
Oh.
That's not nice.
There's a child in
there,
this
too.
room?
Yeah, child's right there. Ah! Child, no! Child, no! Bad child, bad. Time out.
Hello.
Hello.
I found a PC monitor, so it's in there.
Ooh, nice.
These are in such weird spots. I hate it.
That's valid. It probably is gonna get weirder as we get into deeper and deeper levels.
Yeah, I just wish it wasn't on the like tightrope walk, bro. But my control at least doesn't drift me or something.
Woo!
Elaine, I got my model back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show it to you later.
Okay, I'm excited.
Same. It's crazy.
Just say like, oh, it's just cosmetic.
You're gonna cook them out.
They went a little too far though and rigged my feet.
No.
I don't. On my toes.
Do we know where a mini cart is?
I have
I
one.
have
you
a
need-
mini. You can take
have a
both, or
mini
you
cart.
can
Thank you.
Here you go. I am useless. You take cart.
I have a tiny mini
Here,
cart.
here, you can be useful. Here, take the card.
Oh.
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 Okay, hold on.
Bro, I love living with old people that just call to tell me they're going out to have Caesar salad and a beer.
Oh, Caesar salad.
Yeah, she's like, I get my salad. I'm like, okay.
We've unironically like found everything in this map. We just now need to just.
Yes, really, right?
What the?
We doing it again?
What
We
is
doing
that?
it again?
Yeah, we can do it again.
What is that?
It's a
It's
teleport
a-
button.
No, really.
Oh,
No,
it freaked me out.
But yeah, if you're able to pick up the cart, like, can you pick it up with me inside it? Like, how?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm wondering if we can use this to get Mio.
To get Neo?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Mew,
The
did
person-
Mew. I don't think so. I think
In our
she
group
can't
was dead.
jump out from the water though. Like the water level's like blocking her.
But like, my thinking was to use the cart to lower someone so we can get extended reach.
Oh, you know, I can try that. Give it a try.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
That's a
grab
good
the-
idea. But we'll take the loot out of this cart first.
All right, you guys will go do
We
that,
might even
and
be
then
able
when
to. If we might even be able to chain the carts together if we need to. Get,
if
like,
it
more light.
works, let me know
If
so I
it
can press
works.
the button and we can get out of here.
Okay.
I'll sit right here. That felt cute when being cheerleader, that's funny. Ugh, my back. Oh, my neck. I hope they get my wife from the void. I forgot to do that. Oh, that was a clown. That was a clown, chat. Hello? It sounds like it's right next to me. I realized I could just watch Kazuya's stream. Looks like they all... Let's see. I see 3 of them. Oh, where's Gore though? Is Gore on the car? Okay, they're on the car. I can hear Kazuya shooting the thing. Or someone shooting. There. Thank you, Mew. Boop. It didn't work. 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 Didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. Go get in the car. 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 Get in the car.
Good job.
Get in the car. Get in the
Proud
car.
of you.
I realized I could have just watched Kazuya's stream.
Well done.
Oh god.
The button didn't work. Oh!
Okay, we got it.
Woo! Okay.
Why didn't the button work?
I don't know. I clicked it and it like poofed and it didn't do anything.
Hi.
Hi, wife.
I know everybody's did such a great job. Thank you for
You
trying.
need to get Ghost. Go buy a bunch of upgrades you want.
At
Go
least
buy
you're here
upgrades.
now.
Oh my god, I'm being
Yeah.
spoiled.
Free reign. Yeah, it's your money now.
We're also getting the Keyblade because it's the Keyblade and we need it.
Okay.
It's alright,
I want the fancy gun so bad.
I want the ray gun
Which
again.
one?
Yeah, I want that gun. Mark did it.
I want Zap Zap gun.
It's like all of our money.
Yeah, but it's so fun.
We need to get some upgrades because
I can pass on upgrades if you want gun.
No,
Oh,
you
we have
need
plenty of
upgrade.
money for up.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, Reepu's being mean to you, but like next week we
I
can play
put
a
that on
game,
there
a
because
different
it's
game
the
if you want,
Keyblade.
you know.
Yes, Keyblade.
I don't mind. I like
Fair.
Creep. I should be okay.
Alright,
The
what
new
upgrades
mod
do you want,
manager's
Ghost?
helping a lot.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, are
I
you
just
doing
kept
good?
falling off.
Alright.
Yeah,
Less
I just kept
glitchy?
falling. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's
glitchy now.
good. Why is the Keyblade important? What does it do?
Yo. It's Keyblade.
Great.
We could get one of each then, if you'd like.
It's the Kingdom Hearts.
Is it the
We'll find the
original one?
cheapest ones.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's not the weird fancy one.
No.
These are the cheapest of hell.
Alright,
But you're gonna take wait. Last round.
Thanks. I am surprised I actually made it back, but thanks to our stamina upgrades, I was able to make it back. I saw so many things that I did not want to see.
I think
You guys are doing great.
The cheapest one of the feed.
You're great.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hmm.
I wonder if there's a fish hat. I want a fish on
I like your fish hat.
Thank you. I want to see if there's like an actual fish. I want to put a fish on my head.
There's a fish purse for Chikala. That's
The
on
Matrix.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Ew.
Put back on the shelf.
I mean, once you get at least one of each one, we can get more of if you want everything to be a little faster.
Oh my god.
Was anything else? Anything else you want? Or is that good for you?
Oh.
Yeah? Okay.
You want the devil's knife?
Help Tim get Kool-Aid.
Regular gun.
Oh, hell yeah, that's like...
Jeepers Creek.
Oh,
Jump
wow.
fish.
That sound has been...
Ooh.
But now I get to be
Drones
pink
we want? I feel like we
this
have enough
game.
drones.
Today.
We have
Because last week I was
Huh?
yellow, but now I'm pink and I matched the thing you made me.
Yeah, it goes very well.
We could use more
Yes.
of the energy crystal. The recharge stuff.
I mean, if we can afford it, we might as well.
Million places in a million places. I was seeing both your heads just following the thing.
Should we get another 23 here?
I mean,
Million in a million places.
it's because you're not able to
Yoda.
speak.
He's speaking right now.
Oh, I can't hear.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird.
Hopefully it'll fix when
I wish I could do the Lego
Hopefully it'll fix
Yoda.
when we go to the next zone.
That would be funny.
Can't. It's like nothing like the sounds I just made.
No, but it was very scary.
That's I called a voice.
Wait, what? Wait, so you can hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Like dial-up noises. It was very scary.
Whoa.
That's
Wait, can you hear me now? Buffy?
You want to get another
Okay, you can't hear me.
indestructible drone?
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so reason Buffy can't hear me.
What's wrong?
They have
I think Buffy's just being a bitch.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Wow.
That's foul language.
Mark's just gaslighting you.
Oh! Hey! Let go! Stab that. Stab that. Oh!
That's my wife's. That's my wife's health pack you fucking with. There, sir.
Yeah, I got
Alright,
people
you can
defending
do
me.
that
Let's go.
I introduced you to.
Yeah, well, too bad.
I was gonna be like, well, one of them has nicer tits. That's what my response is gonna be to that. No, yo, hold on now. I'm sorry that you don't have great tits. It's not my fucking fault.
I have no idea how to hurt people with this. It just kind of swings at them. Like, it doesn't seem to do any damage.
I like it.
Like, look, try it. It just kind of puts me down.
Well, you can't
it's
hurt
not doing
people with
any
melee
damage.
weapons in the shop. You can only hurt people with guns in the shop and explosives.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, when you shop, melee weapons just kind of bonk you.
Is everybody ready to go?
Get up there. Yeah.
You mean an explosive like this?
No.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Alright, we're leaving.
Oh.
We're leaving!
Oh. Hey. But the shop.
Wait, what?
Oh shit, wait, everybody get out of the car, don't cancel it! I think.
Get out of the car, get out of the car!
It won't.
Everybody out!
I lied, get back in the car, get back in the car, get back in the car. I'm sorry, everybody get back in the car.
Leaving after you press
Oh, it's okay. It still gave me 100 health. Okay.
Bozia, are you alive?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me now?
Oh.
Hi.
Okay.
How do you
go get your upgrades?
Wait, can you still not hear me, Buffy?
Buffy, can you still not hear him?
No, I can't hear him.
What
He's the British. He is the British deaf.
Oh, I just heard him.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Let go of me.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now,
I can
Buffy?
hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Let's
That's
go.
I have a gun that I need to be infinited.
Yes, we have to load into the level.
We'll do that in the next when we do it.
Everybody ready? Everybody ready?
No, somebody recovered the valuable tech.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
No, I wanted to... They don't add 10 into this game.
Oh no.
Hello,
Dream Academy.
Alright. Okay, show me your guns.
Okay, I got it.
Show me your cock.
/flex.
Alright, oh, that's already got,
Okay, and this one.
Oh, did that work? Alright, that's infinite ammo.
I want Zeep Zoop. I'll take that.
Oh!
Thank you.
Zeep Zoop, no.
I need to waste it, and then there you go. Right, try now. Yep, there you go. This as well.
Yay! Oh, I have this. I don't want it.
I want it.
I don't want it.
Right,
I got a heal gun.
There you go.
I got a heal gun in case you fall.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also have a heal gun in case you fall.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You both are so great. Thank you. Are we not doing we're not gonna do the moon? The moon?
Do you want a moon?
It'd be helpful.
Oh, you want
Why is it
that? You want
vibrating?
that infinite ammo?
Why is it vibrating?
I don't know. Here, let me
It's
make infinite ammo for you.
it's a dual purpose thing, you know. One end's a gun, the other's, you know.
No.
I mean, like, look, it's like rounded at the other side, you
try
know.
now.
It's.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, see, it's like
Let's
vibrating in my hand. I don't
go.
know.
Enjoy your infinite ammo weapon. Wait, what's going on?
Fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me.
In case we need to kill somebody.
Oh, there's KFC bucket in here.
Hell.
Got a bucket of KFC. Got a bucket of KFC. Yeah.
Oh my god. I could go for a KFC right now.
Bro, me fucking too, dude.
Oh, KFC does sound really good.
KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I just want that KFC grease in my mouth, bro.
Oh, we gotta make it weird. We gotta make it weird. Crispy crunch. Oh.
What the fuck happened there?
Maybe I shouldn't drive the car.
Beep, 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 beep. Ow. I don't want to deal with that. No.
Oh, there he is. Oh, you shot the gun out of my hand!
Need help?
Good job. There's another one!
Bro, the paintball gun is so glitchy. Trying to aim the damn thing.
I have a gift for you. It matches you.
Nice.
Oh my god, you have milk? Hog?
I have milk?
You have milk.
Oh, thanks for the gift. It's okay, it's okay. We can always get more.
Big boy is here.
Big boy.
Fuck you, big boy. Fuck you, big
Boy. Oh, I killed
Oh
him.
shit! Good
I
job.
love this blaster.
Can I? What? Thank.
Here, here's another gift.
Oh, thank you. I won't put that in the car, it's my room. I'll just take it to the thing.
Ball? There's a big thing up here.
That kind of wand.
Fuck. Burger!
I hear a clown.
Like a separated burger tower. 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 Big old motherfucking burger tower. Big old motherfucking burger tower. I got a big old fucking motherfucking burger tower. Burger tower. Burger tower. Can I put the burger tower in the KFC bucket?
Yeah, let's go. Whoa!
I wanted to go in the bucket really badly.
You can't. Sadly, the hitboxes are like solid.
Oh.
I was really annoyed because I tried to put something in a cuck chair earlier, but the chair hitbox was like a block, not like. And I'm really upset.
Got it. Nice.
Good enough. Huh? It only lost 1,000. Stop that.
Someone forgot their drone.
Ugly ass teeth.
Damn.
Wow, that's Britishest. How dare you?
Hey, you're the
Hello,
one saying
hello.
you have ugly teeth and
Hello.
ugly.
Hello.
Hello. I'm trying very hard to find where everybody went.
Broom.
Follow the sound of my voice?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Marco!
Hello.
Marco?
Well,
Are you
I can't.
Are you downstairs or upstairs?
I don't know. I think I'm. Oh, hello. Oh, I was talking. Yeah, I was talking to this door like Elaine was on the other side.
Oh. Yeah, no, that door just
Yeah.
I don't know, I got lost. Oh, is this another gubby? Look, it's another gubby! Gubby.
What the fuck?
Gubby.
What are gubbies?
Yeah, what
They're
is
from
that?
a Roblox game. I have not played it, that's just what I know it's from,
Oh.
because of the fucking,
They're
because of the way
cute.
it's oriented.
Your favorite is over here. Your favorite.
What does this
If
mean?
it's the wand, I'm gonna freak out. I hate this thing.
Oh, the one's cool too, but I was talking about the physics gun.
Yippee. There's a mailbox. I kind of want the mailbox more. Look at this little
There's,
thing.
Elaine
I like
accused
it.
me of the death.
Mean.
You need to not.
Oh.
You need to carry it from. You need to not carry it from the crystal.
Wait, there a cloud?
I can't pick it up. I don't have enough
Oh.
strength.
Laser. Oh fuck.
I can't pick up the
Mailbox.
physics gun either.
Yeah, no one can pick up the physics gun. The physics gun doesn't exist. Evil and
Oh my god.
a cruel
What is...
joke.
I just picked it up though. And I broke
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Like I said,
Oh, I'm like lagging. Ew, what the fuck?
the physics gun is a cruel joke. Oh,
Okay, that's valid.
it's something's happening.
You gotta go the other
Oh.
way. They opened the other extraction.
Oh,
I'm trying to aim this anywhere important.
Where'd my mailbox go?
I think someone took it.
Oh, okay. I think Bobby broke it. Hey guys.
Hi. Shall we go to the next extraction?
Whoa, yeah.
I have one on there.
What's this?
Oh, yeah. It's on the other side. You just can't see it. Yeah.
Oh,
I see.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Okay.
guys.
That's actually an item. Hello.
Nice.
Hello.
Park?
Thank you.
Oh!
Oh my god.
I am sorry.
I can't see it, wait.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Please come back with the
Okay.
Were you kidding just now?
I don't really know.
I was hearing,
Is it over it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Good catch. Thank you.
Good job.
Rotate it up. Rotate it up. Okay. It's good.
There's a lot of things that happen in late game.
The other stations are super close together.
Hey ladies, want to see my white monster?
Bruh.
Excuse me?
I watch a streamer that says that.
Damn, that's a big monster, bro. That's as big as your head. Oh my god, a tiny chair? Oh my god, it's another tiny chair. Oh my god, I love
That's
tiny
the cock chair I was talking about.
Little
I love
chair.
tiny chairs.
Oh.
You broke it.
I'm sorry, I thought I could sit in it, but my big fat ass just broke
Look how
it.
disappointing it is when you try to put something in the chair.
Good
Wait,
You
this
almost
one
had it.
works? Wait,
Yeah, that one almost worked.
last time I did it, it didn't work.
Maybe it's specifically like they're from the same mod, so maybe like that's why. Something. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to put it in the cart. Here you go.
Whee!
Woo.
I'm alive. Yes, you are alive.
I walked right back into the thing.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh.
Be careful.
Fuck.
In the wrong direction.
Is that Shrek?
To the right.
Guys, Shrek's up here, I think.
Where?
Oh.
What?
It's Shrek. Oh god, what's happening?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's an alien.
Nah, bro, that's Shrek.
We're almost there.
Nah.
What?
That's the
Oh,
alien.
you see? Can I see?
Okay. Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
alien.
All right.
Oh.
Oh god.
Little guy. There's an orb here. The orb. Ow!
Okay, that was worth it.
Yeah. Oh, burger.
Stop! It was only
I
funny
mean-
the first time, bro.
Welcome back. How are you doing? Thank you for the daily bonkers. How you doing? 106 stars. That's awesome. Oh.
Oh, I nearly broke the fuck out of that cup.
Okay.
Roll,
I think-
stop!
I'm trying to put it in there.
You're bad.
There, it's in there now. Jesus. It was funny the first time when I hit Elaine, she broke something.
I did. I broke an orb. Tired, not gonna lie, mood. That's valid. I hope you're having a good day at least. Hello.
Oh.
I
Hi.
got a burger.
Nice.
Okay, let's get it away from the walls. Get it away from the walls.
I'm trying to
What?
rotate it back. There you go. Okay. Okay.
Oh, hi guys.
Oh my god, why is it doing that? Stop turning upside down. Okay.
Let's get the anti-gravity off.
Yeah,
first.
please. Please grab it. Alright.
Okay.
Okay.
Work, emerging shit for dumb games. Sounds good.
There's so many creatures.
Whew. Okay.
Yo, there's a card that has a money bag, and there's like 4 huntsmen and like a shit ton of gnomes trying to kill the money bag.
Damn.
Like, are we gonna have to have a money bag buddy soon?
A money bag what?
A money bag bodyguard?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
I thought it was a monster.
It wasn't. Just
I know it's in there, but I thought he was another one.
I told you earlier.
Wait, I do have a weapon.
The fuck?
That's
Gubby!
Oh.
You just throw Gubby.
Watch out, there's a blind man across the path.
Yeah, I know.
You want me to throw Gubby?
Yeah, I don't have physics.
I missed.
Oh. Well, it hurt something for a second.
What's up?
Why is it like Justin Bieber Gubby?
I don't know.
I don't like it.
He's just a little guy.
I like normal Gubby, not that one. It's a wig.
Hey, I found Squidward.
Oh.
Squidward?
Squidward's stuck.
Oh, what the fuck? What
Oh
the
my god,
fuck?
it's Squidward. It's a flat Squidward. Is it
He's
that
heavy as fuck.
Is this what you?
No, I think he's stuck.
We're fighting for our lives.
Yeah, no, I let them walk past me.
No, he is just stuck. Yeah.
Oh. Found the last extraction. Or another extraction, I guess? Because I've seen like 2 other ones, so that's like the 3rd one or something.
It's the second extraction. I don't know what the last one is.
Okay, Pog. Well, then we should open, I guess, this one since it's right here.
Maybe, yeah. Because there's like... I don't know if the one we found is the second. I guess, yeah, so we found the 3rd one. So we know where all of them are now.
Pog.
And they're fairly close, which is nice.
Christ! What
Oh.
the fuck was that?
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Alright, maybe I could maneuver.
Are you still trying to get it?
I just started trying to get him out.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hello. Nah, he's just fucked.
Where's the next extraction? Oh god.
And so many fucking gnomes. So many gnomes.
Okay, well, Squidward stuck.
Hey, where is the next extraction? Oh, it's okay.
I'm gonna shoot this thing with my gun. Here you go, Pat.
Do it.
Squidward. Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I got a hydrate. Everyone should hydrate.
Okay, I hydrate. Thank you for the wellness check, Zoe.
Oh, thank you.
What?
Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Don't die. Oh, god damn it. Ah!
Watch out!
Ah!
Die.
Good job. Go team.
Hey guys.
This This hallway for some reason is infinite monster spawning. There's been so
Thanks.
many monsters that spawned up. I was that hallway today.
Well, anyway. What's that?
Huh? It's a compass.
Oh.
I think. Or stopwatch? Pocket watch? Whee! 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 Whee!
Easy now. Okay.
Good job.
Oh.
Let me go to the next one.
Hello.
Hello.
Beep beep.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Hi, how
Hi.
are you? Hi, how are you? There's a loot here.
Wait, what?
Is it upstairs?
There's a Red Bull.
A Red Bull sponsored by Red Bull.
Red Bull, it gives you wings.
Bleep, 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 bleep.
It also makes you shit yourself.
Oh.
There are
Hey,
balls
what's up? How's it
here.
going?
We
There's
have
one
killed
here,
so many monsters.
out there.
This is where all of the monsters, like,
What?
fixes and hunts and oh my god. Oh,
I picked it up and it exploded.
It exploded. Oh my god, hello.
No, watch out!
No.
He shot me.
What the fuck was that?
He's got a gun. This is just a guy with a gun.
I will pedazzle you, bitch. Can somebody shoot me with my gun? Like,
Yes.
Yeah. In the face.
I'm stuck, hold on. I'm stuck. I'm
Where-
stuck.
there
Oh
it
god.
is.
Jesus Christ.
Boop, 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 boop. I think we should probably turn in this stuff. We should turn in the next stuff, yeah? Turn in this stuff?
Probably.
I'll go to the next extract.
Alright.
That's... Drop me a like for having a good stream. Thank you! Thank you!
How's your game going, Elaine? You having a good time?
Good. Yeah, I'm trying to find the other extract because we didn't go to the next one.
Oh, go found it already.
You guys okay? What's that?
Gus!
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Another place in the window.
God, what is that noise? Oh.
Just, yeah.
I think it's not
Marsh
balls
robots
anymore.
look crazy.
Do we break the game with how many orbs there are?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is there like an item limit?
And Buffy's yeah.
Did anyone?
Gnomes.
I'm a what?
Huh?
I'm a what? What do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
What?
Ow!
I'm a what?
You're one of my really good friends, and I love you.
No, that's not.
Thanks.
It's not what you're gonna say. It's not what you're gonna say. Get your ass back here.
You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man! Stop! You're being quiet, it's scaring me!
What were you gonna say though? Huh?
I didn't have anything, that's why I said yeah. No! Yeah. Oh.
There was a big boy that I
Hey. Ew, what the fuck was that noise?
What are you guys doing?
It's very rude of
Bobby's
you.
trying to get me to say controversial stuff. But I never,
That's not-
planned to say
I'm
controversial
just
things.
trying to figure out what you said.
Mark is a derogatory.
Yeah, a lady like said something very alarming.
I didn't. I just said because Garrett was like your robot is crazy, and I was like you're a no please. There's a gnome. Please there's a gnome. Please there's a gnome. Please there's a gnome.
I'm trying to let you back in, but if you keep pressing space, you'll knock me into the hole.
I'll grab my orb. Please. Oh, it's from my orb.
Because I'm British, isn't that?
Nah.
Look at my teeth.
It's cut. It's not because of your teeth.
Let me
It's because of your
out.
balls.
Well, if you want
Okay.
to take that to the extraction and come back to the truck, because Mew's gonna send us off.
My wife?
You bring up your map while holding it, it will have a dotted line, I'll tell you where it is.
Oh shoot, you're so right.
My wife.
Hello.
Wife. You're going to sacrifice yourself, wife?
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I stay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay. I love it.
I'd happily have like
Shoot.
company. That's okay.
Do you think
Well,
you
no.
have an HDMI cable? We could plug it into the
I
screen.
broke my orb.
Oh shit, that'd be cool.
Oh
you
no,
broke your
you
what?
broke your orb.
I ran into it face first and it.
Oh, I can't activate it because you were standing on the platform.
Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad.
No, it's okay. I mean, I was just gonna put an indestructible drone on you guys to keep you safe, but I don't think it's working.
I don't think it works on like people because it's not the orb one. The square one works on people. The circle one works on people. I think.
Neo, I got something for you.
Yeah.
Use this when you're ready to leave, okay?
Okay.
That'll teleport you back to the truck.
Oh, cool. That means you don't have to stay, wife.
But what if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't work?
Okay. I'll hold on to it and then we can run together, okay?
Little kitty cat. I would not run. I have killed 7 huntsmen and like 10 of the little skittery things. I would not
Okay.
run.
How about this? I'll run back, but if it doesn't work, I'm gonna run back and I'll meet you, okay? And then we can run back together.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it doesn't work, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright, bye.
Back to the truck.
Just like shoot your gun if it doesn't work, cause I can hear it across the
Just
map.
in case.
Oh, good idea.
Full health.
Well, just in case. You need
Okay.
You need a weapon?
Okay.
You need a weapon?
No, I got the teleportation button.
Okay, bye.
Alright, yeah, you need to protect them going back. I'm watching your chat. Just let me know.
Wait, my cat's on my keyboard. No, get off my keyboard. Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, there's a fucking huntsman. Wait, am I the only one with?
Yep.
The deep zoop and the other one
Wait,
is
not this
gone.
way.
So.
Where are we going? We're going this way.
Imagine if I just said do it in your chat, like.
That'd be pretty funny, actually. He's right here.
Okay, wait. I'm coming. Get pedazzled.
Woo!
Did I get him?
Yeah, you did. I think we gotta go this way.
Is everybody alive?
I presume everybody's back at the ship.
I hope
already.
so. If they're not, we got a problem.
I think they are.
Is everybody here?
Oh,
okay.
Okay, we're all here.
Alright,
Let's let me know.
Awesome.
Alright.
Yeah. Good job, everybody.
We just need Miu. Poor little Miu.
Mew.
Meow. Meow. It's weird calling her Miu because I have a cat named Mia.
Hey.
Very
Right.
close.
My VTuber mom is called Miu. Wait.
Cool.
Wife?
Yeah.
You forgot to click the button.
No, I didn't. Listen.
Oh no.
Oh,
no,
shit!
You just teleported really fast.
Yeah, you just told. Okay. Okay.
I wasn't hanging around. You fucking kidding me? No way.
Good job.
Absolutely no thanks.
Why did that sound like Elena was gonna be like, Drake, where's the door?
Oh my guys, I'm the cashier. I'm gonna sit here.
Alright. Give it to the
Alright,
I'm gonna go potty. I'll be right back.
Okay, how's everybody feeling? How's everybody feeling?
I feel good.
Hydrated. I
good.
drink so much water.
Pretty good.
You guys want to go for like one more level? I'm down for like one more round.
I'm good to do one more level.
I'm down. We can make it like in 15. Good 15.
Yeah.
Why don't 10? Why don't do 10 more levels?
I mean.
You can suck my dick, and then we'll do 10 more levels.
Get on your knees, Mark.
What?
What the fuck did we just buy?
I don't even know. That happened so fast.
I think it was the gun. Someone put the gun in and bought it.
The door goes in the door hole.
Yeah, well, I wonder if it. Oh!
What is this? What the fuck, dude?
Bruh.
No!
Blade.
Free me.
It's small. Well, I'd like to get the cart.
I have a knife. Ow.
Oh, that's a good question. Can I hold it? Wait. Ow, fuck.
Bring her back! Neil, I got you, don't worry.
You're so confused.
Why are you like this?
I don't know, dude. It's just very entertaining for me. I don't know. I'm sorry.
God, Elaine, stop it.
Stop! No, I didn't do this one! I didn't do this one! Ow!
Oh my god.
Elaine!
I'm not even up there anymore!
God.
You stupid!
Oh no, it's okay if you don't call me you all the time.
I'm not used to it.
Stupid guppy thing, bro. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Where are all of these bombs coming from?
Mark.
They're coming from
Mark.
upstairs. Wait, I have an idea.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, it's a water balloon. A true knife? What the fuck? Why is it all wiggly on my screen?
Oh, is that like... Is that what that's
Why
supposed
is it
to
a
be?
vibrator?
Yeah,
Why are they all so
Why do they think I'm
vibratory?
vibratory?
Yeah.
Just because it's my toy, that's probably why.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it.
It's a bit wide, isn't it?
Wow,
You don't
judging
know what
someone,
you've done
yeah. Yeah, wow. One side
Way to
maybe
judge
like a
me.
brush side.
Well-
You use a brush.
Some like it loose, Mark.
I'm British, I have resistance to knives.
Wow, Mark, you said you had resistance. What happened?
But do you have resistance to this?
Oh.
No. But I
Okay.
have disappointment.
Huh?
Do you have resistance to this?
Stab me with it.
Oh.
Oh
What the
god.
fuck? Wait, oh! How much is that?
Oh. 25k.
Oh no.
You want it?
Hold on, we gotta put it back.
Yes.
We should get you a bit.
Oh wait, I got it.
Oh shit.
Wait, you got a rotator?
What the fuck? Where'd you go? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
Wait, no, I gotta put it back. Rotate, okay, right there. Good as new.
They fell over right as you put them down. Hi Zoe.
I drank
like the
a
knife.
40-liter
know, it's
water
cool.
bottle.
That's
Sorry,
crazy. I would have
And
just
I
pissed
have
my
another
pants.
one.
Oh
Love
my
the
god.
I have a.
No wonder
I have
I'm
a-
so.
Notifications.
I have to drink 80 ounces a day.
Why?
I have a heart condition, and I have to drink a shit ton
Oh
of water.
shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you drink enough water for the both of us apparently, because like
Alright, you
I'm
can-
always dehydrated.
I'll
you
drink.
know?
I'll drink your intake.
Oh.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Is your
Not
condition
really. I
thirsty?
have to drink
'Cause that's
like
mine.
65 fluid ounces for mine, so water.
Oh, I am being carried.
Hello.
Yeah.
Ow! Whoa! Okay, be careful! Be careful! Be careful! Ah!
Oh, release me!
Be careful.
I
she
was
said.
careful.
And then you
I
just
was very careful. Careful of the mist. Oh, you thought.
shit yourself.
Hey guys. What did you shoot me with? Is it the? Oh, it's a, okay. It is the.
Golden
God
gun.
damn it, wibbly wobbly motherfucking. There we go.
Hey.
That eagle hurts, man. That eagle fucking hurts.
I can't wait to use it.
Hey, time to get on the bus. Okay, bye.
Time to go to Disney. Time for Disney.
Bye, guys.
Bye guys.
Guys, we're leaving.
It's not hitting you, actually. I don't think.
Oh. Oh no! Just a rat in a cage. Ah! Can I have my zeep soup? My zeep soup!
Alright, we'll wait till we get into the next stage, and I'll do the infinite ammo for everyone.
The zeep soup already has infinite ammo.
No, yeah, we have to wait until we.
Oh yeah.
I have to redo it for you.
The ones need it though.
Oh fuck!
Oh, Elaine, it's your favorite.
Alright, who needs their infinite ammos?
This one. You sound like an exhausted dad asking if he's to go to the bathroom.
It's not
Alright, there you go, that's done. Alright, this
and
one.
then shoot me health, please.
Health shoot, I got.
Alright,
Oh.
that one should be good. Alright, who's next?
Thank you.
I've got a moon thing right here.
Oh yeah, the moon thing. Oh, I need to waste it, hold on.
It's this level again.
Just check the batteries
waste it.
if they need to be charged. Alright, that's good.
Alright, that should do it, hopefully. Yep, there you go.
And then last one is the zeep soup gun.
My
Yep. Okay, that's already.
Yeah, it's already dead. Gubby?
Oh, whoops. Oh shit. Did I do that right?
Thank you. Mew.
Okay.
I heard someone yelling.
I was. Oh shit. Who fell? Someone fell. Wait, I'm trying. What? Where'd you go? Oh. No, come back! Wait, I'm trying. Oh.
Nokia!
No, come back!
Damn.
Well, if you would get back here. Come back!
Oh,
wait, I got you. No, come back! I can't get you. My reach is so bad. Alright, wait, no, you gotta come on. No. No. You're not making this easy for me. No, come back. No, what the fuck? Where are you now? Oh! Ah, no. Get it. No, I can't reach. Oh, I got it. Alright, I got you, Elaine.
Another hit.
I'll put you down here.
Another head?
Oh.
There you go.
Thank you, that meant a lot, thank you.
You did not make that easy for me.
I couldn't control it when you die and you touch that. It makes like a super bouncy castle.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is duck. Oh no. Oh, I got it.
What is happening?
How the fuck did I fall? Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Everything alright?
No, I had the Desert Eagle for like for a minute. And
IDC, no, Buffy,
Do you want the fruity one?
Oh shit.
Do we want to reload? Wait, guys, we just got to this level. Listen, do you want to reload?
This is not going well. Oh shit.
We could reload though, and then everyone would have their stuff again. Kazuya, we could reload.
Good job.
We could, but
we could reload.
You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Do you want the fruity wand?
Oh! Yeah, sure. I'll take one.
There you go.
Hi.
Oh, Elaine.
What happened to you?
I was jumping from the head because everyone was getting cocky and kept shooting him. And then Kazuya fell, and then I died.
Oh, got it. That makes sense.
Elaine, how you doing?
Hey, I'm great. Gore's also dead somewhere. I don't know where. Somewhere. Gromi. The other one.
Okay.
The other one.
Oh, hey! I found him! Hi.
Nice!
I'm like trying to see if my gun is still alive.
Anybody else need help? It's been chaotic. You need help?
Not anymore.
Top up, please.
Oh god,
Thank you.
God damn it! I was trying to be so careful with that thing. Alright.
My goodness. Alright, I'm just gonna be bodyguard because I break everything I touch.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Hey,
This is a healing station. Are you the? Ooh.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
I'm healing station, but hold on.
Cool. I mean, I'm full on health. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh yeah.
Ghost, I'm gonna give the moving back to you. I forgot there's a sniper rifle that's still back in the thing. You
Got it.
Yeah.
Where's
I need
Mew?
a
I'll give
sniper
Mew
rifle.
the fruity sword. Mew.
Yeah, give me the magical.
Mew.
weapon.
Mew. Mew.
Mew. Wow.
What is that noise?
Someone shooting. That's a sniper rifle.
Oh. Mew. Oh, what is
So turns out the sniper rifle just has infinite ammo. Like anyway.
Oh.
Oh.
Like you don't even have to use the recharge rate. It just has infinite ammo. What the fuck?
I'm okay.
Mew. I was looking for you. Here you.
I hate this map.
Twice.
I hate this map.
Yeah. I got kidnapped twice.
Here, I'll hold this and you just go up.
Hey, that's the thing I dropped.
Hey, yeah, bring it back.
Yeah, stop.
Alright, I got it.
Yeah, that was
Where is it? Put it in the cart?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Randomly.
I got kidnapped and then and then I got like a face hugger thing.
You can drop it.
Oh my god. You were just
Yeah.
drop it.
No.
Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, no. He took me to the same spot too. Like I couldn't even leave the area.
Where is he?
I don't know. It's like
Oh no, I have a magic hole. I found a magic hole. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, now I'm ugly. Okay, well, I'll just sit in the corner. Oh, okay. Hi. I guess I'll just sit in this corner and be a...
Can I shoot you with my gun? Will that work? And then revive you?
Maybe. I don't know. Try it.
Okay. Ow!
Oh, sorry. I can't help it.
My Zeep Zoop!
I think it's behind you.
What? Oh my gosh, my Zeep Zoop! Alright. I'm gonna execute Elaine, hold on.
Do it. Kill me.
It wasn't fitting in the small
Yeah.
cart, so I was worried it was gonna fall off.
Come back. Alright, boop. And then... Ow, whoa! No!
I got you.
Where is
I
it?
found like 5 hella expensive things.
Where's this motherfucker?
Nice. No, he's on me. No. I'm being kidnapped. I'm being kidnapped.
I got knocked over.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
We're good now.
oh, sit down.
Nice.
Yay.
Hey, does someone else want the gun? I'm that cool.
Oh.
Anybody else want the gun? I'm not that good with it. He took me to the same spot too. I couldn't even leave
Sure.
here.
I'll take it. Cassia? I already have a gun on me. Do you want one of them?
There's a lot of shooting happening.
Does someone want my cart? Because I already have 2 weapons. I can't hold.
Okay.
Oh, I left the
Here,
little
I'll-
cart over there.
Okay.
Right here.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Oh. You okay?
I'm not good,
What's this way? Any valuables in here?
No, I already checked those.
Arena.
They're empty. Oh, there's stuff up here. There's goodies up here. Oh, that's
Ooh.
for 10K? I'm putting it up that.
There's another extra action. Beep, 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 beep.
There's a Pokeball right here if you want to grab that.
Yeah, I can grab it. Thank you. Oh my god.
That was a loud laugh.
I had one of my other German.
He's coming back.
This thing. What?
Oh, is it stuck? Oh, you got it.
It was stuck for a second. I got it. So.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I can help you.
Thank you.
And I'll grab my cart. And then I will push it. I help you bring this back.
Thank you.
Hey, can you go away, dude? Oh my god, go away.
May need to stop here for a second because the cart's blocking.
Go away.
You want to grab the cart?
Away. Go away.
Yeah, I gotta get the mini cart.
Okay. You know, I'll
Oh
grab
my
the big one
god.
then.
Okie dokie. Oh, there's tiny stuff over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going
Yeah, I was fighting with stuff. I'll help.
Okay. Hey, you want to grab this and take the next extraction point?
I got you. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you. We got a lot of stuff we were trying to bring.
I got you.
I'll bring it in there.
Door's in the way.
Despite our rage, I'm still just a rampage.
Open the door,
There's a lot of stuff here.
Want to like?
I think we're leaving some of this stuff here because there is an extraction point like in this room.
I can put this
we're taking the
cart
other
over
way?
there.
Oh yeah. I'll just say like I think we're just waiting until we can get that next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, ouchie.
Okay.
Coffee, I did not need that emote. I did not need that.
Okay, this is the other one. Okay. We need the big cart so bad.
Well, don't we have two?
I don't know where they're at.
I'll go see if the
We need to get out of here. Because there's like a bunch of really expensive stuff. We're gonna break it all.
I'll go check if the home base has it.
In the... There.
Hello.
Hey, put it in.
Oh wait, no, this is one. Uh-oh!
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Elaine.
Oh, hi. No, don't worry about it. Zoe's also dead.
That was not the right gun.
Zoe is dead. I don't know where Zoe is.
Hey, y'all, what is this?
What is this? Oh, is this that weird? What the fuck is happening? Oh,
Oh, that
I
does
thought the cinnamon
explain
thing
why
was
the
here.
indestructible
Anybody else
zone
has
was on.
fun? Okay, wait, so...
Zoe's dead. I will find them.
Where's the
and I
other
will
cart?
fix them. Okay. Oh, can I? Zoe, where are you?
Where is Zoe? Also, where is the first cart? And the other cart. We should have two carts. Unless it got destroyed. Oh, I found Zoe! Yippee! Hi! There you go.
Thank you, my hero.
Oh! Okay, we're good. We're good.
You
We're
okay?
good. We're good. Yep. We're good.
Okay, good. I killed the thing that killed me. It's a headman.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Thank you. He was still right here where, like, I died, basically.
Cool. Alright, I'm gonna take this cart.
Alright.
Cool. So just gotta go around town. Gotta take it around town. Alright. I don't think that the big stuff's gonna fit in this cart. I found a big cart! Got a big cart.
Oh, very nice. Has Zoe been rescued?
What? Yeah, Zoe's good now.
Yeah.
Zoe's good.
Anybody need healing?
Nah, not really. I'm good.
Zoe probably needs.
There were loot in here, wasn't it?
I don't know where anybody is.
They're at the extraction, I think. I don't know where Mark is, though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Mark DC'd.
Oh,
I think
he did.
Oh,
yeah.
shoot.
Rip Mark. Oh, strawberry.
Yeah, strawberry.
Or whatever that is.
I think it's a pixelated voxel strawberry.
Got a card?
Look, I got a crate of beer.
We got 2 cards.
Hello.
Hello.
Whoa.
Oh, we can open this one now.
I got a big old crate of beer.
Big old crate of beer.
Big old crate of
It's
beer.
fine. We have a lot of money.
Hey, can we borrow the cart for the money bag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this door is in the way. Hold on. Oh, never mind. Alright, let me...
Does somebody have like? Okay, we have the indestructibility.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, wait. Oh, you got it? Oh, cool. Okay.
Oh. Never mind, we don't need the big cart.
What?
We managed to, me managed to fit the money bag in the small cart.
Oh. Did you put it in upside down? Rider. Where's my wife? My wife is gone. I'm all alone. Oh my god. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, this will help. So
this cart's empty.
And then,
just put it in this
Someone
one.
grab the other side for me?
Do you want to put it in here?
Yeah. Oh, wait. God damn it. Oh, just to make it a little lighter so it's a bit easier.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go put this,
Oh, okay, never mind. It's actually pretty light now. Thanks for that.
This helps to stabilize.
Yeah. Oh. Alright, rotate. And then in you go. Oh,
Here we go.
oh,
I
oh.
would like the money to not be in that spot. Like I said, we did to keep that clear. Thank you. Alright. Can you take the drone off of it?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, actually, I need to get down here so I can rotate it.
Oh.
You said be pointing up.
Magical.
Okay. Can someone help move the bubble bomb forward or something?
Oh,
No. Okay.
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 And
Now tilt it away from you.
Stay in here.
There you go. Okay.
What the fuck?
That's perfect. Good job.
Okay, sweet.
Now we should be able to get the money bag on
We
top.
good?
Well, what happened?
I don't know. What happened?
Got the zero
A
gravity
ghost is
zone.
holding it, right? Ghost just disappeared. Ghost DC?
Oh, maybe? I don't actually know. What the fuck?
Oh.
Oh, it was Miu that was holding it.
Oh, Miu, okay. Oh, maybe Miu then DC?
Ow!
Damn.
Me disconnected, yeah. Okay, well.
Okay.
He disconnected and we all died. Rip?
There's another.
Yeah, what's-
I have another headman stole the back of the truck. Do you mind? Oh, actually, you can still send that with what's there because we still have 2 more. Oh no, we have 1 more.
Yeah, we have one more.
That'll do.
You're dropping like flies. Yep. Repo says it's time to get off. Repo says it's time to get off for the day. Which is valid. Let's see if I can shove this in there. Yes! I'm sorry, Mew. Sorry we couldn't play for as long. Wanted to hang with my wife. I'm sorry. Boogie, get out of here. Do this. Alright, where am I going? You know where the next one is? Hello.
Hey.
Guys, I gotta move out. Guys, I don't feel so well.
Oh, it's okay. We're almost done here. We'll get you oh god, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me.
Steady.
Steady.
Oh fuck, I missed.
Got him. Okay, wait. Somebody come over here. I bestow upon you this.
Fuck you, Gubby.
You having a hard time, Gubby?
No, it was like, because it was making a sound, all the bombs were there, so I just jumped up in the sky and prayed. My god. Bro, I'm scared to see what this is like when it's at 20. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, not to mention like when they implement like moon phases and stuff, which also adds multipliers to the thing.
Right. Well, also, I mean, we have a good plan though. This whole thing of like leaving someone here with the button and reading. So that's at least
Hey, just letting you guys know, Ghost is left. They're heading off. They're dipping out.
Head.
Okay.
Sorry. Shit.
Shit.
Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking die!
The bag on Gore looks like her butt cheek.
Well, one more for the prize, fool.
Alright, where's
Never
the...
ever like
you got the-
POV.
you got the heat- oh, okay.
Oh my god.
My head is stuck. I
Damn
can't
me
get
up.
can't get in the cart.
Okay.
Oh,
Thanks.
god damn it. Oh.
Oh. One more body.
Oh.
Thank you. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna press the button. You guys get out of here and I'll run back.
Okay.
Heal me up. Heal me up.
Alright. Thank you.
Alright, I'm good, thanks. Alright, get out of here. Get out of here, team.
Alright.
Get out of here. Tumble launch strikes again, it does. Good great work, thanks. I did. Alright, I'm gonna watch them leave. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so many little explodey bomb boys. Oh. Okay, Kazuya's back. Okay. Zoe. Oh, where's Gore? Is Gore in the car? Oh, there's only... Okay, I'm just gonna click it so they can find their way back. So I can find my way back. Is everybody here?
Hello.
Wait.
Where's
Wait,
Gore?
how did you get back here first? What?
Gore! Gore, where are you? Gore!
Oh, no. I hear so many gunshots right now.
Gore! Gore! There's only 5 of us now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, where's Gore? That's a head. There's a head. Gore!
Bring it this way.
I'm being kidnapped!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay, wait, I'm safe? I'm safe?
I sniped it, I think.
Good job.
I think so.
I sniped the clown.
Okay. Gore!
Oh!
Oh, there she is!
Fuck.
Get in the car!
You got it.
I'm trying, bro.
How many
Okay,
jumps
go,
do you
go.
have?
It's to your right, to your right.
Right?
Go that way.
Here?
No, here, just turn baby! Turn baby! Become baby!
Oh my god.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
The
Let's
level
go!
of
Yeah!
anxiety.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
I'm
Let's
so
go.
blessed.
We
Thank God
did
for the
it.
hopping. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh god!
Well done,
Jesus
everyone.
Christ!
I
job,
can't
everyone.
live with that 4 hop. Oh my god. Now we got 15. Ooh.
Alright, we did
Alright,
it. Good
you wanna
job.
call it
Good
here
job,
for now?
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job. That feels right. We made it to level 15. That's the
That's the
farthest
high.
I've
Yeah, this is our highest
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah. Awesome.
We had a good stride.
Well done,
I think we should
everybody. Pat
continue
yourselves on the
that.
back.
I mean, clearly it's a little buggy, but we did
Yeah.
it. We did
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have some pretty strong items, I will say.
Yeah.
Oh
we do.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
honestly, we deserve the strong items considering what the first round we had like 13 rogues and then another round with like 7
Yeah.
hunters. Like we need the gear, man. We need the gear.
Oh yeah.
We also need to continue that strat of camping the last one and then just leaving. Just leaving.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
glad
That saves so
that's
much
working
time.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really good idea, honestly. Alrighty,
Thank
well,
you.
I guess I'm gonna call it here for today. Thank you guys for hanging out with
Okay.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
How's you
thanks
gonna
for
keep
hosting.
streaming,
Thank you
or
for having us.
are you gonna keep streaming, or
Oh no.
do you want to do a double raid? You want to go find someone? And
Yeah, we can.
double
Do you have
raid?
someone?
I have a pog. I don't have anyone in particular.
I forgot that launches you.
Oh.
Here, let's all go back to the Discord then, and then we can
Okay.
pick someone. All right. I went to Bobby's body. It got ejected into the void, and by the void I mean Discord, because he wasn't allowed to play games with us. Because the last one, the game was like, no. Hello. Yep. Apparently. Apparently. Hello. Hi, I'm sorry, wife.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, wife.
That's okay.
Um,
Should be better next time. I got the other mod manager now, so it should hopefully be better.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I still had fun.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, it was very fun.
glad.
Yeah, it was
Very,
good,
very
good.
Try to find somebody to raid because my ass hurts and I need a break.
Valid.
Booty numb.
I just oh my god, Kazuya, but Kazuya is here. They are here.
True.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have
Gordy.
someone we can raid.
Got
Do you wanna,
Gordy?
do you wanna, oh, I was gonna say, do you wanna raid Withered Dash?
Ooh, women.
Oh yeah,
Withered.
Yeah, let's go
Withered's,
raid Withered. All right, they're doing VR chat. Ooh, I like their model. Their model looks cool. All right, thank you guys for hanging out with me today.
Bye.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
thanks for
end
the
out
fun-
my
fun collab.
stream. Yippee! Thanks for hanging out.
I'll raid in a bit. I wanna like do sign
Yeah,
off
no
my
problem.
stream and everything. But I'll be
No problem. I have
raiding.
to do a similar thing. So thank you guys for hanging out. Goodbye.
Bye.
Good.
Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It was a lot of fun. I love you guys a lot. I'm gonna end stream here just because my ass is fucking tired. And I think I'm just gonna go chill and do some art on my own. It's also kind of hot. And so we'll be back tomorrow with some more stuff. We'll be here tomorrow with to do some
Stay in the box. No! Stay in the box.
Stay in the box. No! Alrighty, well, go have fun with Withered. I'm going to go rest my ass. My ass hurts. But I love you guys a lot. And thank you guys, everyone, so much for the raids. The triple raid was so amazing. If you want a raid message, here's a raid message. You don't have to use it, but I'd appreciate it if you did. Because, you know, they know where you come from. But I love you guys a lot. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Goodbye! Goodbye!